Hello, guys, and welcome to the Stardom Cast, your weekly audio source of all things World Wonder Ring Stardom. I'm your host, Rob Goodwin. I am joined by Mr. Matt Turner. I would ask how he was, but I'm afraid we have literally no time for that because this, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a 935.5-hour podcast because, Matt Turner, we have 5 separate shows to talk about from the 5-Star Grand Prix today.
No better way to start my weekend than talking to you about 5 fantastic shows from, let's just say, an overachieving 5-Star Grand Prix. I guess the key word is star, because boy, howdy, we got some star-making performances by a lot of wrestlers, brother. But, man, I'm excited to talk about all things about Stardom and the 5-Star Grand Prix. Brother, I know we don't have too much time because this is going to be a long one, but how's everything with you? I just playing the concerned friend role. Everything okay? Is your day as well as mine, good sir?
I can't complain. I can't complain at all. It's been a lovely day here in the UK. I get to spend some time chatting to you. We are a couple of weeks out from Forbidden Door, and me and Kirsty having a lovely jaunt down to London. She thinks it's a holiday. I know it's for Forbidden Door, but there we go. So yeah, I cannot complain at all. How are you? Has the stress ramped up for Amber surrounding this secondary baking competition that we discussed yesterday?
Literally, as soon as I walked in the door, she's like, "I'm going for a walk." So my guess is that she's getting into mode. She's getting into like like when you're getting ready, right before you're getting ready to cut the curtain, you're getting into gimmick, you're getting into character. So
sure.
I have a feeling once this podcast is over, then about 8-9 hours, it's gonna be stay out of the kitchen. I'm like, that's okay because I have a Hazuki versus Chihiro Hashimoto match to watch. So
Absolutely.
So I'm sure we're gonna get there. Real quick, buddy, how far away from your house to England is it?
To England?
London, excuse me, London.
I was just going to say, to be fair, mate, not much time at all to get to England from here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, milliseconds. To get from us to London, it depends if you drive, obviously, or if you get in the train. I think me and Kirsty get in the train, so it's about an hour and a half. If you drive, because the traffic in Britain and especially around London is notoriously poor, you're looking at 3.5, maybe 4 hours.
Wow, so more than double if you
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, there you go. And you can take the train, take a nap, listen to us on the Stardom Cast and or the Marigold Standard and or Talk Joshi and or on one of the 84 interviews we've done over the last 3 months.
Absolutely.
So there you go, buddy. Get some push-ups in, listen to some Ozzy. I mean, how much better can life get?
Who's doing push-ups on the train?
I think I will when I come and visit you next year, which is the plan. So I think I might, because now you put it in my head and I'm just going to be doing push-ups on the train.
I can't wait for our local news station at 6 o'clock to pick up. In other news today, a lunatic from the United States of America has been doing push-ups on the train, disrupting local commuters today. I can see it now.
And when they ask me what my name is, I'm going to say my name is the StardomCast22@gmail.com.
Absolutely. Just proper milk the gimmick. And they're just going to look at you like, what is a Stardom Cast? But no, as Matt has already alluded to, we have literally hundreds of matches to talk. It's not hundreds of matches, but it feels like it, because we are going to be running through the show from Fukuyama, the show from Sendai Pit, the double header from Utsunomiya, so an evening and an afternoon show from there. And then, of course, the live Korakuen Hall show complete with wonderful English commentary provided by Walker Stewart, who, again, did a wonderful job. I said to him on Twitter that I'm always in awe of how he manages to make these single-man commentary booths work. And, yeah, it's a hard job, and he does it so effortlessly and clearly loves the product as well. So, excellent stuff. Can't wait to talk about that. We have had some outstanding matches, some excellent performances from people who, again, Matt, taking what you said and are grabbing the bull by the horns and are really seizing that opportunity. So some exciting things to talk about. But before we get into any of that at all, then it's time for one thing and one thing only, Matt, and that is for you to tell our lovely listeners what is coming up on the Patreon this week.
Patreon this week, the summer of Saya Kamitani has started. We have already dropped, myself and Andy had our roundtable discussion of our top 5 favorite as far as right now. Saya Kamitani matches, obviously that can change in the next 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe once Andy gets caught up from 5-star, it might have changed. But regardless, we have dropped our roundtable discussion of our current top 5 favorite matches from Saya Kamitani. My alternate commentary to start off the month, the summer of Saya Kamitani. Saya Kamitani defending the World of Stardom Championship, her V1 against Suzuki. That was a fantastic match from Cork and Hall back at Supreme Fight at the beginning of this year. And because I could not just get enough of, I messed it up. My alternate commentary was Suzuki versus Saya Kamitani from the 2022 5-star Grand Prix. So that is on your Patreon feed already. And then matches with Matt that is going to be dropped on the Patreon feed this weekend is Saya Kamitani versus Suzuki for the World of Stardom Championship back again earlier this year, because I couldn't get enough of not only Saya Kamitani, but Saya Kamitani versus Suzuki. So I did one as an alternate commentary from the 2022 5-star Grand Prix, and then one with matches with Matt, which will be on your feed this weekend, the match for the World of Stardom Championship. And then next week, coming up this week, I'm not sure my alternate commentary is going to be. However, our tag team breakdown I'm doing with Andy Header is, again, we're going back to the beginning of this year. We're going to the match that set up Suzuki versus Saya Kamitani back at New Year's Dream, where it is Suzuki team with Starlight Kid to take on Momo Watanabe and Saya Kamitani. That'll be our tag team breakdown. Again, I don't know what I'm going to do for alternate commentary yet. Obviously, it's going to be a Saya Kamitani match. If you have any suggestions, folks, let me know.
I think we've missed a trick, not called. Obviously, we know that Saya refers to herself as Saya-sama. Why didn't we call it Saya-summer?
We can now. Why not? We can do whatever we want. Yeah,
there you go. That's what we're doing today.
We're the captains of this ship. We listen to no one. This is our show. So there it is. That's it. What are we calling again, buddy? I forgot already.
Saya Summer.
Saya Summer. There you go. So here we go.
There you go.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, patreon.com/the Stardom Cast for literally hundreds of bonus episodes and bonus content. Matt works relentlessly on keeping that going. Obviously, we've also got our show reviews, our show previews, our news updates as well are all on the Patreon. Those are all completely free of charge and will remain completely free of charge. You don't even have to sign up to view those. All we ask is just have a look around. There might be some stuff that you want to check out. Patreon.com/the Stardom Cast. Matt Turner, there is some news to be chatting about before we get into anything to do with the 5-star Grand Prix. And obviously, we've just talked about Saya Summer. So what better way to start the news segment than with an upcoming Saya Kamitani match in 2 days' time, as we record on the 10th of August. Saya Kamitani's next Regina the Wave Championship defense has been confirmed. She will be defending the belt for what will be the 5th time against the Catch the Wave 2025 winner, Kohaku. That is for Carnival Wave, which is Pro Wrestling Wave's 18th anniversary show in Korakuen Hall. She's not the only bit of Stardom representation, though, because FWC will be teaming up against the team of Kaori Yoneyama and Cherry in tag team action as well. Matt, Kohaku was already obviously unsuccessfully challenged the Phoenix Queen for the Regina the Wave Championship. Saya Kamitani at the moment 342 days undefeated in singles action. It's going to be a great match. Is this potentially where the Regina the Wave Championship goes back to Pro Wrestling Wave?
They eventually have to take the belt off her, but they're really starting to make some noise that Kamitani hasn't gotten pinned in a singles match in a year. So does it happen in a non-Stardom show? So that's really the weird thing. I think maybe, let's see, when this show is on the 10th. Oh, yeah, so this show is coming up. I was going to say maybe if there's a 5-star match before that, maybe she eats the L. It's going to be really interesting. If it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Kohaku, because she's a great wrestler and does a great job representing Pro Wrestling Wave. It's going to be a great match. It's in Korakuen Hall. I'm sure they're going to draw really well. FWC is on the card as well. So I'm going to say, based on now they're making a big deal of Kamitani not getting pinned in a singles match in a year, I'm going to say no, because it would be really weird for her to have that first L in a year and a non-Stardom match. Again, she's the biggest draw, not only in Joshi, but probably the most buzzworthy wrestler in all of Japanese wrestling. With all due respect to All Japan, Noah, and New Japan, she's the most buzzworthy wrestler in all of Japanese wrestling. With that being said, Rob, considering how great my predictions have been on the Marigold side, Sai Kamitani probably losing about 4 minutes. So who knows? But I know it's going to be a really great match. And I always like seeing how well Kamitani draws outside of Stardom, because we've seen it on these, even before she had the heel turn, when she was on the Wave tournament last year. All of those shows drew better because Kamitani was on it. And now she's under this new Phoenix Queen persona that is, again, white and red hot, that she draws even more. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be a great match. I know Stardom World does a pretty good job getting up these matches that are non-Stardom shows up on Stardom World pretty quick. So hopefully this one goes up sooner than later, because I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, I believe, and again, you might have to correct me in the comments, but I believe the last Saya Kamitani defense at Korakuen Hall drew 700, I think, which was a noticeable increase. And I agree. I'm intrigued to know what this show is going to do with Kamitani and Kohaku on top. Kohaku, fantastic wrestler. Every time I see her, I think she's improving, and she's someone that I'm always eager to watch. So this match promises to be great. I do agree with you. I don't think she dethrones Saya Kamitani here. She might be the one that dethrones her later on. Maybe they're building to a trilogy of matches. Again, if she does drop the belt, just add it to the collection of terrible predictions we've made over the last couple of weeks. What I'm really interested in is obviously Saya Kamitani's bye week for the 5-star Grand Prix was the 10th of August. So she's not on that show. Stardom are running the Yokohama Convention Center on that day, and it is a Red Stars day. I'm intrigued to see how they draw without Saya Kamitani on that card.
I just checked all the tickets, and pretty much every section between now and the end of the tournament is sold out. I know for KBS Hall, they've never done it before, standing room only, because they sold out 3 days ago, and those are almost sold out. I know there's one section. Hold on, I have the schedule right here. I know there's one section left on the 10th, one section left on the 11th. Yokohama Budokan, there is 2 sections left, and they're almost sold out. That's a big venue, as you know, partner.
That is a big venue.
Axe City's just about sold out, and it looks like Korakuen Hall has already sold more tickets for the show on the 20th, which we know is the playoffs, than they did for the show we're going to talk about in the next 4 hours. And Oda Ward looks like that I think there's like 2 sections almost sold out and 1 section fully not sold out. So it looks like majority of these shows between now and the end of the tournament are just about sold out.
So Stardom's highest attendance at the Yokohama Convention Center is 529. Their lowest is 410. Just for clarity there, I'm intrigued to see what they can do with that. But this Wave show should be great. There's another glut of matches that are taking place that look really good as well. But yeah, Saya Kamitani defending the Regina the Wave championship, been champion for 270 days, I think, against Kohaku for her 5th title defense this coming Sunday. Moving on then, Matt, and we were blessed. Our timeline was blessed with a Sendai Girls show on Sunday from Sendai Pit. This emanated the 3rd of August. A little bit more Stardom participation on this show. We did talk about this last week and previewed it. What I didn't realize at the time of talking about it last week is that Yuna and Akira Kuragane, that was a number 1 contendership match for the Sendai Girls Junior title. Now, I know that Aya Sakura and Akira had a standoff during the Fukuyama show, which we're going to be talking about, and this is what that must have been pertaining to. However, obviously, Yuna won, which means that we're going to talk about something a little bit later on. Chihiro Hashimoto did defeat Hazuki in 13 minutes and 48 seconds. Matt, I know you haven't seen this match as of yet. I just wanted to update people with the results.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Sendai Girls show. Is going to be the review is going to be a future episode of Talk Show, whether it's next week or the week after. It all depends on when we can get to it, because obviously, again, busy times in the best way possible. But yes, we're reviewing the Sendai Girls show and then possibly some AEW stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. speaking of that number one contendership match, Yuna did defeat Akira Kuragane with a missile dropkick in 10 minutes and 13 seconds to open the show. What this means is that Yuna will be challenging Aya Sakura for the third time for the Sendai Girls Junior Championship in the Zebio Arena in Sendai for that huge show on the 24th of August. Matt, I feel like this has to be Yuna's time. If Yuna doesn't win here, I don't really know what's left. They've built up a trilogy of matches. Every match has been better. She's never beaten Aya Sakura for the championship. Obviously, she's never held the championship. She's the person that's contested most for that belt. Surely this is the moment that Yuna dethrones Aya.
Yeah, this is a show they've been building up for quite some time, and one of their bigger shows of the year, from just the match card and just how much promotion they're putting into it. So I think this is the one. I think this is the key time to do it, because you want to get that belt off the Stardom wrestler and back onto your Sendai Girls wrestler. So I think that this is an easy one to predict. With that being said, Aya Sakura over in 4 minutes will probably be what happens, Rob, because I think me and you both think that Yuna's going to win. But no, logical booking says, okay, this is one of your bigger shows. You're promoting it. You have a, Natsupoi on the show, Starlight Kids on the show. You have a lot of big stars and big matches on the show. I think this is the one with Sari and Miko Wada as well, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be an amazing show. So you're going to have a lot of eyes on this show. You're going to have a lot of butts and seats to watch this show, and then a lot of people are going to be watching this on Wrestle Universe, especially this guy and probably that guy as well. So it would be the perfect time. It would be the perfect time to pull the trigger on Yuna getting that belt back into the Sendai Girls fold.
Moving on again, Stardom of today announced that there will be 3 separate New Blood events for the month of October. Matt, it feels like forever since we've had a New Blood event. The 4th of July was the last one, New Blood 23. Stardom have announced that New Blood 24 will take place on October 4th in Bell Cell Shinjuku Grand Hall, while the brand will then return to Osaka for another New Blood West show on October 17th, returning to the Azalea Teisho Hall in Osaka. And then they will be celebrating Halloween a day early by making their debut in the Kanda Myojin Hall in Tokyo on the 30th of October. It's that old adage, Matt. We've said it multiple times. You wait for one bus and then 2 come along at once. We've waited 3 months for a New Blood show. Obviously, with the 5-star Grand Prix and everything, it has taken a backseat, and understandably so. And then 3 events come along at once.
Yeah, I like this, how they're doing 3 in 1 month. It's almost like a touring thing. So this way you can build to other matches. Like there might be a possibility of Wanako, or known as Rice or Bread. Maybe they get a successful defense on that very first show. And then at the end of the show, let's just say it's Momo Kohgo and Uriah Hime. I know they challenged before, but just bear with me. Maybe they come out and they challenge them at the next New Blood show just 2 weeks later. So I like how we're having 3 of them. My guess is they'll probably put this on free on YouTube, like they've done with majority of these New Blood shows. And then that is just basically it's easy advertisement. YouTube, everybody has YouTube, whether it's on their smartphones or on their tablets or on their computers, on their desktop. Everybody can watch YouTube, and it's a free way to drive more people to watch Stardom. My only request is Miku Kunai on all 3 shows, please. That's it. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking is Miku Kunai on all 3 shows.
Yeah, I would say the same thing about Hanoka, but obviously Hanoka out at the moment with a fractured sternum, so she won't be on these shows, which is slightly disappointing. However, I know that the Osaka shows, they tend to have a slightly different roster that come in as well, so that's going to be exciting as well. I'm hoping more than anything that we get at least one Hina Future of Stardom Championship defense, as they were at one point at least positioning that title to be the top title in of the New Blood brand, especially as the whole idea of New Blood is to blood new people. And Hina running rather short of challenges at the moment, or believable challenges at the moment. So why not throw her on a New Blood show and get her facing someone like a Miku Kanai or something like that? So yes, 3 separate New Blood events coming up in the month of October. And it's really interesting what you've just said, Matt, about YouTube being a great way of driving traffic towards Stardom World. I imagine that is why Saya Kamitani is on so many of the opening matches of these Red Star shows, because they've seen Saya Kamitani and thought, you know what's going on the rest of the show. I would say it's Waka, but Waka's currently averaging a match time of 1 minute and 48 seconds, so it's probably not that.
We'll get into that because I think maybe it's my positive thinking. I think that Waka's. We'll get into it later. We'll get into it later. Out of the 84 other things that we need to chat, because I'm kind of now really starting to enjoy Waka's booking. And again, we'll get into it.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I love it because she goes at people looking for these quick victories and then gets rolled up. It's hilarious. And again, it offers something completely different. We said this before when we did our primer, that the issue is with tournament wrestling is if you get 8 fantastic matches all in a row, you get audience burnout, and characters like Waka Tsukiyama are great for breaking up those matches. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see where this story goes. I think I know where it might be leading, but we'll talk about that when we get to Red Star's action. There's more Stardom participation on other shows. BMI 2000, the new goddess of Stardom tag team champions, by the way, of Natsuko Tora and Ruaka, seem to be fixtures at the moment on Seedling programming. Seedling are going to be celebrating their 10th anniversary on the 22nd of August inside Korakuen Hall. They will be they'll be taking on, Hinori Hana and Unagi Sayaka. The last time the BMI 2000 were on Seedling programming was the 26th of July, and they beat Hinori Hana and Miria Koga. So a chance for a bit of redemption for Hinori Hana, who is pulling double duty on this show. She's teaming with Unagi against BMI 2000, and then she is teaming with Salim Azora, who is the rookie that debuted against Koguma, against a team of Miria Koga and Yuki Funa as well. Also on the card, just for those that don't know, Makoto will be defending the Beyond the Sea Singles Championship against Hiroyo Matsumoto, and Itsuki Aoki and Ayami Sasamura will be defending their Beyond the Sea Tag Team Championships against Natsu Sumire and Mio Shirai as well. More exposure for the Goddesses of Stardom Tag Team Champions, Matt.
Yeah, and obviously we're big fans of Unagi. She had that great run back in 2021 with her, Tim, and Mina Shirakawa as the artist champions, as part of the original Cosmic Angels. We've seen a little bit of Hirori Hana on the New Blood shows, and she's been really, really impressive. So this will be a really nice outing. You know, obviously you're wrestling the Stardom Goddess of Stardom Tag Team Champions in BMI 2000, and Ruaka and Tora. Obviously, we're going to get into it. They're having a really great 5-star Grand Prix. It's always nice to see Unagi mix it back up with the Stardom wrestlers, and then giving some of the younger Joshi a really great opportunity, a good spotlight to shine. So really looking forward to seeing this match and see really how the pairing of Unagi and Hanan take on our Goddess of Stardom Tag Team Champions of the world.
Of the world.
Of the world.
There you go. Bit of Freddie Mercury there. Speaking of Ruaka, little bit of news regarding Ruaka. Obviously, this is a little bit outdated because this happened just before the Fukuyama show, which obviously was a week ago now. Ruaka was pulled from the Fukuyama show. She was supposed to take on Ai Sakura in the 5-star Grand Prix, was pulled due to poor health, and initially Ai Sakura was awarded the match via forfeit. So she, at that time, was sitting on 2 points. Ruaka on 1 point with 1 draw and 1 loss. Ai Sakura was then part of the tag team match, which we're going to be talking about in a moment. After the tag team match, she did request to Stardom management that rather than be awarded the match by forfeit, she wants the match and would like it to be rescheduled instead. Now, we know that Saya Kamitani is not on the 10th of August show in Okayama. Well, that will now feature Ruaka and Aya Sakura, the rescheduled match from the 2nd of August. So Aya Sakura getting her request. She wants that match. She doesn't want points cheaply. She wants a match against Ruaka. She's going to look rather silly if Ruaka walks away the victor, but credit where credit's due for Aya Sakura, Matt.
Rob, I got to be upfront and honest that when me and my wife, we did our predictions, we both picked Aya to win. And then once the announcement came out that Ruaka had to forfeit the points, I gave me and Amber the point on that. So then we'll have to go back into, because there is a lot of different standings to talk about, Rob. Almost important as the Red Stars and Blue Stars A and B block.
Important.
I tell you what, it gets heated on that couch, buddy, because that's where we do our predictions, and it gets a little heated, very much like the ovens are going to be heated in my kitchen here in a few hours for the apple pie contest.
Absolutely.
But I think the reason, and I like this. This shows Aya doesn't want any cheap points, which is awesome. It's her first 5-star. My guess is, and maybe this is just wishful thinking, to set up a Goddess of Stardom Tag Team Championship match between BMI 2000 and Sakura Demon. My guess is that's why they've rescheduled it. Because I know you've been covering this tournament since 2020. I've been covering it since 2022. I don't remember a time when somebody got injured or sick that they went and they gave somebody points and then took it back off. I don't think I've ever seen that before in the 5-star Grand Prix. I know in 2022, Suzu, I think she came down with COVID and they just rescheduled her matches. They didn't give any points. I think in the beginning, but I don't think it's ever happened before. And I think there's a reason for it, because I think they're going to set up that Sakura Demon versus BMI 2000 match, which is a match I think everybody wants to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great first title defense for BMI 2000. I think BMI 2000 retain, but again, it's going to be a fantastic match. It's funny you should mention that, because I think I have a feeling there was something to do with Himika in 2021. And I don't know whether her matches just got rescheduled or if there was something to do with the booking where all her matches were towards the end of the tournament. But I think there was something there as well. But otherwise, matches that have been forfeited have stayed forfeited. Obviously, we had a whole boatload of people in 2023. In 2020, Sari obviously went through the loss of her mother and had a couple of shows off to deal with that. And those points stayed with the other people. Julia dropped out of the 2021 tournament and hers were forfeited. Starlight Kid ended up dropping the final match to Mayu in the 2023 tournament. So yeah, this is a bit of an anomaly, but it speaks, as you mentioned, to Aya Sakura's fighting spirit, and that's something that obviously people can get behind, because people have been getting behind Sayaka Kurora and her fighting spirit. So what better way to showcase it when you have a match than going about it like this for Aya. So excellent stuff. Also, for those watching on YouTube, you get to see a fantastic still image of the wonderful tie-dye BMI 2000 shirts. They are badass. I know it sounds like I'm being sarcastic. I genuinely want one. So when we're in Japan, I am hoping that I can pick one of those up, because I can guarantee if I walk into the house wearing one of those, Kirsty will leave me.
Rob, I'm just letting you know I'm going to have Amber cut the sleeves off so you look like Tora.
Oh.
Like, you see how Tora has the sleeves cut off in that picture? And then maybe we'll give you some mist, so this way your teeth are all blue.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
I wish I could look half as cool as Tora does. I really do.
I figured if you're going to walk into that house after being in Japan with a tie-dye shirt that says BMI 2000, you may as well go all out and get the mist and the sleeves cut off, buddy. Like, don't half-ass it. You've already dipped your toe in the water. You may as well swim in the deep end,
Absolutely. But saying that, with the bags under my eyes, currently, I don't need the red makeup that Tora's got, because I'm already halfway there.
We'll figure it out.
Something I do just want to dive into before we get into the 5-star Grand Prix show reviews is that obviously Forbidden Door is just around the corner, Matt Turner, and it's less forbidden this year. There's almost no AEW and New Japan crossover because they booked it right in the midst of the G1 Climax and the 5-star Grand Prix. However, that being said, we are running something akin to the International Cup that we ran at Wrestle Dynasty, where we would have 4-ways and the qualifiers would all go into a 4-way to challenge for a title. This year, what is happening at Forbidden Door is that that we will have a 4-way of AEW talents, a qualifier for Stardom, a qualifier for CMLL, and I believe a qualifier for Ring of Honor as well. And all 4 of them will then, oh no, sorry, it's just those 3, isn't it? CMLL, Stardom, AEW, and then obviously Mercedes Moné for the TBS Championship. So there is going to be Stardom participation on Forbidden Door. We don't know who that is going to be. The problem that we have is that AEW Forbidden Door is the day after the final of the 5-star Grand Prix. So if there is talent that will be on that show, with Saya Kamitani probably being on there, if not in the final, potentially with a red belt title defense, the chances are that Natsupoi won't be on that show because she'll be in, I assume she will either be in the semifinals or the final. Potentially not Sari, potentially not Momo Watanabe. Matt, if you were the booker of AEW, and I say this with a certain sense of hesitancy, because when you tag me in something on Twitter, there is only one reason as to why that is, and that is because you have some sort of harebrained booking idea. And I've got a horrible, horrible feeling, and by horrible, I mean awesome, that it's going to involve the Clown. And I really hope that's the case. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Turner.
Don't kill my gimmick. All right, now I have to build it back up. Now, in all honesty, I've gotten a lot of questions from our listeners. Who do I think it's going to be? And obviously, as we mentioned a few months ago when Forbidden Door was announced the day after the 5-star final, which again, Rob Goodwin will be attending Forbidden Door, that it's going to be really tricky to get somebody that's going to be on the final night, in Japan over to London. However, if you do, we just talked about that big show coming up on the 24th for Sendai Girls, which is the same day as Forbidden Door. So no Hazuki, because she's in that tag match. No Natsupoi, no Starlight Kid, and no Aya. So we know that they're out. So I have had a lot of people asking me, who do I think who it's going to be, who it should be. Like my number one go-to is Azumi, because she's phenomenal. She's a completely different wrestler than anybody on planet Earth. 4-way dance that fits her perfectly. Obviously, her and Mercedes, they have this feud going because Azumi did defeat Mercedes in that 3-way with Mina to win the New Japan Strong Championship, but didn't pin Mercedes. So there's that there. But at the same time, Azumi's a big draw, a big star. My guess is she's going to be on that final show on the 23rd in Oda Ward. So again, Rob, I don't know who it's going to be, but I'm really glad that there is Stardom talent on Forbidden Door. I am thrilled to death, Rob Goodwin, to death that there's going to be some Stardom participation on Forbidden Door. And I know the booking committee is going to take this seriously, and there will be no clowning around. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know anything, but I'm thrilled to death, and I just don't think there's going to be any clowning around, buddy. That's all I'm going to say. What are you going to do, buddy? What are you going to do if you're in there? I think they said they already sold like 17,000 tickets, and you're just there and and here comes the space clown. You're going to be going nuts.
Oh, honestly, if Fukigen Death turns up on this show, I will lose my mind. If I had to choose someone to go to Forbidden Door, I've got a feeling that it might be Bozilla. And I know on Twitter that Mercedes Moné has said absolutely not to a match with Bozilla, running scared from Bozilla. So maybe we need to start some sort of hashtag for Mercedes Moné versus Bozilla, because let's face it, when people sell Bozilla's power, it's fantastic. And Mercedes Moné is one of the best sellers out there. So that would be tremendous. Watching her do basically the Spider Monkey at a washing machine sell. It would be incredible. If not Bozilla, I don't think it'll be Azumi. Not only because she is possibly in the running. If you Karen Peterson, she's in the final. So I don't think she will be there. And she's the New Japan Strong Women's Championship champion. Sorry. So I don't think they put her in another title match. I wonder if not Bozilla, maybe Suzuki.
Ooh, I like that. I was going to say Mei Seira.
Oh,
yeah, and then maybe Sorano, but I'm kind of hoping that Sorano is in those final 4. I think I have her in one of my picks. I don't know. There's a lot of really good shouts, and again, considering the fact that not only because you're going to need, you're going to have those 4 wrestlers in the semifinals and obviously the finals. And then last year they drew really well because they not only you had your finals, but you had a TAM title win. TAM and Tora helped draw that crowd. Remember, it was a really large draw, and I believe they were in the middle of a tsunami. And I think they still drew like 2,500 people. Like, again, it's like a natural disaster. People are like, we don't care. We want to see Tam and Saya Kamitani and Hanan. So it's going to be interesting to see what wrestlers are going to be on that final show and what other championship matches they're going to add on and who can they, I'm not going to say necessarily sacrifice to go over to Forbidden Door, because it's going to be a great vehicle for Stardom. There's going to be a lot of people watching Forbidden Door again. I think they sold like 17,000 tickets already. The pay-per-view numbers that AEW has been posting over the past year they've been up over the last few years, so they're going to do a really good pay-per-view draw. So it's like, who can they? You kind of have to walk that happy medium. Who can we sacrifice to not be on one of our biggest shows of the year, the 5-star finals, but yet get over to England for Forbidden Door, one of the biggest pay-per-views for AEW. So I think Suzu's a good shout. I think Bozilla, possibility, if that's the way they go, I think she's a good shout. Mei Seira's a good shout. Sorano's a good shout. So yeah, we'll see, buddy. It's going to be really interesting to see how it all unfolds. Or again, Rob, maybe they're just no clowning around. And what would you do if the actual T-shirt is the Forbidden Door with the clown makeup on it, very much like the Joker in the Dark Knight movie posters? Yeah, you go nuts. You'd be wearing that all day, every day.
I would, absolutely. If anyone from AEW is listening, that's your moneymaker right there. I love the idea of Mei Seira being the person to go over, because you look at people who would make a splash. You're looking at someone to sort of draw the eye of people that haven't watched Stardom, that aren't familiar with Stardom. And if you've only got, let's say 15 minutes, because it's going to be a longer match because Mercedes is in it and she's one of the top commodities in the company. And if you believe the internet rumors, she apparently has booking power. Apparently,
it's guys. I love you guys, but man, sometimes you post the dumbest stuff.
Yeah, sure, okay.
If you believe that, I have a bridge I want to sell you. Contact me.
Yeah, so it'll go a reasonable amount of time. If you want someone to make an impact, there's probably no one in Stardom better at making an impact over a shorter period of time as Mei Seira. Because, as we've mentioned multiple times on this podcast, she's the only person who can keep up with Azumi and at times make Azumi look pedestrian, which is saying something. And I think she would come out of that show, Mei Seira this is, with a lot of new fans if it is her to go over. It'll be interesting. I do wonder if we'll have some more Stardom participation on the 0 hour. Obviously, at the moment, we've only got 2 announced matches with Okada versus Swerve and I can't remember the other match. Athena and Toni Storm, which is going to be great, obviously, because Athena's fantastic, as is Toni Storm. But it wouldn't surprise me, like last year when they sent over Momo and Tam to do the pre-show, wouldn't surprise me if we get maybe a BMI 2000 or something like that to go over and run 0 hour as well. So we'll see. Very exciting times. All of the news, ladies and gentlemen, is available over at the patreon.com/the Stardomcast for absolutely free. You don't need to sign up or anything like that. Just go and check that out. But Matt, it is time, my friend, as Vader once said. It's time. It's 5-star Grand Prix time, and we start a week ago. We're going back to the 1st indeed of August, all the way back to Fukuyama for night 3 of the 2025 5-star Grand Prix. It is Blue Stars action inside Big Pallet Fukushima in Koriyama. The attendance 384. Not only is this an 18.12% decrease from the last time the company ran the venue, which was 469 on night 13 of the Goddesses of Stardom Tag League last year, but it's also the lowest house they've drawn to the building in the 7 times they have run it. So an interesting little nugget there. This was a Friday though, which may explain a little bit to do with that. In terms of our matches, then, obviously, we did talk about the fact that Ruaka was pulled from this show due to poor health. So rather than the scheduled Aya versus Ruaka match, we did have a tag team match to open the show. Aya Sakura and Kikyo Furusawa defeated Akira Kurogane and Emma Maishima. Aya Sakura pinning Emma Maishima with the cherry blossoms in 10 minutes and 40 seconds. 5-star Grand Prix Blue Stars A match. Bozilla moved to 3 points, defeating Uriah Hime, who stays on 0 with a driller hole pile driver in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Blue Stars B, Suzuki moves to 4 points, defeating Momo Kohgo with a tequila shot in 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Blue Stars B, Sari avenging that loss to Konami on the opening night, moving to 2 points by defeating Ronnie Agami, who stays on 0 with the diving double foot stomp in 10 minutes and 36 seconds. Blue Stars A, Sorano moves to 4 points, defeating Miyu Aamasaki, who remains on 2 with the special pottering in 10 minutes and 3 seconds. In your semi-main event, Blue Stars B action all hate matchup, Momo Watanabe moves to 4 points, defeating Konami, who stays on 2 points with the Peach Sunrise in 10 minutes and 28 seconds. And then in your main event, Blue Stars A, Amisori, the hometown girl, moves to 4 points, defeating Sayarida, who stays on 0 with the Like a Thunderbolt in 12 minutes. So, Matt, we'll start with this pre-show tag match that was a last-minute addition to the card. Aya Sakura obviously staying afterwards to request that Stardom change their minds. Akira Kurogane looked very good in this. Obviously, she took to the microphone after the match as well. We now know that was to do with the Sendai Girls Junior Championship. What were your thoughts on this tag match?
A great last minute replacement, a really solid tag match. Obviously, this is the 5-star Grand Prix. Only one of your 4 wrestlers in this match is in the 5-star. So you get a nice little shout, a nice little showpiece spotlight for Emma, Akira, and Kikyo. But Aya Sakura is the star that shine here, especially towards the end. It was almost built up almost as like 2 singles matches with Kyoko Furusawa and Emma and Aya and Akira. But some really good stuff towards the end, with obviously you're shining Aya up at the end for the finish. 3.5 stars for me. Again, really solid stuff, and it just goes to show how bright the future of Stardom is with these 4 wrestlers.
We moved on to our first of the 5-star Grand Prix matches, Bozilla defeating Uriah Hime. Now, both me and you circled this match as one where we might have to start the hashtag pray for Uriah Hime, because we did think that Bozilla was going to murder this poor girl. And to a certain extent, she did, pinning her with the driller hole pile driver in under 5 minutes. And though Bozilla was never in any trouble during this match, the amount of fight from Uriah Hime in this sub 5 minute match was really pleasing to see, wasn't it?
She wasn't afraid. She didn't back down at all. The bell rang and
Nope.
She just runs at her with those Yakuza kicks. And very much like we talked about with Bozilla in her match with Azumi, it was certain levels of selling where it was just like that first one didn't hurt me. That second one didn't hurt me. That third one, maybe a little. Fourth one, okay, now I need to start fighting back. And that's what happened here. Like, she's like, come on, Uriah, come on, firing it up with each and every kick. She got more violent. She got more aggressive. There was a little bit more power behind all those kicks to Bozilla. And then after the fourth one, she kind of rocked her a little. And then she went to the top rope and hits a Joshi dropkick. And like, oh, Bozilla looked like, okay, now I need to, now the playtime's over. And then playtime was over. She hits the tackle, fall away slam, just dominates Uriah Hime, then hits the pile driver. Again, we kind of figured we knew what this match was going to be and what it needed to be. It's just really a showcase for Bozilla, just to show us how dangerous that she is. But again, great job for Uriah Hime, not showing any, showing a lot of fight, showing a lot of fire, really not showing any fear. And great job on Bozilla, just showing that little bit of selling that she needed to do to put Uriah over, only for the end, just to spike her right in the middle of the canvas with the pile driver. Good storytelling, 3.25 stars for me.
Yeah, it was one of those where this was the best possible outcome for Uriah Hime, because there was no way she was winning this, and there was no way she was lasting more than about 6 minutes. So to last this amount of time and show the fight that she did, I think is testament to the character that she's building. So and the crowd were into it. The crowd were really into her, and really into Bozilla. They love it when people toy with other opponents. Moving on to Suzuki and Momo Kohgo. You mentioned the fight and the fire that Uriah Himi showed. Momo Kohgo is the exact same through absolutely everything at Suzuki, but ultimately coming up short with the tequila shot. But for me, another really impressive performance from Komomo.
Yeah, we obviously love Momo Kohgo, and we were so excited when she was announced in this 5-star. And again, we when we did our primer, we know that she's going to be looking at the lights more often than not.
Sure.
But it's not about that. It's not about going over. It's about getting over. And she's having great matches. The Momo Watanabe 2.5-minute match from night one, and this one was very similar to it, with Momo Kohgo coming out of the gate on all sorts of fire, hits the big drop kick, really having Suzuki off kilter in this match, really showing the fire, showing her aggression, showing a sense of urgency. She's taking advantage of every single second she's getting in this 5-star. Eventually, Suzu slows her down with the forearm and then starts beating her up around the ring. And I thought this was really cool from Suzu. I know this didn't mean to happen, but it made her even cooler than she already is. Her contact comes out like 2 minutes in the match, and then she's like boot scraping Momo Kohgo and has her knee on her throat. And she's like, hold on 1 second, and puts her contact
back in.
As she's beating up Momo Kohgo, and God bless Momo Kohgo, she's selling it properly, not overselling, but selling it properly. Again, obviously not a planned spot. There's no way you can plan for that. I've had my contact pop out numerous times in matches. You kind of just go with it. Susan's just like, I'm a badass, but I'm a cool badass, and I'm beating up on somebody that everybody loves. And I thought it would add it to the match and made it for a really cool spot. We get a really
even badasses needed to be able to see Matt Turner.
That's right. That's right. Roddy Piper used to always say, I don't care how big and bad the Undertaker is back in the early 90s. You rake him in his eyes, he's always gonna feel it. So yeah, you're absolutely
exactly
right. We get this forearm trade off that once they start trading off, I'm like, oh, poor Momo Kohgo. What are you getting yourself into? Bless her heart, Rob. She stood in there with the badass that is.
She did.
She really did. And kudos to Suzu really giving her a lot and selling and putting over. I mean, those forearms, they were really tight from Momo Kohgo, and Suzu did a good job putting them over. Again, considering the fact that Suzuki is the only wrestler in this tournament that is a prior winner, but she puts Momo Kohgo over quite a bit in this match. We do a Suzuki. Suzu gets the advantage. She goes to the second rope. Momo Kohgo hits the 619, basically drop kicking Suzuki off the second rope. I thought that was really great. Couple near falsies. She does the rolling shoulder lock, which I absolutely love. Excellent stuff there. Suzu rolls through a roll-up attempt with a German suplex. Momo Kohgo comes back with a kick trio and a Lamali straw cradle. And then eventually Suzuki hits the tequila shot. This was really great back and forth here, especially as we say always in tournament wrestling, whether it's the 5-star, the Dream Star, the G1, or the N1. When you're in the middle of these tournaments, there is a slip up that can happen with these roll-ups. We see it all the time. And not only was it a really great and entertaining match, and Momo Kohgo really, really taking advantage of every second she gets in the ring. Some of those near falls towards the end with the Lamai straws and the roll-ups, I was biting on. I thought maybe Suzu was going to drop it, but ultimately, though, she's able to slow Momo down enough to hit the tequila shot. This was a great match. I had it 4 stars. I thought this was terrific on both outings.
Yeah, they're building up the Momon Pa as well. A couple of really good near falls in the 2 Momo Kohgo matches that we're going to be talking about. So really good stuff there. Moving on then to our next match, Sari looking for blood against Ronnie Agami, and this was fantastic. We knew what these two were capable of through their singles match at Korakuen Hall. Ronnie Agami threw even more at Sari during this match, and Sari gave Rana a lot. Sari's doing such a good job of getting venues to absolutely hate her. She's doing an immaculate job of that, just playing that character down to an absolute T. Again, Rana was never going to win this match, especially after Sari dropped the first match to Konami. However, it's like the Uriah Himi thing. The moment she shows fire, refuses to lie down, channeling her inner Suri, if you will, the crowd are going to rally behind her. And I think it helped that obviously the crowd are doing their part in booing Sari ahead of Rani Agami. So yeah, a really good performance from Rana, ultimately stopped with a double foot stomp there.
Yeah, I love how Sari's getting nuclear heat, and she's doing it.
Heat. It's great.
She's not doing it by cheating. We've seen over the years in Stardom the wrestlers that get the proper heat are your people in Oedo Tai or now Hate with Tora and Kagetsu and so on and so forth. It's like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to boo. Where Sari is just like talking all this crap, on social media and in these matches, and she's not doing any cheating. She's not hooking the leg. She's not even Rana, very much like the Cork and Hall match that they had a few weeks ago, which I enjoyed this one a little bit more, the one from the 5-star. Rana jumps Sari. So in traditional sense, Rana's the heel because she's jumping Sari. If you don't know the backstory, then they go to the outside and then they're just raining down forearms, mounted forearms on the floor. And I always say it's one thing like when you're getting mounted, when somebody's on top position and they're throwing strikes, and at least you have that canvas as somewhat of a cushion. When they're on the floor, that cold floor there's no give whatsoever. I mean, these two are bailing into each other. And then Sari's just like, well, I already have you here, double stomp. And then she turns at the perfect time and the crowd's boo, boo. And then she's like, well, she jumped me. What was I supposed to do? She understands crowd psychology and is getting booed out of the building in the best way possible. People are paying money to see Sari get her ass kicked. Unfortunately, for the Stardom fans, there's not a lot of people on that roster that can kick Sari's ass. However, there may be one this weekend with that match he has with Suzuki coming up.
Suzuki. I was just going to say, Suzuki tomorrow in KBS Hall is going to be nice.
I'm so excited for that. But this was great. Again, Ronnie Agami, very much in like a lot of her matches we've seen over the past few months. Even though she's the one looking at the lights, she comes out of this with more stock. And like you just said, partner, perfectly. You put it perfectly. Sari gave Rana a lot. She gave her a decent amount in that Cork and Hall match, but this one she gave her more, making it look like maybe in a year or two, Rana can actually beat her. You know, again, she's trying to avenge the loss of her mentor and her hero, Shuri, from Shuri losing that match back at the conversion to Sari, and it really brings the fight to Sari. And Sari does a great job selling, and ultimately you know what's going to happen. Eventually, Sari's going to mount that comeback, and she's going to kick somebody's ass, and she kicked Rana's ass. Again, I love that match in Cork and Hall. I like this matchup just a little bit more. 4.25 stars. Obviously, a great outing from Sari. Ronnie Agami is just another one of a lot of wrestlers in this tournament that she's definitely going to come out of this tournament better than she did going in. And this match right here, buddy, prime example.
Yeah, her stock is going to be raised significantly. And you mentioned that Sari isn't doing anything heel. She is starting to bite people. So, you know, there is that sort of just to get that even more heat. I think she bit Hina in Utsuna Maya, I believe.
In her hometown, yeah.
It's in her hometown.
How dare you?
But yeah, Rana's doing tremendous stuff. And again, that aggression that she throws at Sari, knowing she's going to get it back tenfold, but refusing to lie down, doing it for, you know, the absentee Sari, I think is a really good way for her to continue in this tournament, even if ultimately she's not going to end up with too many wins, although she did get a win in Utsuna Maya, which we'll talk about very shortly. Next, we move on to Blue Stars A, to someone who I think has been one of the MVPs of Blue Stars, and that is Soriano, who picked up the victory against Miyu Aamasaki in another fantastic match. I thought all three of these main event matches, if you will, were absolutely great one after another. But Soriano and Miyu Aamasaki had some really good chemistry building on their match from last year's 5-star Grand Prix. And Matt's similar to how you said you preferred Sari and Rana from this show as opposed to their Korakuen match. I really preferred this match to their one last year. Their one last year was great. This one, however, you really did feel like Miyu Aamasaki was going to upset Soriano. You've said it on this podcast multiple times that God put Soriano on this planet to be a professional wrestler. And these last 3 shows that she has been on have only served to strengthen that notion.
Yeah, Rob, you know I love every aspect of professional wrestling, but sometimes there's little things that happen in matches that I catch that maybe some people don't, that I'm like, ooh, it just added to said match or it added to said person. And there's one part in this match, and I agree with you. This match was great. This has been my favorite Miyu match so far of this tournament. There's one spot in this match because they're kind of like 50-50, and then Soriano is kind of getting the better of Miyu Aamasaki because of, you know, she has experience advantages. Then Miyu starts building her comeback up with the variation of DDTs. That's what we're programmed to. She has 84 different versions of the DDTs.
At least.
And she knows where to put them when she's wrestling main event wrestlers like a Soriano and Natsupoi Izumi, Starlight Kid, so on and so forth. They know where to put it to get the biggest reaction out of the match. So Miyu is building up with the DDTs. Soriano stops, I think, the second or third DDT attempt, and she hits a fisherman suplex, like a release version. Soriano goes to get up to do the next spot, but the crowd popped. The crowd popped because we're going back and forth. We're going ebbs and flows. The crowd popped, and Soriano, as she goes to get back up to the next spot, she goes back down and she sells because I think she understood. She heard the pop and the big crowd reaction. That's like, ooh, hold on. let me stay here for a few seconds and draw this out.
Milk it, yeah.
That's something I noticed that I picked up on in this match, and it's storytelling. Again, it looked like, and I could be wrong, it looked like she was getting ready to go to the next transition. She's like, oh, wait a minute. We got a really good reaction here in the middle of a match, just me blocking a move for a fisherman suplex. So I really enjoyed that, and it really added to the match, and it really had the crowd on the hook for the rest of this match. Again, really great stuff back and forth between the two. Sorano blocks the Tenzai attempt from one Miyu Aamasaki, hits a German suplex, and then she goes for a second German suplex, but Miyu Aamasaki counters with the Amana Hada, the leg capture O'Connor roll into the Bracklin Bridge. Again, I've been on that finish because you're in the middle of this.
Yep.
We're in the middle of this tournament. The way, again, Soriano, genius, the way she's selling, it's only 3 seconds, but the way she's selling panic for that 3 seconds, like, I can't get out. Oh, I just got out. Like, I absolutely love that. Excellent stuff. Eventually, Soriano counters the 619 DDT with the pottering. And I really like that finish because it's constant motion. Miyu Aamasaki, maybe her best variation of the DDT is that 619 DDT. She rolls all the way through. Soriano is able to use her own momentum against her and is able to have her in that backslide in the middle of the ring, floats over for the special pottering. Genius match. Again, not only was it just all this little stuff that Soriano did to make the match even better, we've noticed Miyu Aamasaki constantly getting better in the ring. Not only that, like her entrance, her aura, her presentation, the fact that she's constantly changing and updating her look. She just seems more confident in herself. It's one thing to be good bell to bell, but she's getting better, not only bell to bell, but curtain to curtain. She really seems like she's must-see professional wrestling just on her entrance alone. And then when you put her in these multi-person tag matches with Azumi, with Mei Seira, with Starlight Kid, it'd be easy for her to get lost in the shuffle, but she fits in, at least from an aura aspect, with those 3 great wrestlers. 4 stars, excellent stuff. Again, another great match from Soriano, and I'm so excited just to see what the rest of this tournament is going to bring for Miyu Aamasaki.
That transition into the finish was absolutely brilliant. And again, that pottering, Soriano was able to hit it with such precision and so smoothly that even when she doesn't get it right, it still works. Like she rolled a Bozilla with it at Corrigan Hall and couldn't quite get her feet on top of Bozilla's legs. And it still looked so good because of the rawness of it, because of the raggedness of it. These two complemented each other really, really well. And the near fall for the Amana Hashidate really did have me biting as well. And that's the joy of these roll-ups, the Idabashi, the Amana Hashidate, the pottering. You never know when they are going to get the win. Like, you know, when Suzuki hits the tequila shot 9 times out of 10, it's GO, you know, it's game over. But with those roll-ups, especially with how well they're executing the near falls, you know, like look at Azumi with the Azumi Sushi in the match in the main event of the show that we're going to talk about shortly with Starlight Kid. The amount of Azumi Sushis that we had that was so close, and we're like, well, we've seen her finish matches with this. Oh, it's 2.999, and that's something that a lot of these wrestlers have perfected.
Because they're getting those roll-ups over. You know, we've got the Itabashi over, the 17 over, the Fuking and Death O'Connor roll. I know I'm being funny, but I'm not being funny. The Azumi Sushi, the double Azumi Sushi.
Wins multi-women matches, man.
Absolutely, especially in Corrigan Hall. But that's because they built up these finishes. We're just on the edge of our seats, and it makes a better match, a great match, even better. Because, and again, you throw it in a 5-star, and you're just like, you don't know when these finishes are going to go, and just makes the excitement level for us fans so much better.
Moving on to our semi-main event, the all-hate encounter between Momo Watanabe and Konami. Momo Watanabe getting the victory here to move to 4 points. Were you surprised with the relative cleanness with which all of the hate matches so far, with the possible exception of Tora and Rena, have gone? Because again, we've sort of been programmed through the Bullet Club versus Bullet Club matches in the G1 Climax to expect a certain level of shenanigans, or, you know, a certain level of, you know, as you always say, gaga. I'll always remember the Switchblade JY versus Yujiro Takahashi match where Jay White came out, hadn't even got changed into his ring gear, and told Takahashi to lie down, and then that led to a little mini match. But these hate versus hate matches have just been an excuse for them to hit each other really hard, and I quite like that.
Yeah, I remember last year, because last year was right when the 5-star started. It's right when hate, it was like the show before where hate first started, and we're just like, you know, when they became a Wedo Tai, our Wedo Tai, they transitioned, pardon me, from Wedo Tai into hate, and we're like, there's a lot of hate versus hate matches this tournament. I hope it doesn't get ruined. And there was more often than not, they were just straight up matches with a little bit of bending the rules, but going both ways. This match, I was like, okay, Konami's always great, but she's been on an absolute tear this entire year between the Starlight Kid match, the Sari match, and again, Momo Watanabe, one of the best wrestlers in the world. And I know your pick and a lot of our listeners' pick to win this tournament. And I would not be heartbroken if she does, because I'm a massive fan of Momo Watanabe. So we're like, okay, I know the way that I, as a wrestling fan who likes straight up ass kicking wrestling, should go, but it's a possibility we do get the baseball bat and the spray paint and the this or that. And this was just like bell rings, big lockup. And I'm like, okay, here we go. And this is exactly what I want it to be. It was bowling shoe ugly in the best way possible. It goes to the outside. Momo kicks Konami's ass. Konami kicks back, kicks Momo's ass. I mean, they're not in the second row, Rob. They're almost into the bleachers, and they're going one this way. I mean, they're beating the crap out of each other. And I know it's hate versus hate, but this was violence versus violence in the best way possible. I mean, these two really took it to each other. They were it was violent fighting in the crowd. It was violent fighting in the ring. Again, only some bending to the rules, really not much breaking. They kind of kept it almost as a, straight up wrestling match in the best way possible, because these two, what they do almost better than anybody in this company, with the exception of Sherry, is the strikes and the way they build up the strikes. And Konami gets the advantage. She hits the Arisa Hoshinki 1399 off the top rope, and nobody else does it as good as Arisa other than Konami. Excellent stuff there in the way that Momo sold it. Really good stuff there. And then I automatically drew into my head, who was the person that knocked off Momo when she was Wonder Champion? Arisa. So I kind of had that comparison going on in my head, which for me added to the match. Really great stuff back and forth. Momo gets the advantage back with the punt kick, and boy, howdy, she really laid that in. And then the bastard driver for a 2 count. And then Konami comes back with a punt kick and a buzzsaw kick of her own. That scored her a 2 count. And then she locks in the rear naked choke onto Momo, because now we have established. And one of the great things we're really establishing in this tournament with these two dangerous wrestlers, the crossface chicken wing is now more dangerous because Momo's winning more matches with it. She's only won a handful of matches in the last 5 years with it. She's winning more matches with it. And Konami, with that rear naked choke, choked out the IWGP champion and one of the best wrestlers on this planet, Sari, on opening night. So again, not only are we establishing the violence that is Konami and Momo, we're getting more over the rear naked choke and the crossface chicken wing, respectively. And that happened in this match because I was biting them as falsies. We do see Momo Watanabe rolls through the rear naked choke, locks in the crossface chicken wing. That is able to transition into the tequila sunrise. That scores her a 2 count, and then finishes off with the peach sunrise. So again, I love how, again, Rob, not only we establishing the crossface chicken wing as a potential finisher, but very much like Momo's Wonder Run, she used that crossface chicken wing to transition into the tequila sunrise. And if that doesn't do the job, the peach sunrise does. 4.25 stars. This was absolutely fantastic. Exactly what I wanted in this match, and then some. And sometimes I get a little greedy because of how great the wrestling is in Stardom, especially with Momo and Konami. So it's like, all right, I would like to see this. This is what I would like to see in this match. But I knew maybe we get some offbeat shenanigans, as you said before, partner. We didn't get any of that. We got a violent fight right up my alley. And again, we established the violent nature that is Momo and Konami, and putting over the rear naked choke for Konami and the crossface chicken wing from Momo Watanabe. Phenomenal match. 4.25 stars for me, buddy.
Moving on to the main event, then Amisori, the hometown girl, against Saya Ida. Matt, I mentioned that Amisori is one of my Blue Stars MVPs, and the other of the Blue Star MVPs is Amisori, who is having a blistering tournament, has not missed in any of her matches. She's been fantastic. And this was as good as I wanted it to be and better. It was hard hitting, from those chop exchanges, which lasted seemingly half the match, to the lariat exchanges, to that near fall with Ida Bashi. Fantastic. Saya Ida is such an underrated talent, such an underrated singles competitor as well. But this tournament is about Amisori, especially in this block. And she was phenomenal here, eventually getting that win with the like a thunderbolt. This was brilliant. This was my favorite match of the show. Both these women gave everything for this main event and reaped the benefits.
Yeah, I knew that this was the main event because it's Amisori's hometown. And once this match started, I was like, this is going to be tough because you have to follow that great Sari match, the great Sorano match, and that great match we just talked about with Momo Watanabe and Konami. I was like, I don't know if they're going to hit, but it's like it's going to get over more because, again, main event, it's Ami Souri's hometown. So it's like it'll get over, but it's going to be as good as the other matches. Rob, I totally agree with you. As great as those other matches were, and again, I just mentioned 4.25 stars, 4 stars, and another 4.25 stars. This was not only my favorite match of this show, but I think if I had to give you a top 5 or 6 right now, it makes probably my top 5. Not only that, Rob, I really have to think about this. I think this is the best Saida singles match I've ever seen. Obviously, she's a great singles wrestler. Her best stuff is teaming with Han, right? I mean, obviously, they're the best, in my opinion, they're the best tag team in wrestling this year. But Ami Souri is brought to another level. And I tweeted something out right after the Ruaka match, which obviously we'll get into. Regardless of how the rest of this tournament shakes up for Ami Souri, I buy her as a main eventer. I can see her inside Kamitani doing 2,500 people for the red belt and Oda Ward. I buy her and Starlight Kid or Azumi or Tomoka Inaba or whoever they go with, drawing 1,500 people for a white belt match in Korakuen Hall. Ami Souri, her aura, her presence, the fact that she came back from this injury, we're waiting for her to come back. And again, we always say there's never a good time to get injured. She got injured at a terrible time because it really seemed like she was just hitting her stride and she was going to get a big push in last year's tournament. But maybe this injury was a blessing in disguise, Rob, because she had time to kind of maybe think things over, heal up the rest of her body from injuries. She comes in very much like I said with Miyu Aamasaki just a few minutes ago, partner, more of an aura. There's more of a presence. She's improved so much in the ring in this tournament than she did last year before she got injured. But her aura, her presence, her curtain to curtain, you can tell if you've never seen Stardom before and you see Ami Souri make her entrance, okay, this is somebody to watch out for. She's got a great look. She's got great charisma. And then the bell rings, and this is like the perfect match for her. Because very much like that Kokiyama versus Mirai match from last year's Dream Star, they didn't do much, and they didn't need to because they told a story. This was big lockup.
It gave me those vibes as well, the Koki and Mirai match.
It was, you had your big lockup to start. It was chop. It was tackle. It was going back and forth. It was a battle of wills. It was these two just going back and forth. Who is going to break first? And the fact that Ami Souri is so much taller than Saida, but Saida, I think, is stronger, physically stronger than Ami Souri. You had that story to tell who was going to go down first. There's just really great stuff back and forth. Saida wins the chop off halfway through the match. She hits the sliding lariat for a 2 count, locks in the dragon sleeper. Then she goes to the top rope for a top rope tackle. She misses that. We get some great back and forth stuff between the two. Ami Souri hits this beautiful big boss man style slam. That scored her a 2 count. She goes for the like a thunderbolt. Ida rolls her up for the Ida Bashi. And I'm like, surely this isn't how it's going to end. But we're conditioned to. This is the genius of Stardom. And Ami Souri, to her credit, kicks out the last possible second. The way she's been setting up the like a thunderbolt when she hits that insane Rich Cluss Blue Thunder Bomb into the like a Thunderbolt. I like that because a lot of times she's like, I don't have my opponent worn down enough to hit my big finish, so that I need to do something to soften them up. And that's what she's been doing. We've seen her use the Blue Thunder Bomb quite a bit before the injury in years past, but now she's using a different variation of it with that wrist clutch, adding a little bit more power to it. And that opens up the door for her to hit the like a Thunderbolt. Great stuff, great storytelling, easy story to follow. The selling was great. The psychology was great. Where they took the crowd, ebbs and flows. Again, Buddy one of my favorite matches of this 5 stars so far. 4.5 stars for me. I thought this was absolutely brilliant, Rob Goodwin. You know what else was brilliant? Both me and my wife got 7 correct guesses on this. So, Rob Goodwin, after this show, it's Matt Turner 26, Amber 25.
Wow, it is heating up. I don't know if it's my favorite Saida singles match. I think there was a couple from 2024. The Mayu match was really, really good. Her match with Tomoka Inaba was really good as well. Yeah. So there's a couple that have been really, really good. This is certainly up there. I think both women really showcased how talented they both are and the chemistry that they have together. Really, really solid show from Blue Stars. And that led us into the following night, the 2nd of August, where we were in Sendai Pit for night 4 and Red Stars action. As I mentioned, Sendai Pit, the announced attendance was 470 people, which the company reported as a complete sellout. This is only the third time of the 19 times they've run the venue that Stardom have surpassed 400 in Sendai Pit. It's an incredible 70.91% increase on the last time Stardom ran Sendai Pit, which was 275 back in September of 2024, and is a 54.61% increase on the 5-star Grand Prix show from Sendai Pit from last year, which only drew 304 people. Overall, this is Stardom's third highest attendance at the venue, their highest since the 30th of March 2024, and is comfortably the highest reported attendance at the venue in 2025. So a truly excellent number from Stardom for this show. Looking at the results then, all of these are 5-star Grand Prix matches. Red Stars B, Sayaka Kurora picked up her first ever 5-star Grand Prix win, moving to 2 points, defeating Rian with the Tokameki Falcon Arrow in 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Red Stars A, B Priestley moved to 6 points to go 3-0, defeating Waka Tsukiyama, who stays on 0, with an inside cradle in 4 minutes and 53 seconds. Red Stars B, Natsupoi moves to 4 points, defeating Tomoka Inaba, who stays on 2 points with the Fairy Magic in 9 minutes and 12 seconds. A predictably fantastic match. Red Stars A, Saya Kamitani moves to 6 points with her third victory, defeating fellow Hate member Azusa Inaba, who stays on 2 points with a Star Crusher in 8 minutes and 1 second. Red Stars A, Lady C breaks the duck. She gets her first ever 5-star Grand Prix win, moving to 2 points, defeating Yuna Mizumori, who remains on 0 with the move she's christened the Sea Moon in 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Red Stars A action. Mei Seira and Hanan go to a time limit draw, a 15-minute time limit draw, taking Mei Seira to 5 points, Hanan to 3 points. Again, passion, aggression, emotion, all in this match. Red Stars B, Rina moves to 6 points, defeating Hate leader Natsuko Tora with a crucifix pin in 9 minutes and 58 seconds. And then in your main event, Red Stars B again, an all Neo Genesis main event. Azumi and Starlight Kid go to a time limit draw. 15 minutes for that one. Both women move to 3 points. Matt, again, we haven't had time limit draw in the tournament at all. And again, it's that old London bus adage. I'm not going to say it again, but it applies here. 2 on the same show, and it does not bother me one iota.
That was my question. Did you have any problem with 2 TLDs?
Nope.
I didn't watch this live, so I knew the result, and I was just like, 2, you have 1 early on, and then 1 as the main event. I'm like, well, let's see how it, it's one thing to look at the result, but how did we get there? And I was like, oh, I had no problem with it. Actually, I preferred it. I thought they fit the story really, really well. I think this is probably my favorite 5-star show so far this year in the tournament. This one we're going to talk about from Sendai Pit. This show is exactly what night 1 should have been. We've known for years, for the last 4 or 5 years, night 1 of the 5-star Grand Prix is one of the best wrestling shows, pure wrestling shows in all of wrestling. And again, night 1 was really good this, a few weeks ago, but it would just, but 16 matches and then kind of them running through it. This is exactly what night 1 should and need to be. This was absolutely fantastic. I felt like I should have paid extra for this. Like I felt like I should have been able to tip somebody. This was really, really great, this show.
It's bizarre, isn't it? Because actually, looking back on it, this is my second favorite because the Korakuen Hall show was so damn good. But this show from Sendai Pit is phenomenal. And it's so bizarre because you said ordinarily that opening night of the 5-star Grand Prix is the best night of wrestling. It's always been in the conversation in our end of year awards, always been in the conversation for the best show of the year. And honestly, and I don't mean this disparagingly at all, I think it's been the worst night so far. Of the 6 nights and 7 shows that we've had, in terms of match quality, I think it's been the weakest.
They still had really good matches like that.
Those last 3 matches were fantastic. Yeah, But again, you compare that to the other nights, whether it's Blue Stars or Red Stars, whether it's Korakuen Hall, whether it's Utsunomiya Maya, whether it's Sendai Pit, the opening night is the weaker, not just because of the 16 matches, but just in general, because of the amount of matches they had to run through in under 6 minutes, in under 7 minutes. And yet on these shows where it's just 8 singles matches, which I love, I think it's a great way of doing it. You've got so many people who are able to tell stories. We've already talked about Sioriano, Amisori as our MVPs from Blue Stars. Red Stars at the moment, I couldn't possibly tell you the MVP is because there's so many people. Mei Seira is up there. Azusa Inaba is up there. Hasn't had a bad match yet. Saya Kamitani, obviously. Starlight Kid, Azumi, Tomoka Inaba, for God's sake, has had banger matches against absolutely everyone she's been put in a ring with. Rina is 8 points, is 4-1 in this tournament. Just putting this out there, did call that she was going through. So come on, don't lose all your matches now, Rina. Don't prove me wrong.
I think that you're the only one that has Rina going through. But to get to your point, I have a lot of people asking, Matt, what's your match of the tournament? Who's your MVP of the tournament? I don't know. Once we get towards in the next 3 hours, once we finish this episode, Rob, I'm going to kind of just I know what my match of the tournament is for now, and I think I have my MVP for now. Again, obviously we got 3 shows this weekend, so that can change. But I kind of just want to volley back and forth just to see where you're at, because that's the great thing about this tournament. And you just mentioned, partner, how the opening night was the weakest night. It's not that it was a bad show by any stretch of the imagination. Just these other shows are so much better. The matches have more time to breathe. And I know that in 2023, Stardom got a lot of flack because the tournament was like 2.5 months long, and last year it all got done within 3.5 weeks. And
brilliant. That's much better.
And that's what they're doing here. But now you have 32 participants. My guess is if they're going to keep it 28, 30, 32, not my guess, but what I would do, stretch the tournament out. Let it go instead of 4 weeks. Let it go 5 weeks, 6 weeks, or 7 weeks, and then let the matches stretch out a little bit. Give them more time to breathe. Don't put 10 matches on a card or 12 matches on a card or 16 matches on a card and then run through everything. Let it give them more time to breathe. Give it 4 or 5 more shows where everybody can tell their stories and we get the quality of wrestling that we had on here. Not only here, but Hudson and Mayu, 2 great shows back to back on the same day, and then as well as Korakuen Buddy. Yeah, really just tremendous stuff. This tournament is my expectations were pretty high just because of I'm just a positive person. I love everything. But like my expectations as we're halfway through this tournament are completely blown out of the water on what we're seeing. And again, buddy, considering the fact that you can 7 or 8 people are up for MVP in this tournament, and there's
that was just Red Stars. That was just Red Stars.
And there's 7 or 8 matches that I've seen people say that's my favorite match. That's my favorite match. That's my favorite match. I've seen a lot of people with Tor and Sakura.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. That was fantastic.
And that was like my 3rd favorite match on the Korakuen show. That just goes to show you how well they're kicking ass here, my friend.
I agree with you to a certain extent. I do. I don't think there should ever be 16 matches on a card. If you remember at the start of the year, they ran the New Year Dream pay-per-view, and that had about 84 matches on it and a 4-match pre-show. And it was like, Jesus, it keeps going. And I think that was the issue you had with the opening night of the 5-Star Grand Prix. As good as those main event matches were, you had matches that were sacrificed, and I don't feel like that's fair. In terms of match length, just an interesting stat I thought I'd throw out to you. This tournament is the shortest in terms of average match time of any 5-Star Grand Prix in history. So previously, the shortest average match time was in 2017, and the average match time was 8 minutes and 2 seconds. Wow. Currently, and bearing in mind we've had 3 time limit draws, this is 7 minutes and 56 seconds currently.
Why do you think that is, Rob? Is there one wrestler that you can point to as the reason?
It's bizarre. I can't think for a moment who could possibly be, because fucking Death's not in this tournament. So, yeah, unfortunately, Waka's 1 minute and 48 average. Let me just check. It is 1 minute and 48, isn't it? Yep, 1 minute and 48, bless her. And the next lowest match time, I believe, is 6 minutes and something. So, oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry. Sakura, 4 minutes and 51 seconds.
Well, we'll talk about that slacker B. Priestley here in a moment.
Yes, absolutely. B. Priestley ramping up Waka's average match time by taking 4 minutes to beat her. But just going back to your point before we do go into the Sendai Pit Show, because heaven knows we haven't got enough to talk about. I quite like the condensed nature of the tournament. And I said this last year. The problem is with stretching it out is that excitement begins to wane. Or at least I feel that way. I might be in the complete minority. However, if you are in the thick of tournament season and you haven't got time to breathe, there is a relentlessness and an excitement that goes hand in hand with that tournament. And last year, with it being so condensed, with there being only tournament matches on a day, I just felt like it was the best structure that the tournament had had in years. Because again, we've had shows where there's been 1 5-star Grand Prix match on a card, or 2, or there's been 1 on a pay-per-view, or we've had a pay-per-view in the middle of the 5-star Grand Prix, and there's just been stuff that hasn't worked. I feel like they've refined that. I think if you're going to continue with it in this sort of format, I would split the first night and do 8 matches on one, 8 matches on the other, like you've been doing here. You don't even have to do red stars on one night, blue stars on one night. Mix it up if you want to, but I think you need to do 2 nights as you have done in previous tournaments, because 16 matches is simply too long. And you've seen the reaction to these shows. These shows are selling out. The shows have been really, really good in terms of match quality. I mean, how this show from Sendai Pit was phenomenal. I just think you risk a lot of burnout. And again, we saw not a disappointing number for the opening night. I think Stardom would have wanted a better number for the opening night, the 5-star Grand Prix. And I think you're absolutely spot on with what you said. I think 16 matches, people saw that and just went, I'm not sitting through that. I can't sit for that long and watch that many matches. I'm not Matt Turner.
You don't want to be Matt Turner, folks. A lot of weird stuff goes through this head. Anywho, Mr. Ralph Goodwin, moving right along.
Let's talk about this Sendai Pit Show then. And we opened with 2 people who have taken the proverbial bull by the horns, as I mentioned before, Sayaka Kurora and Rian. Sayaka Kurora has hit home run after home run in all of her matches so far. Her match with Rina was great. Her match with Tora, which we'll be talking about from Korakuen Hall, was excellent. Her match with Starlight Kid was great. And this match here with Rian, who is doing excellent work. Again, I was critical of including absolutely everyone in the 5-star Grand Prix, and I do stand by that to a certain extent. However, in terms of people that are going to come out of this tournament with raised stock, I would argue that Rian is right at the top of that list alongside a Ronnie Agami.
SCR, Stone Cold Rian. Let me tell you, oh hell yeah. Great match to start off this show, because this was it only went 8 minutes, and I think it was the perfect time to tell that story. This was basically all killer, no filler. Really great chain wrestling to start. Sayaka starts building up her offense. This is a really cool spot. She goes for the spear early on, and Rihanna hits her with the cutter. I was like, oh man, that's really cool. And then she stays on her.
Those cutters she's hitting out of absolutely nowhere. They should come up with something. They should build something around those cutters out of nowhere. I feel like no one's doing that.
Yeah, like out of nowhere.
Yeah,
and they should call it like the RKO, the Rian knockout, right? That's what they out of nowhere.
Do you know what she needs to do? As Sayaka Kurora's getting up, she needs to get on her knees and start banging the mat before she does it.
Like an animal, like a viper. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I was thinking like a sidewinder, but that doesn't quite sound right. Viper's perfect. Why is no one doing this?
Yeah, and I could have sworn I thought I heard somebody tell me that Rian's father was a former professional athlete, and he broke his arm and he wore a cast for like 20 years and still continued.
Those are just the voices in your head.
Oh, those are the voices in my head. I'll tell you what, folks. You haven't tuned out now. You're in with us for the next 2 hours. No, honestly, really, really great match. I love how you're absolutely right. All kidding somewhat aside, the cutters out of nowhere, really great stuff. Sakura, when she does that Golden Gate swing, where she has you for the fisherman suplex and then rolls through and the neck breaker.
Yeah.
She's getting a lot more pop onto that. Like, it's really looking like she's driving her opponent into the mat. It's a really cool looking spot. Eventually, though, she hits the spear into the Takemaki Falcon Arrow. Again, I like it when wrestlers hit one big move and go to another, especially for the fact that she went for the spear early on and wasn't able to get it. Now she hits it, and then she goes into her other move back to back. Really like that. Enjoyable stuff. 3.5 stars for me, buddy. I thought this was a perfect match to start off this show.
Moving on then, Waka Tsukiyama continuing her rather abysmal record of trying to roll people up immediately, trying to get those quick victories and failing. Bea Priestley, however, taking the longest so far to try and pin her. I thought this was quite an entertaining match. And something I do just want to bring up is how genuinely happy Bea Priestley looks whenever she walks into a venue that obviously she hasn't been at Sendai Pit in years, but the genuine happiness on her face whenever she walks into these venues for the first time, that wash of remembrance, of nostalgia, it's so lovely to watch.
I've never seen a former world champion in a company who is a really good heel or was a really good heel lose a match in Cork and Hall, and we'll get into Mei Seira, and be so happy before. I'm like, wait, you were a red belt champion. I think she won the red belt in that venue, and she was like just so happy. Like, you're at literally every single match. I noticed
she also lost it in that venue, so that might be why.
But no, you're absolutely right. She just seems so happy to be back in Stardom. She really does. She has found her niche, and I think she was pretty good as Blair Davenport in NXT UK, NXT, and then SmackDown. But damn, buddy, she's back as Bea Priestley. Every single one of her matches were fantastic, and we'll talk about the Mei Seira match just a moment. But yeah,
and she's getting match. Yeah,
the Han match was unbelievable. Again, I mentioned this during the primer. I'm going to mention it again. I hope that after this 5 stars over, she stays and start like full time, or whether it's a few tours, because she fits in perfectly into Stardom. And again, she just seems so generally happy, like super happy. This was a fun match. Again, we thought really good stuff in the beginning. Waka tried to roll her up a few times, which I was like, oh, maybe Bea is the one that's going to get bitten by the Waka bug here. But ultimately, kind of some back and forth stuff. Some really great hard hitting. Bea's throwing those forearms, man, as if it's like she hasn't missed the beat, as if she's in the ring with 2019 Momo or 2021 Utami. I mean, she's throwing some really, really hard hitting strikes, which again fits in perfect to the Stardom style. Bea hits this beautiful German suplex, and then she goes for the plan B, and Waka rolls her up. And I'm like, oh my God, here it is. And not only was it me, 470 people in Sendai Pit bit as well, which is the genius of Waka and the genius of Bea. But eventually Bea is able to roll through a roll-up attempt and roll up Waka for the pin. Really simple psychology, great storytelling. The people were biting on a lot of near falls early on. 3.5 stars for me, buddy.
Moving on, then we go to the first really, really, really good match on this card. Sakura and Uriah did a very good job of opening the card. Really exciting match. Bea and Waka had a lot of fun. This was brilliant. Natsupoi and Tomoka Inaba. I want to see this for a belt in the future, Matt.
Yeah, my only one. Bless you, good sorry, coffin. Not the Undertaker coffin, but you know what I mean. My only one little nitpick, 9 minutes and 12 seconds. I want to see this go 19 minutes and 12 seconds. And again, I understand it's the 5-star. You could end certain things on certain moves. Obviously, we'll get into the Natsupoi Azumi match, then having the greatest 3 minutes match in the history of pro wrestling. But this was really good. But if you were to take this in a bigger setting for a red belt or a white belt or a number 1 contenders match, or possibly they run it back in one of the playoff matches, Rob, and you give it 15, 16, 17 minutes, this would be a match of the year candidate, not just in Stardom, but professional wrestling. This is really great. And one of the many great things we've seen about Tomoka Inaba in this tournament, as great as her striking is, and it is, she's a great grappler. She's a very underrated submission wrestler. And we've seen her really, really add that to her arsenal and really put that almost in front of that great striking in this tournament. And we've seen her really just dominate Natsupoi to the leg with the dragon screw and the kicks to the leg as well. Like really, really trying to set up for some of those really great Achilles locks and knee bars that she does. And Natsupoi selling, especially towards the end here, was really next level. She's really selling like, wow, like I might not be able to not only finish this match, but I might not be able to finish this tournament because Tomoka Inaba is really kicking the crap out of me. And then what does the Murder Pixie do? she fires up. And some of those spin kicks that she hits towards the end and super kicks, it was like, let's see if I can try to kick Tomoka Inaba's head off her body, because she was really laying it in here. Really great stuff. Eventually, though, Inaba blocks a German suplex. She rolls through with the ankle lock. Natsupoi comes back with a German suplex, and then as Tomoka tries to fire up, Natsupoi is like, hits a super kick on the way up, which I like that. Again, it's showing aggression from Tomoka. Like, no, I almost have her. Let me fire up out of this. And the crowd comes up for it. Natsupoi is like, boom, super kick, putting Tomoka Inaba down. I love the aggression, especially towards the end of Natsupoi in this match. We get a kick exchange. Tomoka Inaba goes in the ankle lock, but transitions that into the knee bar. Smart, because again, what is she really working on? The leg, the knee, and Natsupoi keeps getting out of the ankle lock. So she uses the ankle lock to transition into a knee bar, which again, we've seen Tomoka win a lot of matches with that before. Excellent stuff. And then I like how she goes for the one shot, or she goes for the head kick, because that's what she's been working on. And Natsupoi puts the hands up, but it leads her legs open. And we've seen that in a lot of Tomoka Inaba matches over the last year.
She's been utilizing that a lot in this 5-star
like,
Grand Prix, and I'm a big fan.
Fake here and then go low, or she'll go to the leg and they'll go to block and then she'll go high. Because nobody else in wrestling does that, and does it with the intensity and the psychology of Tomoka Inaba. She's separating herself from a lot of great strikers in professional wrestling by doing that. I thought that was great. Eventually, Tomoka Inaba goes for the Inaba drop. Looked like she's going to put Natsupoi away. But again, Rob, these roll-ups, Fairy Magic's another one. The Fairy Magic's another one. She pinned Starlight Kid on night one of the tournament back last year with the Fairy Magic, or I think it was 2023, excuse me. But she slips out of the Inaba drop, Fairy Magic for the 3 count. This was a great match. Even though Tomoka Inaba only has 1 win in this tournament, Rob, at least thus far, she's one of the match MVPs. Not only that, but she did defeat Starlight Kid in one of the best matches of this tournament on night 1. There's a possibility we get a wonder match in the next month or two. 4.25 stars. This was absolutely fantastic. And even though Tomoka Inaba ate the L here, she really put a butt kicking on Natsupoi. We know that Natsupoi is great at many things. She's great at taking an ass kicking. And if you don't believe me, go back and watch those matches from 2023 with her and Shuri and Suzuki and Mayu.
Yeah, unfortunately, Poi is very, very good at being beaten up. Tomoka Inaba, I feel like, even though she sits on 2 points and one more loss could very much see her eliminated from the tournament, they are doing a very good job of building her as a legitimate threat. And the way that she is embarking on these kick exchanges, on these strike exchanges, are really helping to legitimize her as a threat ahead of what we all assume will be an imminent white belt shot at Starlight Kid. Moving on then, and speaking of the Inaba sisters, Azusa Inaba has her best match of the tournament here. Saya Kamitani gives so much in this match to get Azusa over. Azusa Inaba, I still can't quite believe, has only been wrestling for 2 years. In terms of character, in terms of the smoothness with which she gets into some of these moves. I know I said this on last week's episode. The smoothness with which she gets into that body scissors pin is just unnatural. There's no way it should be that easy to get into that pin. Her and Saya had phenomenal chemistry. Really, really, really good. And overall, definitely Azusa's best match of the tournament. Her best singles match, I think, in Stardom, and Saya deserves not all the credit by any stretch of the imagination. Takes 2 to tango, and I thought Azusa was fantastic, but deserves a lot of credit for giving Azusa as much as she did. And again, Matt, it's an all-hate match where it was a clean match.
Yeah, this one I actually like better than Momo and Konami. This was great. I totally agree with you. This is Azusa's best match in the tournament. I haven't seen any of those JTO matches with Tomoka, so those will probably be, because they probably went 17, 18 minutes, so those might be the best singles matches of her career. But as far as the work she's done in Stardom, and she's done some great work in Stardom, both tag and singles, this is her best match. She knew the assignment. She knew I have 8 minutes in front of a sold-out crowd, a hot crowd, against probably the best wrestler in wrestling this year, Saya Kamitani, the World of Stardom champion. So she needed to up her game even more than she already has, again, at only 17 years old. And Kamitani was just like, yeah, don't worry, we're going to have a really good match because I'm Saya Kamitani. And Saya Kamitani goes out there and puts, and I'm going to tell you my rating right now, 4.5 stars. This is one of my favorite matches of the tournament. This was great. This was Kamitani's best match of the tournament until we get to Cork and Hall. Again, great stuff. Kamitani her and Utami Hayashisa, I say it all the time. I'm going to say it again. Wrestlers in all of wrestling that I can see they take a mid-card wrestler and make it look like they can be the world champion. And obviously Kamitani and Utami are the world champions of their respected wrestling companies. And even when it is time for them to lose the belts, they're always going to be main eventers. But they make it look like these wrestlers, especially these young and upcoming wrestlers. Again, Azusa is only 17, and she looked like she's kicking, not look like she's kicking the crap out of the world champion. I mean, she's hitting strike combinations and the Kamagoe and the pump knee and the kicks, and Kamitani's selling it as if she's wrestling Tam Nakano in front of a sold-out Korakuen Hall. And what does that do? It just makes Kamitani a more valuable asset to stardom and professional wrestling because it's getting everybody else over in the process. And then Azusa hits the moonsault, which I don't know if I've ever seen that done before. I'm like, okay, breaking that baby out.
It was a tasty landing.
Yeah, and again, credit to Sai Kamitani because when she's putting together this match, she's like, "Yeah, I'll take the moonsault. I'm the big cash cow of this company." Sometimes when those top rope moves land wrong, buddy, and you're the one taking it, there's a possibility that something can break or get a concussion. And obviously, the moonsault didn't hit like a Mayu or Io moonsault, but maybe
Sure.
it still was pretty good. Don't get me wrong, it still was pretty good. And again, you gotta give credit to Kamitani. Be like, yeah, let's try this right here. Not a problem. So again, Kamitani going above and beyond to get Azusa over. But like I said, and you said, buddy, Azusa really brought it. Azusa really brought it. She brought her game up to another level, and Kamitani just pulled her up to get her to the next level. Ultimately, though, Sai Kamitani hits the schoolboy Blue Thunder Bomb, which we haven't seen Kamitani since the heel turn do that much between the schoolboy Blue Thunder or the schoolboy suplex. She's really starting to bring that back in this tournament. I think it's a really cool looking move. She uses that to hit the Star Crusher. This was absolutely fantastic. Another great match on the show. Again, 4.5 stars for me, my friend. And even though it was 4.5 stars, only my second favorite match from the show.
Gee whiz, I wonder what that other
I think it was my third. No, it was actually my third favorite match from this. Yeah, my third favorite match of the show.
Again, boy, I wonder what those other two matches could have been. We saw Lady C and Yuna Mizumori. Lady C getting that big victory. I was upset for Yuna, but again, Yuna gets an even bigger victory in Utsun and Maya. So I wasn't that bothered overall. I thought this was another really good match. These two have really good chemistry. Just two people looking to charge the other into the ground. And I think these two work well together.
Yeah, it starts off with a big tackle trade-off, and then they're kind of at a stalemate. And then Yuna's like, okay, like I don't know if I can match her power, but I can match her speed because we've seen Yuna dabble in that high-speed style. And again, I think me and you think that Yuna is going to be the one to take that high-speed championship off Mei Seira when the time is right. So she uses the high-speed style. She starts really getting up on Lady C, and then Lady C just kind of looks like she's going to get blown out of the water. And she takes the match back with one move, Rob. Boom, big boot. The match swings back around, and then we just get
best big boot in the business.
Look out, folks. Look out, Sami Zayn. You don't know nothing. You
know nothing.
You
Sami
know nothing,
Zayn.
El Generico, allegedly. Allegedly. But then we do see Lady C. She starts slowing the match down, the domino stretch. And then she hits the giant running boot, another one for a 2 count. Lady C hits a choke slam, but then Yuna Mizumori, she comes back with the Hawaiian smasher, but can't follow up because of the sell, because Lady C just kicked her head off like 3 times in a matter of 2 minutes. So I like that. She hits one of her big moves, but she's like, oh my goodness, where am I? And she's almost selling like that she got her bell rung, and she can't get to either make the pin or follow up on that. Again, Yuna starting to put together not only the big things right, but the little things right, knowing when to sell, where to sell, and how much to sell, like understanding the psychology behind selling. Yuna is picking that up at a rapid rate as well. Eventually, we get some boots and some lariats. However, Lady C comes back with another big boot that sets up her version of the Dominator for the 3 count. 4 stars for me. This was fantastic. Just another great match on the show. And Lady C and Yuna, despite only having 7 minutes to play with, buddy, they took advantage of every single second. This was terrific.
It can be difficult, especially if you miss a show. With this condensed schedule, it can be difficult to catch back up, especially if, there's 3 or 4 days, as there was here, where the show's every day. It can be quite difficult to catch up, and you might be tempted to miss certain matches out, which is, absolutely fine. Not everyone is, as completely psychotic as us. This show genuinely ordinarily I'd go, these are matches you can skip. These are the matches you need to see. I can't think of a single match I would skip on this Sendai Pit show. Like, I would potentially be in Waka just because of the time. But again, the whole show was so well paced, was so well done. And then we had 3 just blistering matches to end the card as well, which we're going to talk about now.
Yeah, this is not only one of the greatest 5-star shows of all time. This is one of the best wrestling shows in all of wrestling that I've seen all year. And again, Rob doesn't even have this as his favorite 5-star show thus far, and I understand why.
Yeah. And again, like it's literally 1A and 1B, and I'm sure we'll watch these matches back over the coming months. But at the moment, you know, this and Korakuen were just absolutely phenomenal wrestling shows. Speaking of phenomenal wrestling, Mei Seira and Hanan, we knew that they would go at it because this is one of those matches that I seem to have created singles matches in my head, because when I was doing the research for the primer, I was under the impression that they had more than one singles match. And that's not the case. It just, every time they come together, whether it's in a 6-woman, whether it's in a tag team match, whether it's in the hall, all they do is beat each other up, and in a way that we're just not used to from either woman, with like just this primal aggression. So with that in mind, and knowing that they'd only met once before in singles action, it was one that I was very excited about, because I knew it would be something completely different for Mei Seira, who we're used to seeing wrestle at a phenomenal speed, and one, you know, different to what we'd usually see from happy, smiling, you know, go sunshine Hanan. And this didn't disappoint. This was absolutely fantastic. You asked before we started reviewing the Sendai Pit show, was I disappointed the fact that 2 matches went to a time limit draw? Hell no. I want to see these 2 be locked in a dance forever. I want to see, because Mei Seira, I know Hanan's 21, I think, in literally a few days. And I think Mei Seira's only 23. Like, this could be a forever feud. And especially if they slow burn it. Again, I was under the impression that they'd had far more singles matches than they actually had. They could really slow burn this feud. And you think in 2, 3, 4 years' time, who wouldn't want to see this for a red belt? Who would, with all the history that they will have by then, who wouldn't want to see this for the white belt, you know, at Ryogoku, or, you know, at the Tokyo Dome when Stardom do eventually get there? I mean, this was brilliant. It was so good. It was so fast-paced, frenetic, aggressive, this vitriolic hate that they have for each other, which genuinely I can't remember how it started or why it started. Just made this match so compelling to watch.
They just keep planting the seeds, and like we'll see them pulled apart. Like, you know, they won't be in the same ring for 2 months, and then all of a sudden there'll be a multi-person match, and then we'll be,
and they'll have to be wrenched apart. Yeah.
And you remember, it was about a year or so ago when there was Neo Genesis versus Stars, and I forget what the result of the match was, but after the match, after the bell rang, Mei and Hanan were going at it. And they had to have Suzuki separate Mei and Hazuki separate Hanan. I'm like, wait a minute. These are 2 of the most violent wrestlers in the history of the company. They're like, calm down, girls.
Biggest hypocrites. Yeah. You've got literally one who's called the Crazy Star and one who is called the Wild Heart. How are you qualified to stop us fighting?
It's like, you calm down. What's wrong with, how dare you? It's too much. So
control yourselves.
Control yourselves, ladies. But this was great. And the match starts off, and we mentioned it when we previewed this last week. We're like, we forget what the feud happened. Something with Mariah May, somebody in the locker. And I know Mariah didn't like Mei Seira with something on the bus, and whatever it was. But then I'm like, this will be a good match. And again, I had a lot of people that watch us live. They're like, Matt, this is my favorite match of the tournament. This is my favorite match of the tournament. And I was just like, okay, again, Mei Seira is somebody that she's outstayed the high-speed division. Give her to that white belt shot, whether it's Starlight Kid, whether it's Tomoka, Azumi, and then Hanan, you know, is going to be challenging, maybe sooner than later, for the World of Stardom Championship based on some backstage promos. Absolutely. So, and we know that she can definitely hold her own in the main event scene. But you're absolutely right. This was just terrific. We start out with violence, and then we go high speed, and then Hanan tries to slow Mei down, and then with just the forearm. And Mei's a hard hitter. Hanan's a hard hitter. They're not on the Hazuki Shuri level, but they almost got there on this match because it's like, I hate you. And like, no, I hate you. And it's like, you would understand if this was for a red belt or a white belt. Like, it's for 2 points in the 5-star, which I know isn't important, but it's also like, I want to prove that I'm better than you because we have this history of why we hate each other, yet we're both lovable, smiley baby faces that everybody loves and everybody can get behind. And this was like a 50. I wouldn't say it was a 50-50 match, Rob, with the crowd. This was 100-100. Like 100% of the people behind Mei and 100% people were behind Han. And I think 100% of the people like me and you just wanted to see a good match. And we got a damn good match. This was great. I knew it was going to be good, but like the fact that it was this good. And then like they go to the outside and then we get some dragon screws and Hanan with some Hanan with some series of running European uppercuts. Hanan special for a 2 count. Mei fires up, hits that insane running drop kick, and then hits a super kick. And then that she goes into the Meteor Dragon, and we get some great selling from Hanan. Like, it looked like she was going to pass out, and I was just like, uh-oh, this may be the finish. And the finish would make sense because Hanan's not tapping out. She's forced because she's going to pass out because she's hitting all these blows, or excuse me, she's taking all these big blows to the head from Mei Seira with the super kick, the buzzsaw kick, and that insane running drop kick that she does. And then Hanan selling, is able to finally get out of there. She gets to the ropes. Mei Seira wisely goes for the checkmate, which she doesn't have that good of a track record on hitting. And Hanan's able to block the checkmate. She hits a insane, disgusting Dr. Death, Steve Williams style release back suplex. I mean, she drops poor Mei Seira right on the back of her head, and then they kind of just stop in the best way possible because Mei just took a bump on her head. Hanan's been taking big blow after big blow and almost got choked out with that Meteor Dragon. I thought that was great. Again, more storytelling, knowing when to slow things down and then to build it back up. And then once they build it back up, they go right into that sense of urgency for the finish where it's bomb after bomb. Hanan hits that. I don't know if she has a name for it. It's almost like the Blade Runner, but she gets you in like a front chancery and then drops you in like a swinging DDT. I don't think she's ever done it before. She's been using it in every single one of her matches in the 5-star Grand Prix. So again, think of the Blade Runner or think of the Sister Abigail, but instead of holding her in the back of the head, she holds her like a front chancery, and then she swings back into almost like a modified DDT. If anybody knows the name of that hold, let me know, because I don't think I've ever seen Hanan use it until the start of this 5-star Grand Prix.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good. She goes again for the backdrop suplex. Mei escapes. We get some back and forth with a shooting star roll-up. Which way is it going to go? I don't know. Eventually, the bell rings, and at the perfect time. This was great. They understood the time. They understood what they needed to do. They understood the violence and intensity of this match, Rob. And we now know that if Mei needs to go to that extra violent level, and I guess we did see it quite a bit in the All-Star Grand Prix, with Suzu, and even Hanan in that same night with Suzuki. But we know that these two, as like darn near perfect as a wrestlers as they are, that if needs to get down and dirty, they absolutely can work that style, which just adds to the greatness that is Mei and Hanan. 4.5 stars. 4.5 stars, Matt, Rob. But still, only my second favorite match from this show. This was great. I know a lot of people still are telling me, Matt, this is the match of the tournament. This was terrific. And I would say up until we go to Corkin, maybe Hanan's best singles match that's not Sorano. And Hanan's had some great ones, but and we're going to get into it because I kind of want to ask you about that. But this was terrific. And again, Hanan is another one that's having a great tournament that is going to obviously come out of this as a bigger main eventer than she already is. Again, 4.5 stars for me. This was just phenomenal.
I love the fact that this match rattled you so much that you called me Matt.
I know. I don't know who I am. Fired up.
Mei Seira took such a head bump that Matt forgot his own name.
I was thinking about all these head drops that they're getting, and the fact that she took all these crazy stuff on the back of her neck, and it was Hanan that probably took the harder blows to the head, with Mei with those running drop kick, where she runs at you going a million miles an hour, and then is throwing crazy super kicks as well.
Moving on then to the semi-main event of this show, Natsuko Tora and Rina. One of my favorite things at the moment in the entirety of the 5-star is that when Rina starts spitting at the referee, and the referee turns away in disgust, presumably to try and wipe his face, Azusa Inaba is throwing him a towel, and he will start using it before he realizes it's the towel that everyone is using to wipe their boots before the so whenever someone gets into the ring, you'll see them go to the corner and there's a towel, like a face cloth on the floor, and they'll wipe their feet on it before they start wrestling. And Azusa Inaba has been throwing that at the referee after Rina's spat at him, so that he will start wiping it and going, "Oh, what is this? No!" and throwing it back at Azusa Inaba.
But you know what else it also does? Is Zeus is just like to the referee, "Oh, here you go," as if I'm trying to help the referee, but she's helping her tag partner out because Rina is then choking the person into the ropes. So it's like the referee's like, "Wow, this is Zeus Inaba. She's a real sweetheart." It's like, no, for twofold, she's not, because I'm giving you a towel that has a bunch of DNA on it that you probably don't want. And oh, by the way, Rina's even doing more cheating behind the back. So it's really like kind of a twofold thing there. It's like, she's so sweet. Nope, fooled you.
This is the only really hate versus hate match where there was anything close to shenanigans. And even this, it didn't devolve into much actual interference. It was just, you had your chair bowling and things like that. And then it again resorted into a wrestling match, which again, you often forget, especially with Tora. We sing the praises of Rina all the time because she's phenomenal and is a future world champion. We often forget with Tora that actually she's a damn good wrestler as well. She's not just, a bulldozer. She's not just, the leader of hate. She is a very good wrestler. And I think this match was a really good platform for Rina. It was excellent to elevate her and have her pin the leader of hate as well is a really big moment for Rina, both in the development and in this wider tournament.
Yeah, again, this was a really great match. It was something different than we saw the last few matches and then the main event, which we'll get to. You're right. You had a little bit more of the hate style stuff, but you needed something to kind of break up this card. I think that what made this show so good was the placement of matches. You're going to have great wrestling because it's Stardom, and you have Sai and Azusa and Azumi and Starlight Kid and Tomoka and Natsupoi. But the way they structured these matches, I thought it was great because this was kind of like your break, but it still was really good because it was something different. It was a match that stood out, more so than any of the other matches, because you had your hate versus hate brawl, but it was basically cheating for cheating. It was almost like if you played Street Fighter 2, somebody's Ken, somebody's Ryu, and they both throw the fireball at the same time and almost kind of negates it. And it's still a cool visual. I liked how towards the end, Tora's starting to ramp up her offense. She's starting to hit the big bombs. Again, Tora, former World of Stardom champion, is somebody that has dabbled in the main event scene before, where Rina's just starting to get there. She had that main event match with Starlight Kid back at Path of Thunder, dun, 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 and rock and roll at the beginning of the year. But Tora has more main event experience than Rina. So we've seen this before. Tora hits the Death Valley bomb and only scores her a 1 count. Not a 2 count, but a 1 count. Like, Rina kicks out. I'm like, oh boy, like this is
big pop as well.
Yeah, big pop as well. They understood. Again, it's all about crowd psychology. They understood what to do and when to do, because sometimes that can be a gamble, but that gamble clearly paid off. Looks like Tora, they're going back and forth a little bit. Looks like Tora is finally going to put away Rina. She misses the swanton, and then Rina's able to roll her up a few times, catching her in the jackknife for the pinfall. Really great stuff. Excellent storytelling. And Rina off to the races as she has 6 points, undefeated coming out of this match. 3 3/4 stars for me. Not only that, buddy, but she's pinned some heavy hitters. Obviously Tora, former World of Stardom champion, and somebody that has advanced quite a bit in these tournaments in the past.
I mean, in terms of victories, already having beaten Tomoka Inaba, already having beaten Natsuko Tora, they are people that are going to be around her in the block. So for her to have those tiebreakers heading into the end of the tournament, because she's got a tricky end to the tournament. Her 2 matches left on Natsupoi and Starlight Kid, and she's already lost to Azumi. So even with this really good start, you get the feeling that she's going to have to beat either Natsupoi or Starlight Kid to remain on track to go through and give Rob a correct prediction, which is perhaps the most important thing out of this. I don't want to make it all about me, but
sometimes you need to, buddy. Sometimes you need to focus on yourself. I always tell people I can't make you happy unless I'm happy. So that's what it is. Rob can't keep giving you great stats and great, podcasting if he doesn't get 1 or 2 right in this entire calendar year. So, and again, if you listen to the Marigold Standard, we're not doing too hot there. So, throw him a softball. Give him Rina making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm doing so badly in the Marigold predictions that I referenced Dickhead Mayu again, which I feel really sad about now. Anyway, moving on to it was in reference to her match, obviously. Just quickly, just a point, because this comes out before the Marigold Standard. I've just realized. So
they're gonna clip that. Rob Goodwin hates Mayu.
yeah, it was in relation to how she took Sari Yamaoka for granted in the middle of the match when she almost got rolled up with the Aoka clutch. Anyway, Matt Turner, the main event, Sendai Pit. As soon as this match was announced, I knew it was going to be the main event of this show. And they didn't disappoint. I mean, Starlight Kid and Azumi, we saw them absolutely tear it up for the white belt incredibly recently. Did a wonderful job there. And they carried on from where they left off at All-Star Grand Queendom with another frantic match. And this, for me, actually paralleled in a lot of ways their match from Cinderella Journey and Nagaoka. That really, really fantastic high-speed match from back in February 2022 when Azumi absolutely obliterates Starlight Kid's arm to the point where Starlight Kid cannot use her moveset because her arm is that sort. It's basically hanging by her side. And actually, I think they do a better job here of selling both Starlight Kid on the arm and Azumi on the leg than they did in that match and in the All-Star Grand Queen match. I thought this was almost the perfect 5-star Grand Prix match.
This was phenomenal. I didn't think this was going to be the main event just because I was pretty sure it was going to go to the TLD. By the way, I had that on my prediction, time limit draft, and I did pick up the 1 point. So I was like, I don't know if they're going to want to end a show on a time limit draw. So my guess, I thought the main event was going to be Tomoka versus Natsupoi. Regardless, I'm glad this was because this is my favorite match of the tournament. This, I always get asked, like, as far as these two go, what's your favorite match of Azumi and Starlight Kid? And I say the one from Yokohama just a few months ago because they had more time to tell the story. There was more psychology. There was more selling. Starlight Kid went into that match, clearly not 100%, still put on a 5-star match. And it's a match that I've given 5 stars to. And it's for the white belt. It's their biggest match in front of the biggest crowd. They're 2 high-speed championship matches. I know the one from 2022 is the one gets talked about a lot because it got a lot of press outside of them. But go back and watch their high-speed match, Rob, from the Triangle Derby Finals. It's just as good, if not better. But now you throw this one in, and I like this one just as much as their 2 high-speed championship matches from 2022 and 2023, respectively. This was fantastic for a lot of great reasons that we knew it was going to be fantastic. What really added to me, and I don't know what it is, we're just talking about roll-ups this entire week on podcasting, is the crowd is conditioned because we know they're of near roll-ups. And not only what's great with the Azumi Sushi, not only has Azumi gotten the Azumi Sushi over in the last 3 years, she's gotten counters to it over. Again, look at night 1. How did Tora defeat Azumi? Countering the Azumi Sushi. So she's able to get not only the move over for herself, but the stacking and the counter of it for opponents. They start out high speed, right? Which we know that's their bread and butter. That's what we're going to go to start this match after everything we've saw in those last 7 great matches. And then we see the Azumi Sushi. The crowd bites. We're a minute in. Like, the crowd's really going to think that we're going to end this great show on a 1-minute match, which may be the genius of Azumi and Natsupoi, which we'll get into. And then she goes for it again and Starlight Kid stacks her. And then she rolls her up. And the crowd is biting on these near falls a minute in. I was like, wowzers. Like, we're like 2 hours into this show. We've seen everything. And the crowd is so invested in this and invested that we may see a finish in about a minute, which is the genius of Starlight Kid, the genius of Azumi for them to put that in there. And then we have Starlight. We start building to psychology and storytelling. Starlight Kid to the knee of Azumi to set up for the Black Tiger leg crusher submission. Azumi to the arm to set up for the La Mystica and the numero uno, like you said before, partner. Just really excellent stuff between the two. And then we get some of the great striking. Starlight Kid with those forearms, Azumi with those head kicks. Just excellent stuff there. Eventually, though, we do see our Azumi misses a springboard double stomp, sells the knee. Starlight Kid goes to Azumi's knee. We have an apron DDT that sends Azumi out to the outside. She's selling, but not for too long because Starlight Kid hits this perfect post dive to the floor. Back in the ring we go. Starlight Kid with a cross leg Northern Light suplex. That scores her a 2 count. Starlight Kid goes to the top rope looking for maybe the moonsault. However, Azumi stops her, and then she goes to work on the arm on the top rope by locking in an octopus while the 2 of them were on the top rope. And the way that Azumi and Starlight Kid sold that, not only locking in that hold on the top rope, but they almost sell like they're going to fall off the ropes. And for the trust, and obviously Azumi and Starlight Kid have been wrestling each other since they were, even before they were teenagers. And I don't think I'm even joking on that, but like the trust they have to do that, like, let me lock you in a submission. And by the way, my arm is going to be this way, your arm and leg's going to be that way, and we're going to be on the top rope, and we're going to sell like we're going to fall to add to the danger. The trust for Azumi and Starlight Kid to have for each other is really next level, because that is a scary, scary spot. And everyone was like, oh, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? That just added to the drama. Excellent stuff there. Azumi really starts pouring on the offense. She goes for the destroyer. However, Starlight Kid not only blocks the destroyer, she blocks the destroyer and she goes back to the leg. Exactly what she was working on 7 minutes earlier in the match. Again, great storytelling, great submissions. Azumi eventually rolls through the leg crusher submission. Starlight Kid is able to hit the Black Tiger moonsault, or excuse me, the Black Tiger pile driver. She misses the moonsault. Azumi Sushi, a crowd bid on that. So did I, for a 2 count. Starlight Kid gets up and she hits these shotgun knees. And we've seen it before, Rob. The way she hits these shotgun knees, it comes out of nowhere. And she really puts some oomph into that. Maybe it's because it's her buddy. It's Azumi. But wowzers, that was like, boom. Like she was going through the wall on those things. I thought Azumi was going to wind up in the second row. Excellent stuff there. Starlight Kid finally hits the moonsault after attempting it for the 3rd time. Again, building towards your big move. And Starlight Kid, I don't think we talk about enough how pretty that moonsault is. It is in the same category, in my opinion, as an Io and a Mayu as the best moonsault in wrestling. And the fact that she knows how to build it up and is getting better at drawing it out by selling the drama to get there and then finally hitting it. That scores her a 2 count. Azumi finally hits the destroyer. That scores a 2 count, and now the crowd really comes unglued. I mean, they were up and down in the best way possible for this match. They were biting on everything, but once Starlight Kid kicks out of that destroyer after they saw the moonsault, again, because the moonsault was built up, the destroyer was built up, they finally hit it, kind of going back-to-back with their secondary finishers. The crowd is just molten, and Azumi and Starlight Kid, what do? They sell. It's like, okay, we know we have the crowd. Let's not get into our next thing just yet until the time was right. They know where to go. These two are now wrestling as main event wrestlers. We know they've been able to dabble in the main event scene because they're probably the 2 best high-speed wrestlers in the history of this company. But now they're adding more psychology, more storytelling onto what they're doing. These 2 are now permanent main event wrestlers, not just in Stardom, but all of wrestling. These 2 are the 2 best wrestlers on the planet, which is saying something, Rob, because we have a lot of great wrestlers in professional wrestling here. Just really great stuff. We get a leg crusher submission countered. We get the numero uno countered because these 2 know each other all so well. Starlight Kid hits the Black Tiger pile driver. She goes for the star suplex, Rob, but what happens? Ding, ding, time limit draw. Professional wrestling doesn't get any better than this. The crowd, again, when you're ending your show, especially a show this good sold out on a time limit draw, you're taking a gamble because how are they going to respond? And the fact it went to a time limit draw and the storytelling was so good, I think it was the perfect finish for this. It really, really was. And then they shake hands. They put over how important the belt is. They put in important how important Joshi wrestling is. And the 2 of them, considering the fact we have all these departures over the last year and a half from Stardom and all these other wrestlers that are injured, these main event wrestlers that are injured, what do they say after they put on a match of the year candidate? We are Stardom. These are the 2 wrestlers you're going to build the company around over the next 4 or 5 years. Not only are they great, not only are they selling out buildings, they're young, and now they're understanding psychology in main event level wrestling. This was damn near perfect. 4 3/4 stars. My favorite match of the tournament thus far, good sir.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. My favorite match of the tournament so far. It's closely followed by Hanan and Mei Seira as well. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, strap in. We've still got 3 shows to talk about. Yes,
real quick, buddy, real quick. It was 31-30 going into Utsuna Mayo. Now, I will say this. I'll preface this. So 30-31, Matt Turner still in the lead by 1. So how we do our predictions, and I just want to set the tone here. Now we're going to Utsuna Mayo, 2 shows. So what was it, 16 matches? It was 8 and 8, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what happens is I write everything down with the points. I hand the tablet over to my wife. She picks because she does not want to know what I'm picking. She doesn't want it to.
Sure.
Yeah. So she'll pick, and then I won't look at the tablet, and then I'll do my picks. There were 16 matches. We both had the same people. Yes. So regardless of how it's going to shake out, all 16 in the last 2 shows that we just reviewed, it was only 1 different. It was only one difference. So we knew, regardless of how this shakes out, I was still going to be up by one going into the Cork and Hall show. So what were the odds of that? Yes, she was none too happy. She does not like it when we pick the same things.
We move to Utsun Maya. It was a double shot in the Utsun Maya Light Cube in Toshigi. We had an afternoon show and an evening show. The afternoon show on the 3rd of August was a Blue Stars exclusive event. Obviously, this show is the hometown show of the three sisters, Hina, Rina, and Hanan, but also of Uriah Himi as well. Ruaka did return to action on this card from her brief absence, and it was confirmed just prior to this show that Starnum had honoured the request of Aya Sakura to let her reschedule the match with Ruaka as opposed to just giving her the point. So Aya Sakura, as a result, is back to 0 points. In terms of the announced attendance inside the Light Cube, Utsun and Maya in Toshigi, it was 542 people. Now, Stardom announced that to be a sellout for the way that they had configured the venue. Now, though it was a decrease from the last time the company ran the venue, the last time the company ran the venue was the Path of Thunder. Dun, dun, dun. And Rock and Roll, where they drew 896 people. It was a pay-per-view. So it's a 39.51% decrease from the pay-per-view. However, that was their highest ever attendance at the venue. This was their second highest. So in terms of just house shows or in terms of normal shows that aren't pay-per-views, this is their highest attendance at the venue. They've run the venue 8 times. It also outdrew both nights in the same venue during last year's 5-star Grand Prix because they drew 508 and 410 last year.
I just want to point out, Rob, that Path of Thunder, Dun Dun Dun, and Rock and Roll show, from earlier this year, if you remember, once they announced a Tam versus Saya tag match with stipulations, they added more. They had to reconfigure the stage, and they did standing room tickets. So that's why when I saw that it was 542 people, I'm like, they almost put 900 in here for the pay-per-view. And I remember that they sold it out, and then they wind up reconfiguring, adding chairs, and then they sold out again and did standing room only. So that's why that number, it is a legit sellout, but if need be, they can put more people in said venue.
Yeah, it's like Corrigan Hall.
Yeah, just want to point that out, buddy. Just want to point that
That's absolutely fine. I mean, Corrigan Hall, like you see 1,600 as a sellout for Stardom, yet you know for a fact that, All Japan in the 90s were doing 2,200. New Japan have done 2,200 there because of the way they've configured the venue and things like that. So, again, I have no doubt that 542 was a complete sellout. Again, when you compare it to the double shot they ran in Utsun Maya for last year's tournament, 508 and 410 they drew last year. So again, another increase on last year's tournament. In terms of the results, then, all of these matches are 5-star Grand Prix matches. Blue Stars A, Aya Sakura gets her first legitimate victory of the tournament, moving to 2 points, defeating Uriah Himi, who stays on 0 with the Cherry Blossoms in 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Blue Stars B, Hanako returns to action, getting the win over Momo Kohgo to move to 4 points, submitting Momo Kohgo with the Shirasagi in 8 minutes and 41 seconds. Momo Kohgo remaining on 0 as well. Blue Stars A, Sayarida gets her first win of the tournament to move to 2 points, defeating Ruaka, who stays on 1 with Iidabashi in 5 minutes and 5 seconds. Blue Stars B, the biggest surprise of the night, I would argue, Ronnie Agami getting her first win of the tournament by rolling up Konami, who also stays on 2 points with the Paradiddle in 7 minutes and 9 seconds. Blue Stars A, Bozilla moved to 5 points, defeating Miyu Aamasaki. Miyu Aamasaki staying on 2 with the Styles Clash. So Bozilla inheriting something there from Miko Ano, perhaps, in 5 minutes and 34 seconds. Blue Stars B, Momo Watanabe moved to 6 points, defeating Suzuki, who remained on 4 with a Peach Sunrise in 13 minutes and 12 seconds in a match that went exactly how you would think a Momo Watanabe and Suzuki match would go. Brilliant. Blue Stars A, in your semi-main event, Amisori moved to 6 points, defeating Soriano clean. Soriano remains on 4 points. Amisori winning with like a thunderbolt in 12 minutes and 25 seconds. And then in your main event, Blue Stars B, Sari moved to 4 points, defeating Hina, who stays on 0 with the diving double foot stomp in 13 minutes and 3 seconds. Matt, let's talk about some of these matches then. We're going to start with Ai Sakura securing her first legitimate victory of the tournament as Uriah Himi's quest for her first points continues, and I've got a feeling that it will probably continue for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, we have a feeling that poor Uriah Himi is going to end up with the 0.0, which was my GPA. No, I'm just kidding. I waited for Rob to take a swig of his drink. Like the first 5 matches, they just kind of blew by really quick. And I was like, I know there's 16 matches, but you divided it up into 2 shows. I wish these first handful of matches would have gotten a minute or 2 longer to tell their story, but it was still really good stuff. I mean, Uriah Himi, she's finding her way early on into her wrestling career. I think she's going to be a big deal in the next 2 or 3 years. And it's really nice to see, kind of her early development, especially in this tournament. Ai Sakura is another one that over the last 10, 12, 14 months has really, really improved, not only here in Stardom, but obviously the great stuff that she's doing outside of Stardom with Sendai Girls. This was just great back and forth action with the strikes, some great chain wrestling as well. Eventually, though, Ai Sakura just using those brutal strikes to really wear down Uriah and then hit her with the Cherry Blossom Kick Trio for the 3 count, 3.25 stars for me.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I know that obviously we were running a double shot in Utsun and Maya. But this show, I think, and this was including the intermission, I believe this show was only a shade over 2 hours. Yeah. And obviously, I know that a lot of the people that turned up to the afternoon show were then also going to be sitting in on the evening show. So that might have had something to do with it. But I don't feel like the Red Stars side went by as quickly as the Blue Star. I might be proved wrong in a moment when we go through it. But yeah, absolutely. Aside from Hanako next, because that went nearly 9 minutes, the rest up until Momo Watanabe and Suzu, which they gave all 3 of those main event matches a lot of time. Yeah, they all breezed by. And we might as well talk about Hanako now. Hanako returning to action after her bye week, defeating Momo Kohgo with the Shirasagi. I really enjoyed their chemistry. And again, I think it's simply because Momo Kohgo works really well when she has got a base to work around, and Hanako was the perfect base to work around.
Yeah, I think Hanako looked really dominant here. And again, Momo Kohgo. Really, one thing we failed to mention is we get all these singles matches with Momo Kohgo. We get her theme. So we get metal Momo Kohgo, which we
do get metal Momo Kohgo.
That's the best Momo Kohgo, right, Rob? I don't think anybody's going to disagree.
Well, you couple that with the new kick-ass render she's got as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're adding that all together. Not only that, you mentioned before when we talked about her last match, the way that she's building up the Momon Pie. The fact that she's using the Destino, because I'm like, I've seen that before. She's using a variation of the Destino to set that up. So we're adding more into the arsenal of Momo Kohgo, more intensity. She's really maximizing every second she has in the ring. So there's one spot where she tries to dive early on Hanako, and Hanako's like, nope. Like she gets that early start, like we've seen her in all the matches. And then she goes for that, and she's just like, nope. And then she just dominates Momo Kohgo. But Momo Kohgo has a really great fighting spirit, great fighting back part here with the super kick, the 619. Again, her version of the Destino. Maybe we'll call it the Kogo Stino. We might have to workshop that. Yeah, that
Destine Kogo. No, we'll think of something.
Or if Steve, just shoot us an email. You know what to do. Or somebody in the comment section below, let us know. She hit the Momon Pie for a 2 count. That was a really great falsie because of like the size of Hanako and the way that she really took the bump and looked like she really dropped her on her head, getting that move over for Momo Kohgo. I thought that was great. Eventually, though, Hanako hits that big stalling suplex, and then we start building towards the Shirasagi into the Shirasagi slam, and then locks it in for the tap out. Again, another really solid match. 3.25 stars for me, good sir.
Another really quick-paced match. Just 5 minutes on the clock for Sayarida and Ruaka. Did work into the style of the match, though. Sayarida taking advantage of Ruaka, attempting to cheat by rolling her up with the Itabashi out of nowhere.
Yeah, speaking of styles, I'm enjoying this hairstyle from Saeed. It looks like it was just like, like she was just wetting her hair and like, hurry up, we're taking your next photo for the 5-star. Boom. Okay, move on. But look at that vein. Look at the veins in her arm. Saeed properly jacked, buddy.
Hell yeah.
5 minutes, they went out there, they told an easy baby face versus a heel story. Not only that, these two have history, considering the fact that it was Ruaka's team, BMI 2000, that ended that fantastic run from Saeed and Hanan as Wing Gory. So they kind of played off that a little bit. We got some heat. We got some babyface comeback. We saw Ruaka trying to cheat. Eventually, Saeed, a little bit too smart for that, rolls Ruaka up with the Itabashi. Simple story to tell. Not much time to tell their story, but what they did worked in this aspect. 3.25 stars for me, good sir.
Oh, Miyu Aamasaki versus Bozilla is not the next match. I seem to have lost the graphic for Konami and Ronnie Agami for some bizarre reason, but never mind. We'll talk about it anyway. Ronnie Agami securing a surprise victory. Ignore the graphic, YouTube viewers. That is not Konami and Rana. But yeah, a surprise victory for Rana. And again, a bit of renewed aggression, perhaps channeling her inner Sari.
Yeah, I was really shocked by this. I figured that they would have given Konami a little bit of a run, considering the fact that she choked out Sari on night one. And we know that's going to lead to a rematch for the IWGP Championship, and that'll be a really great V1 or V2 from Sari, depending on where it is, because of the way they built it up. And then I was like, okay, well, she'll drop that. And I wasn't sure how that Momo match was going to go, like as far as predictions go, because we know we're building up Momo and Sari. But are we going to build up Konami more? But regardless, I was like, this will be Konami bouncing back. She'll get the win on Rana. But then Rana gets the win here. So, and again, you can add into that aspect. Well, Konami's the one that did turn on Shuri a year ago. So you kind of have that interplaying as well. So yeah, this was a little bit of a shock. Great back and forth. You knew we were going to get some bending, but really not breaking of the rules of Konami. You have two great strikers, two great submission wrestlers. Konami doing a really great job putting over Rana's kicks early on. And then you know that Rana is going to pay for it. And boy, howdy does she. I mean, Konami's just, this is the Konami, as we say all the time. When Konami's on her stuff, she's one of the best wrestlers in this company, which is saying something. And she's really been on her stuff the last 5 or 6 months, especially in this tournament. So a really great match. Again, buddy, my only little nitpick, 7 minutes. I wish this would have went 11 or 12, and they really were able to draw out their falsies. But Rana gets a surprise win. Again, the paradiddle is a move that they've been really building up over the past few months that you can get caught with, and Konami just gets caught with it. 3.5 stars for me, good sir.
Miyu Aamasaki and Bozilla then, which has been on the screen for a couple of minutes now. You said about wanting the Konami and Rana match to go longer. I wish this had gotten longer as well. We saw the exchanges that these two have had over the past couple of months. The Sapporo show in particular, I thought Miyu Aamasaki did a great job pinballing around the ring for Bozilla. This didn't quite live up to the expectation that I wanted it to, but again, in 5.5 minutes, there's only so much you can do. I think Miyu Aamasaki fought back well. These two have certainly got a better match in them.
Bozilla does such a great job taking like these insane bumps off a counter. You talked about, again, one of my favorite Cork and Hall matches I've seen in any wrestling company, Azumi and Bozilla, where Bozilla takes that insane reverse Rana, like she takes it properly on her neck. And Miyu starts this match off. She starts off, on fire, and Bozilla's just like, nope, starts dominating, goes for the power bomb early. And then Miyu counters with a DDT, and Bozilla properly puts Miyu over on that one move. Like she takes it like a pencil, like how RVD used to take the pile drivers back in the ECW days. So it's like, oh, boy, howdy. Again, we know Miyu, a lot of her offense is based around DDTs, and that's her bread and butter. But Bozilla really puts that over. We get more back and forth. You're right. It might have been off a half a step here and there. They may have saw that, hey, we only have 5 minutes. Let's rush a few things. Maybe they should have taken maybe 1 or 2 things out and maybe drawn some stuff out. But yeah, I think if this goes 8-9 minutes, they'll definitely have a better match. But I like how Bozilla now is adding the Styles Clash into her already impressive arsenal with the Liger Bomb, the Drill a Hole Pile Driver, and then the Tombstone that we've seen as well. So Bozilla is adding a lot of really high impactful maneuvers to her impressive offense. 3.25 stars for me, sir. Yeah, like you said, buddy, good stuff. If this had benefited 3 or 4 more minutes, I think it would have hit that closer to 4-star mark.
This is the match I feel like really suffered for not having a decent amount of time. However, what I will say is I completely agree with you about the bumps that Bozilla takes, and because she is more of a powerhouse wrestler and doesn't ordinarily take, big bumps in
means
multi-women
more.
matches and things. Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. It means considerably more. So for Miyu to hit that DDT and for Bozilla to sell it like she did put on Instagram that I'm lucky to still have a nose, which made me laugh. But yeah, I wish there was more. The transition into the Styles Clash was really cool, though. Moving on, then, the first real excellent match of the card, let's say, Suzuki and Momo Watanabe. And I said in the rundown, this match is exactly the sort of match we hoped that we would get from Suzuki and Momo Watanabe. Big thumping hits repeatedly. Suzuki utilizing the baseball bat, which was quite fun. And obviously a great match ensued. Momo Watanabe moving to 6 points and really exercising the demons of a really poor tournament last year.
This was great. Again, you kind of have an idea what you're expecting into going into matches, and I had high expectations for this match. This match was my style, up in your face, hard hitting, exactly what I wanted to see, and this exceeded my already high expectations. They had a really great underrated match in the 2022 5-star Grand Prix. Really, really a match that kind of gets lost in the shuffle of how great that tournament was. This match to me was even better, and I like how Suzu starts off the match. She's the more aggressive one, which is saying something because Momo is always a very aggressive and hard hitter. She gets the advantage early on Momo. She goes for that drive-by, and Momo not only gets out of the way, but it's a perfect thing because when she gets out of the way, Suzu's almost sitting on the apron because she misses the drive-by, and Momo kicks through the ropes and hits basically a penalty kick while Suzu's on the apron. It was absolutely brilliant. And then you see Momo, you can see her start smiling, and she's starting to build not momentum, she's starting to build confidence. It's like, okay, I just needed that one kick. Now I got the advantage, and now we go all over the floor. And they're beating each other up, and they're teasing the double count out a few times to the point where I was like, maybe this will go to a double count out because this was really tough for me to predict. And they're both coming in with 4 points. So I'm like, oh, this would be a really cool thing to maybe have them both go in the playoffs. And the fact that maybe they're both around the same points and they don't have a tiebreaker, that would be a really cool story to tell. Eventually, we get back into the ring for just a few seconds, Rob. And then we do have some excellent stuff here between they start fighting on the apron. Momo Watanabe goes for the apron B driver, which we've been seeing since 2018. However, it gets blocked. We've seen it blocked a few times before in the last 7 years, but not like this. Not like this. Suzu's just like, nope, I'm not going to take this because you blocked my one apron move. I'm going to block your other. And she is this insane pile driver on the apron. And the way that the two of them just bounce, and then Momo goes to the floor. And instead of Suzu going to the next move, she stops. She's selling. Momo's on the sell. And again, they take in the crowd atmosphere. Great way to slow the match down at the perfect spot. That pile driver, I'm sure you've seen it, buddy, on social media, has been gifted to death. Those two wowzers. And again, if you go back and watch it, Suzu was really safe with it, but the way it was sold was like, this is even more dangerous. Great stuff there. We get back into the ring, Rob, and what more can you possibly do? And I would say when you hit a big move like that, you need to be coming close to taking it home, because what more can you possibly do to make me believe the violence is going to ramp up? They get back in the ring. They don't use chairs. They don't use bats. You know what they use? They use each other's bodies. Because these two with that forearm trade-off in the middle of this building and outside of Mayo, you can hear it like a gunshot going off back and forth. These two are wailing each other. Suzu hits the Dolphin Buster for 2 count. Baseball bat comes in, and it doesn't go to Momo. It goes to Suzu.
No, it does not.
Suzu with the interception hits a bat shot. Really great stuff there.
She holds nothing back with that bat shot as well. She follows through with it so much.
No, and I just referenced a minute ago their match from 2022 5-star. If you remember, that's when Momo was using the wrench. Suzu intercepts the wrench, and she hits Momo in the head with that one. I remember I was like, I don't know what's in that wrench. I hope it's somewhat gimmick, because she properly wails poor Momo.
Absolutely lamps her with
you
it.
remember it. And I think Suzu had flashbacks to that. And I was like, hey, remember what I did 3 years ago? Boom. Hits that. Suzu goes to the top rope. Looks like she's going to hit the Sky Twister press. Momo blocks her. She hits that top rope Uranagi. Excellent stuff. She starts chaining the running Samatos back and forth. We get some great near falls, great hard-hitting action. Suzu hits the tequila shot. However, Momo Watanabe is able to stop the German suplex train with some fantastic striking. She hits the punk kick into the tequila sunrise for 2 count. However, even though Suzu kicks out, Momo holds on, and she hits this peach sunrise that I went and watched it, and then I rewound it and watched it again. She drops Suzu really high up on the shoulders. Again, though, it was safe, but it was very dangerous, which is a lot. We've seen, again, Momo using the peach sunrise for years and years and years, and she's so good at it. It looks so devastating, but if you really break it down and watch it, she is safe with it because, I mean, it was a gross landing. 4.25 stars. This was, as you mentioned before, buddy, absolutely excellent.
Break it down, Bubba Dubba Dum. Anyway,
Waka?
moving on. There's Rana and Konami. Why is it in order? We found it.
It's in the deck.
Never mind.
It's in the
there
deck.
you go. It was in there.
Look at
Never
the nail
mind.
polish.
Let's talk
Anyway.
about Soriano and Amisori. What a great match this was. Again, I said before that 2 of the MVPs in Blue Stars, possibly the 2 MVPs in Blue Stars, have been these 2 women. And again, this was tremendous. When you've got someone as powerful as Amisori, who utilizes power moves as much as Amisori does, and you've got someone who is just as malleable as Soriano is, who is able to get her body into all sorts of ridiculous sorts of positions, you're going to have a fantastic match. And we talked about how Saya put over Azusa Renaba. Soriano worked overtime to sell the power of Amisori. These 2 work really, really well together, and I really want to see a rematch. It's a singles match I didn't know I needed to see. It was one I was excited to see, but this surpassed every expectation I had. This was my favorite match of the show. I thought this was absolutely fantastic. Big win for Amisori as well in the grand scheme of things, when you think that this could be a huge tiebreaker moving forward for her.
I agree on everything you said, partner. Even with you're saying this was your favorite match of the tournament. As much as I love the main event, which we're going to talk about, as much as I love that Momo versus Suzu match, I like this match just a little bit better. This was really great because you kind of have different styles here. Soriano is the more explosive wrestler, kind of the more faster wrestler, where Ami kind of likes to grind you down. We see Ami try to do that early on with the half crab, which does play into a big counter that Ami has towards the end of this match. And then Soriano is able to basically create some separation. She does those great, the jumping enziguri, the forearms, that high-speed style offense that she does. She hits the fisherman suplex. And then once Ami gets the advantage back, she starts to slow Soriano down. She locks her in the torture rack. And then she's just like, I need a little bit of a breather, and just properly just dumps Soriano over the top rope. She follows her out. We get a fight on the floor, which Amisori gets the better of. Body slams Soriano onto the floor in the light cube. That was really great. The selling from Soriano really looked like that she could have been injured there, like really putting Ami over Amisori's power. Back in the ring we go. Soriano starts to build back up her offense. Amisori tries to cut Soriano down with some chops. We do see Soriano, she's able to come back again with that explosive style offense. She hits that fisherman suplex, and we say this all the time. Once Soriano really starts chaining 2 or 3 moves together, it's almost game over for her opponent. And that's what it looked like she's doing. She goes to hit a Frankensteiner, but Amisori stops Soriano's Frankensteiner and locks back in the half crab that she was working on early on in the match. So I really like that storytelling, how it worked for me in the beginning. Now Soriano's starting to build momentum. I need to slow it down. I have the opportunity here. I'm going to go to it again. And then she does that again to get the advantage back. Really great stuff there. Soriano comes back with this crazy German suplex. That's scored to a 2 count. And then we get a slap exchange between the 2. And these 2 do not hold anything back because we're really building towards an epic finish. And we got an epic finish. Amisori hits the Blue Thunder Bomb for a 2 count. She goes for the Like a Thunderbolt. Soriano escapes with the Potter Ring. I thought that was the finish. I was convinced it would have made sense. It was perfect. It's Soriano escaping a near defeat.
How she's won the previous 2 matches.
Yes, exactly. The way she has built that up. And we've seen Amisori go for Like a Thunderbolt maybe a little bit too early, but it's been her downfall in a lot of big matches. The Soriano match she had for the white belt 2 years ago. The match with Saya Kamitani for the white belt 3 years ago, that maybe she goes for a little bit too early. It's only her downfall. And sometimes it's her downfall because of her inexperience at that level in her career. However, she kicks out at 2.99, which I thought was a great fall. So I totally bid on it. Soriano tries to come back, but Amisori hits that 360 Blue Thunder Bomb. That gives her the door open. She's worn down Soriano enough. Can she hit it? She hits it because they build towards it, which was genius, like a Thunderbolt, which is one of my favorite finishers in Stardom. A really cool looking finish and a great name, like a Thunderbolt. I think of Thor automatically. Maybe that's just me. 4.5 stars, really great. I had high expectations for this match going in. It really blew away any expectation I had. These two were terrific. And again, I think that if you get the 17, 18 minutes, Rob, it's a 5-star match. Great stuff. And it's a possibility we see this rematch back in the playoffs, which I think we will, which I think that's where maybe Sorano gets her win back. Regardless, Sorano, I think she's been teasing that she's a possible permanent main eventer after what her and Natsupoi did back in May, 2,800 tickets, what she's doing in this tournament. I buy her in any championship match, main event, in any building that Stardom runs. Sorry, I mentioned it about an hour and change ago. I buy her inside Kamitani selling out Cork and Hall. I buy her and Starlight Kid selling out Cork and Hall, or whoever the champions are. Her and Sari, her and Sherry. She is, regardless of how the rest of this tournament plays out for her, I buy her as somebody that can be a permanent main eventer between now and the rest of the year. And that just goes to show you she was out for a year with that knee injury. This came back for, I guess, pun intended, like a Thunderbolt, Rob.
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, this was brilliant. And you mentioned their white belt match, which was also very, very good. Was that Flashing Champions? It was, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. 2023.
That was a great match. This was better. And I think, again, they condensed it into a 12-minute match. You're absolutely right. If this goes 16, 17 minutes, we're talking about this as a possible match of the year contender. And it's great to see that Amisori is getting the rub that we all thought she was going to get in 2024. But not only that, not only is she getting the wins, she's doing it in such a way where there's no one saying, oh, I can't believe Amisori beats Saori Anou, because her matches are so good. You know, her matches are so consistently good as well. I mean, this woman was out with 2 separate knee injuries at once. She tore a meniscus, or did she tear her MCL and her ACL? Tore ACL and her MCL, yeah. So. Which just like, I've strained my MCL and that hurts like hell. Like, tearing that and having a tear in your ACL and being out for a year it takes an ungodly amount of resilience to come back from that. But to come back in the condition that Amisori's in is tremendous and really speaks to how talented she is as a wrestler. I think she's going to win a lot of people over the course of this tournament. And if she hasn't in her match with Saori Anou, I think her match with Ruaka at Korakuen Hall would also do the exact same. Her match with Ida, absolutely. The reason I bring up the Ruaka match is because even though it's not necessarily as good in ring as the Saori Anou match, the fact that her and Ruaka were able to tell the story they were able to tell in the way that they were able to tell it really does go to show how talented she is. So excellent work from her. I'm a big fan of them people utilizing the crowd against Saori Anou simply because she is so malleable and she's able to sell it so well. Bozilla does it at their Korakuen Hall match, which again is another absolutely fantastic match that we get to talk about shortly. Main event then, Hina versus Sari. Again, this was a match that I looked at and thought, right, well, Sari's winning this, but what can Hina do in the face of adversity, in the face of getting a face kicked off by an angry Sari? And the answer is she fights fire with fire. And I am a big fan of that. Not only did she not wither under the cold stare of Sari, but gave it back to her. And ultimately, yes, she lost the match. Ultimately, she didn't quite have enough in the tank to go toe-to-toe with Sari. However, she gave as good as she got. And I think that surprised Sari to start off with. We got 2 phenomenal close calls with the Ghetto Clutch. And people bit on them. Obviously, huge hometown support for Hina. But overall, Sari just had too much. But an excellent performance from Hina. One of, if not her best singles outing so far. I think it was a good coming of age for Hina in a big main event in her hometown against one of the best wrestlers in the world at the moment. Excellent stuff from Hina.
This was genius putting it on as the main event. I mentioned before the main event of the last show with Starlight Kid versus Zumi. People just wanted to see a great match. They were cheering for everybody. There wasn't anybody cheering for Sari. She probably got booed out of the building in the best way possible. Because one, the way they built her and the way that she herself has built herself up as probably the best heel in Stardom almost overnight. And the fact that Hina, everybody loves Hina, and it's her hometown, sold out crowd, main event. She's Future Stardom champion. She won the Future Stardom championship in this building back at the Path of Thunder. Dun, 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 rock and roll. A lot of referencing to that.
Absolutely.
So
why not?
You put that all in there, and then you're just like, Stardom does usually do a pretty good job ending most shows with the babyface going over. So you're like, surely they're not going to have Hina defeat Sari, who Sari already lost on night one. But that's in your head going into this. And then you do have the ghetto clutches. Again, the way they establish these roll-ups. Could this end, with a roll-up? 1, 2, 3, the crowd pops, everybody, they're throwing the babies and the popcorn up in the air and blah, 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 blah. It should be a great, great visual for Sari to eat a loss like that to Hina, who is a future Stardom champion, only 18 years old, but wrestles like she's a multi-year vet. So you kind of were just the back of your head, like, it's a possibility. Stranger things have happened. This would be a great way to end this great show. And even though Hina did lose, she kind of won, because you're right. Sari's not only one of the best wrestlers in the world, one of the hardest hitters in professional wrestling. And she took a beating from Sari and gave it back. Hina has improved so much since winning the Future of Stardom Championship back at the beginning of this year. And one of the many things she's improved on, especially in this match, is her striking. She's a believable, hard-hitting striker in a company that has Konami, Momo Watanabe, Shuri, Hazuki, so on and so forth, that she's starting to make her claim as a really great striker. You throw in that judo background, throw in the fact that she's able to get the mad splash over as the finish, and then she does that wrist clutch Hanan special that I deem the Hina special, because why not? And the way that Sari takes it, and the way she sells it, and the way that she gives Hina enough to come back where it's believable that she can eke out a win, and she almost does a few times, partner, as you said, with the Ghetto clutch, had people on the edge of her seat, Eventually, though, Sari hits just a brutal German suplex and a belly-to-back suplex for a 2 count. And then she hits the second rope stomp. That scores her 2 count. And when Hina kicks out of that second rope stomp, she looked like she's going to fire back, but Sari quickly goes to the top rope and then hits a third one. So I like the finish, how Sari has to do big move after big move after big move, and then hit not one, but 2 double stomps back-to-back, one off the second and one off the third to put Hina over. Really great stuff. Hina showed a lot of fire, but ultimately just too much firepower from the IWGP Women's Champion. Great stuff. Great match to close out a fantastic show. 4 1/4 stars. Rob Goodwin, Matt Turner, 6 correct answers. Amber, 6 correct answers as we go into the second half of this doubleheader. 37-36 in favor of your co-host right here, buddy.
I don't want to say I'm supporting Amber, but I am sort of supporting Amber.
You should. Everybody should support Amber. God bless her. I still don't know why she married me. The one trip up. Everyone always says what a wonderful woman your wife is, Matt. And I said, I know, but she has terrible taste in men. So I don't know.
Didn't want to say anything. And ladies and gentlemen, obviously the evening show for night 5, 3rd of August 2025. Announced attendance was 502, a 40-person decrease from the afternoon show. There was still an improvement on the afternoon evening shows in Toshigi for the 2024 5-star Grand Prix. Again, just as a reminder, 508 and 410 on the 12th of August, meaning that overall there's over 1,000 people in attendance at Utsunomiya. Just want to run through these results then for Red Stars. All of these again are tournament matches. Red Stars ace Kamitani moves to 8 points, defeating Waka Tsukiyama, who remains on 0 with a Star Crusher in 40 seconds. Continuing a fantastic track record, Waka. Red Stars B, Natsuko Tora moves to 6 points, defeating Rian, who stays on 0 with a diving body press in 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Red Stars B, Lady C picks up a second victory of the tournament to move to 4 points, defeating Azusa Inaba, who stays on 2, with, again, the best big boot in the game in 8 minutes and 24 seconds. That being said, still saw that as a little bit of a shock, Lady C going over Azusa clean. We then moved on to Red Stars B, Starlight Kid moving to 5 points, defeating Sayaka Kurora, who stays on 2 points. Starlight Kid using the moonsault at 11 minutes and 21 seconds. Red Stars heir Yuna Mizumori picked up her first victory of 1.5 5-star Grand Prix to move to 2 points, defeating the high-speed champion Mei Seira, who remains on 5 with the Supergirl in 9 minutes and 28 seconds, which is going to have wider title implications, you would have thought. Red Stars B Azumi moves to 5 points, defeating Natsupoi, who stays on 4, with the Azumi Sushi in 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Semi-main event, Red Stars B Rina moves to 8 points, defeating Tomoka Inaba, who stays on 2, with the Pink Devil in 13 minutes and 24 seconds. Another fantastic match for both Tomoka Inaba and Rina in this tournament. And then in your main event, Red Stars A match, hometown girl Hanan, just as her sister Rina had done in the semi-main event, she comes out on top, moves to 5 points, defeating B Priestley, who stays on 6 with a backdrop hold in 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, Matt, obviously, we did talk about poor Waka Tsukiyama in the previous show, or the show before that, should I say, when we were talking about Sendai Pit and she lost in 4 minutes to be Priestley. Here, not even lasting the minute against the World of Stardom champion, and was pretty much embarrassed by Saya Kamitani post-match as well. Tell me, give me something positive about Waka Tsukiyama, my friend.
Absolutely. Now, I like how this match, your World of Stardom champion against a wrestler that is getting blown out in this 5-star Grand Prix. She starts to try to jump Waka. She goes for the pump kick. Waka evades inside cradle on Saya Kamitani, and Rob, 500 people bid on it. 500 people bid. And I told you that people are going to bite on a near fall because Waka's good at it, and Kamitani's great at selling panic that she can't get out of holds. Eventually, they kind of go back and forth. Kamitani hits the Star Crusher. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So here's the positive thing about Waka. 32 people are in this tournament, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to remember certain things. You're going to remember Starlight Kid's run and probably Kamitani's run and great matches you're having with Tomoka Inaba and Rina. Certain people you're going to forget. Maybe as great as Suzuki's tournament is, in a year or two, you may forget about it because of all the great stuff and great tournaments that are happening. Are great tournaments that are going to happen the next 2 or 3 years. If Waka keeps doing this, or excuse me, if this keeps happening to Waka, let's just put it that way. Waka's not doing it. If this keeps happening to Waka, you're going to remember this for a long time. You look at one of the greatest round-robin tournaments in wrestling history, the 2017 G1 Climax. We have Omega, and you have Okada, and Prime Tanahashi, and Ibushi, and Ishii, and Goto. People remember Yano's matches. Remember like him duct taping like John Moxley to the barricade. You remember him tying up Kenny Omega's and then throwing his face and rolling him up. As great as a lot of those matches were, you're like 4.5 to 5-star matches every night. You kind of forget how great like Shibata was. You kind of forget. No, I'm sorry, Shibata got injured with that match with Okada early on. But you forget like Ishii, all of his great matches, and you forget some of the great matches with Hiroki Goto and Naito and stuff. But you remember certain things because he did something different, and there's something different going on with Waka, and you're building up sympathy. How many times have we said, oh, poor Hina, or poor Lady C, or poor Yuna? I haven't said it, but how many times have we been saying poor Waka? Probably 15 times since the start of this 5-star. So you're building up sympathy. Is Waka a next level wrestler? She's not Kamitani. She's not Sherry, but she is very good. She's very underrated. She's very, how can I put this in a way? She's like almost like if you go out for a steak dinner, she's like kind of the side dish that you forgot that you get. Like if you get a steak dinner and you're getting your steak and you're getting a sweet potato and you're getting your broccoli and you get a beer or an iced tea, you know that you're getting, that's your Saya Kamitani, your Momo Watanabe, your Shuri, so on and so forth. But sometimes you forget when they bring those great cinnamon rolls out, if for our American listeners that ever gone to Texas Roadhouse, that you forget that after you order your steak dinner, you can't wait for it. You get your cinnamon rolls and you're like, oh, I forgot that I get these. And that's what Waka is. She's the extra added piece that comes with these great wrestlers in Stardom. And I think I'm going to text my wife to see if we have steaks tonight. But regardless,
Waka Tsukiyama, the Stardom cinnamon roll.
She's the Stardom cinnamon roll. She's like, she is so endearing. Everybody loves her. Is she your favorite wrestler? No. But tell me one Stardom fan that's like, oh, I don't like Waka. Everybody loves her because she's so endearing. And what this tournament does is we're going to remember Waka's run for a long time. For better or for worse, we are going to remember it. It's going to be memorable because she's doing something completely different in this tournament. And when she gets beat in that less than a minute, the look on your face, you can only say 2 words, Rob Goodwin, poor Waka. So that is my positive spin on our lovable Waka.
It does make me wonder if Waka Tsukiyama is going to roll up Lady C on the last night.
Get that big pop. And Lady C, 4 points. Like, we're going to get into
Absolutely.
it. I don't think that we knew she's got great rest matches, but we thought 2, maybe 3 points most. She's shooting for the stars. She just needs to change one thing, Rob. You know what that is.
The chaps. 1,000%. Yeah, absolutely. Who doesn't love Lady C? Absolutely no one. Absolutely everybody loves Lady C. Who loves those chaps? Solely Lady C. And that is the only person. Moving on then, because we spent far more time talking about that match than the match actually went. Rian versus Natsuko Tora. Again, Rian, someone who isn't going to come out of this tournament with many, if any, points. However, is someone that everyone is talking about in this tournament because of the underdog performances that she is putting in. There's a reason that there are Rianators out there.
Stone Cold Rion. This wasn't obviously great match with Starlight Kid that we talked about last week. Really great match with Sayaka Kurora we talked about a little bit ago. She tries to build things up and Tora's like, nope, I'm a heel. I'm a badass heel.
Nope.
Yeah, she's just like, no, I'm just going to do my Tora stuff. Like Rion gets a couple things in the beginning, and this is almost like a glorified squash. It's just like Tora's like, I'm here. I'm not here for the Rionators. I'm not here for the cutters and the diamond and the Stone Cold Stunners and for you to drink beers. I'm here to kick your ass, do it as quick as possible, get in, get out, because I'm not getting paid by the hour. And that's what happened in this one. 3 stars, fun enough stuff, but this was just Tora being really dominant in this match. And that's what it really needed to be on a show, on a night that had 16 matches. Day and night.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Moving on then, Lady C moving to 4 points, defeating Azusa Inaba. And this was a great match. This was a really, really good match. Best match of the night so far. I did not expect Lady C to win this match. I don't know why. But to see her win with the best big boot in the business, as well, as I keep saying, was also a delight. But her and Azusa Inaba had really good chemistry. And it was like what I was saying with Momo Kohgo and Hanako from a little while ago. Azusa Inaba worked really well because she got that tall, powerful person to work around in Lady C. And often you will see those matches be very good. And I thought these two had really good chemistry and a really good match because of that.
Yeah, this was really great. And the one thing after this show that I was like, Azusa and Konami had the 2 biggest upsets on night 1, with Azusa on Hanan and obviously Konami with Sari. And then they're just dropping L's left and right. I was like, oh, I thought maybe they would have got built up. Regardless, both having great matches and really staple wins on that night 1. And this was a match that, again, I knew it was going to be good, but this one blew away my expectations. Really great chemistry, considering you kind of have a size difference here and almost like a style difference. Lady C goes for the double leg early on. Azusa is able to get out. Azusa is just really great at that ground wrestling and the striking. Again, her knowing how to do that at 17 years old is really some great stuff. Eventually, the match goes to the floor, where Azusa Inaba clearly has the advantage, just beats up poor Lady C. Lady C and her chaps go into the first, second, and third row. Rob Goodwin. You go back and forth with some big boot and pump kick exchanges. And again, Lady C just runs with that big boot, and you can believe it because of the velocity, where Azusa is a little bit smaller, but she runs and she does like the pump, like the bicycle style. So you get that intensity as well. So the believability of Azusa and Lady C hitting each other back and forth is really there, especially as we're ramping up towards the end of this match. Lady C hits a huge choke slam that opens up the door for, as you called it, buddy, the best running boot in the business. Excellent stuff between the two. Great fire from Azusa Inaba. She has future star written all over her at just 17 years old. And Lady C, another great singles match, which is exactly what we thought we were going to see, Rob Goodwin, and exactly what we wanted to see. And that's exactly what we're getting. Lady C picking up another win. 4 stars for me, my friend.
Indeed, the great Car C making short work.
Oh, he brings it back, folks.
Well, It's because I was thinking, I wonder what the C in Lady C stands for. And obviously the answer is chaps. So it's either Lady Chaps or Lady Cowboy, which, again, could be either or, couldn't it? But Lady C picking up a victory. Moving on, Starlight Kid and Sayaka Kurora. Brand new render for Sayaka Kurora that looks quite familiar, as Kevin Mullen pointed out on Twitter. I wonder who that could be. But yeah, another great match. What I wanted to ask, though, Sayaka Kurora has done a lot of selling and a lot of defensive work over the course of this tournament, with the possible exception with that match against Rian. What do you think of her selling here against Starlight Kid? Starlight Kid, of course, who relentlessly targets the knee, and again did that so effectively here against Sayaka.
It was really good. It was the right amount. Sometimes you get some of these younger wrestlers that are wrestling main event wrestlers, and they want to make sure the main event wrestler is happy with the performance. So they start selling the first punch of the match as if they got hit 20 times. And sometimes you're overselling, and then you don't have anywhere to go from there because you already did your biggest sell 30 seconds into the match. So Starlight Kid, the psychology, she's going to the knee. Like, that's her bread and butter. She starts attacking the knee, the moonsault to the knee. And there's different levels to the selling, where she's selling it, fires back, Starlight Kid breaks her down, sells it a little bit more, comes back, and now it's time for Starlight Kid to sell. So the fact that she understands selling and psychology of selling, it's not perfect, but it's still pretty darn good for somebody that's wrestling 2 years. And she's in the ring with these great wrestlers, the Starlight Kids, the Saya Kamitanis, she had Rena in the finals of the Cinderella tournament. The fact that this early into her career, she's obviously all those tag matches she had with Tam, and she's part on a team, Rob, with Natsupoi and Sorano, great wrestlers to learn from. Big match here with Starlight Kid. Again, she had the championship match back in Corkin with Saya Kamitani, arguably 2 of the top 5 best wrestlers on the planet. So they're going to help her get to a certain level. When it comes to selling, which we know Sayaka Kurora is a great underneath babyface, because she does a great job taking a butt kicking and then getting the crowd behind her, and then knowing when to make her comeback. And considering the fact that she has that spear built up so well, and she does that twisting forearm off the second rope and the Falcon Arrow, and then once every 10 times she does hit the slice bread number 2. Regardless, she does have a really great set of offensive maneuvers coming off her selling, building up towards her big offense. And wrestlers like Starlight Kid and wrestlers like Sai Kamitani know how to put it over to a certain degree to get Sayaka Kurora to that next level, which she'll be there pretty soon, because this was a really great match. Again, excellent stuff here. We do see that Sayaka Kurora starts making her comeback with a couple violent shootings. I really like that, obviously. And then we do see Starlight Kid. She rolls through the Falcon Arrow attempt and locks back in the leg crusher. However, Sayaka Kurora rolls through that, gets momentum running off the ropes twice. And by the time Starlight Kid turns around, Rob Goodwin, it's too late, because by the time she turns around, she eats that big spear, and a lot of people bet that we were going to see another big upset on this night. That gets a 2.9 count. Excellent stuff there. Starlight Kid comes back with those insane running double shotgun knees, and then goes for the Black Tiger pile driver. Sayaka Kurora rolls through that. 2.9. They really bid on that as well. So Sayaka Kurora getting 2 near falls almost back to back on the Wonder of Stardom champion, I thought was really great stuff. She goes for the spear again. However, that not only gets blocked, but then she winds up hitting the Black Tiger pile driver, again, building up to Starlight Kid, one of her bigger moves. That opens up the door for her to hit the top rope moonsault for the 3 count. Great stuff. Again, even though Sayaka Kurora ate the L here, she hung with the Wonder of Stardom champion and almost had her beat not once, but twice in this match, regardless of all the damage done to the knee early on, which is just what you want to see in an underneath baby face. And then Starlight Kid properly puts her over after the match, which again, it's just akin to how great Starlight Kid is, putting her over, making her look like $1 million with that fighting spirit and those 2 near falls in this match. And then basically shaking her hand saying, all right, you can definitely play on the team that is Stardom, which I am one of the main eventers in said company. 4.25 stars for me, my friend. Thoroughly enjoy this.
Absolutely. We then move on to what was unquestionably my favorite match of the entire show. I thought this was absolutely tremendous. Yuna Mizumori and Mei Seira. Obviously, looking back, they had a wonderful match for the high-speed title where Mei Seira came out victorious, but Yuna Mizumori surpassed everyone's expectations, and we're fierce advocates of Yuna Mizumori on the podcast. Incredibly well, just an incredible wrestler who's progressed incredibly well. And here it felt like an important victory for more than one reason. Obviously, we know that Waka Tsukiyama and Yuna Mizumori both challenged Mei Seira for the high-speed title. Yuna has never won a 5-star Grand Prix match. Yuna lost the high-speed title chance to Mei Seira. This felt like a redemption arc for Yuna, and the crowd pop for her getting this win was phenomenal. These two have great chemistry, and Yuna Mizumori, I will say it again, should be the person to dethrone Mei Seira when Mei Seira eventually does drop that title.
100% agree with you, Rob. And I gave this match a high rating for a lot of different reasons. And one of it is if you play sports, if you're running and you run out of breath or you get tired, you need a second or two to catch your breath, because Carl Gotch always said conditioning is your best hold. You can be the best fighter, the best hitter, the best soccer player, football player in the world. But once you get tired, doesn't matter. Fatigue makes cowards of us all. And folks, let me tell you something. In professional wrestling, it is the hardest thing to train for. There's nothing you can do in the gym that can train you for professional wrestling. These two were non-stop for darn near 10 minutes and never took a breath. I mean, the way they executed everything was perfect. And I've been tired in professional in a ring before where maybe my suplex wasn't as crisp as it should be. Maybe my kicks didn't hit as hard as they should have because I was getting winded. I was getting tired. I didn't have the oxygen to deliver said thing. You would think that these two just, they just got done from warming up, because this was nonstop. It was crisp. It was back and forth. It was beautiful. This match was, in a word, Rob, was beautiful. And I want to see it again for the high-speed championship under those rules. Again, 10-minute time limit. This went a little over 9 minutes. Can you imagine putting that into Cork and Hall? Because if you remember that Cork and Hall show, it was the main event, and the people were molten hot for Yuna. They thought they were going to see a title change. I think that when they do that rematch and when they do eventually pull the trigger on the title change, which they should, it needs to be in Cork and Hall. I think they'll get the most out of it from there. And this was just absolutely brilliant. The fact that, again, they didn't take a breath. The fact that nothing looked like it was out of place. Nothing looked like it was at the wrong time or the wrong ring positioning. The fact that everything was executed so perfectly was just absolutely next level. Again, I'm not going to go through everything in this match because I will run out of breath. But as me and Rob said, we're reviewing 5 shows. If you can only watch maybe 10 matches out of these 5 shows, make this one to watch, because this was great. I love the finish. How once again, poor Mei Seira, that checkmate, she just can't seem to hit it. She goes for the checkmate. It get countered into the Superwoman, and I thought that was the finish. And then Mei comes back. She kicks out a 2.9. Everybody been on it. She hits the drop kick. She goes for the shooting star roll up. That goes back and forth. Which way is it going to go? Again, because we're conditioned, Mei wins matches like that. And every now and again, she'll drop a fall rob with somebody countering it. Eventually, Mei is able to get out. She is able to hit a few strikes. She goes for the goodbye peace power bomb, but Yuna rolls through that with the second Superwoman attempt for the 3 count. Totally agree with you, buddy. This was my favorite match of the show. 4.5 stars. I had it at 4.25, but considering the condition of these women, and the fact that the crowd bit on all these falsies, I bumped it up 1/4 stars. 4.5 stars for me. And again, I've had about a dozen people tweet at me over this past week. That's their favorite match of the entire tournament, which is going to say something, because there's like a dozen matches you can put in contention as the favorite match of the tournament, which is showing how unbelievably terrific this tournament really is.
It's an interesting one because Mei Seira has a claim to be the tournament MVP. She had a fantastic match against Yuna here, a fantastic match against Hannon on the previous show, and then arguably B. Priestley's best match as well at Korakuen Hall. So, she's still got Saya Kamitani to come. There's a lot to be excited about in terms of Mei Seira. And again, I'm so happy for Yuna Mizumori because she put in that work, had a really good tournament last year with absolutely no success whatsoever. And then here, really excited for her. Really excited for the future for the Tropical Yahoo. Right. So Natsupoi Inazumi. Okay. I will say that yes, 2.5 minutes. This is the best 2.5 minute match that I've seen, aside from maybe Kenta and Ricky Marvin. I'm still a little bit disappointed that I didn't get more of this because it's Azumi and Natsupoi. We've seen them wrestle once in singles action. I want to see this for 11, 12, 13, 14 minutes, not 2.5. However, what they did with the 2.5 minutes was very, very good. It was breathless. It felt like a condensed high-speed match. Now, again, do I want to see that more? Yes. Do I feel shortchanged? No. Because again, what they did with those 2.5 minutes was very good, but I still would like to. This was a match that I was really looking forward to. This was one that was circled. You know, you Starlight Kid and Natsupoi on the final night, Starlight Kid and Tomoka Inaba on the first night, and Natsupoi and Azumi. One that was circled because like this is going to be great, and it was good. I just wanted it to go longer, Matt, because I am a greedy, greedy boy.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you the Matt Turner possible positive spin on it. Now I'm glad that I saw the result of this match because I know that once the brackets were announced, everybody was so excited. They were pointing to this match. This is the first Azumi Natsupoi match we have seen in over 4 years. And Azumi and Natsupoi, they've gotten a little bit better over the last 4 year, Rob. Just a smidge, as you would say. So I was glad that when I saw the result on Sunday, because I knew I wasn't going to watch this until Monday because my Sundays are crazy. And I'm like, okay, so it softened the blow a little bit. So I will say this, Rob. Everybody was like, this was good, but I want a longer match. Guess what, folks? There's a very good possibility we might not have to wait for a longer match. Maybe Cork and Hall coming up at the end of the tournament or maybe in the playoff. My guess, the reason why this went short is because you're going to see it get that 13, 14 minutes in the playoffs. That's going to be my guess. And if I'm wrong, it's a possibility, but I think that they planted the seeds. Everyone's like, oh, we know what this could have been. We didn't get it. It was great for the 2.5 minutes, but what could have been? The fact that you're probably going to get it into a playoff scenario, either in Cork and Hall or in Order Ward. I think that's the hook. And that might be the genius. If you remember, people were upset over the booking of Azumi, Mei Seira, and Tomoka Inaba, all their matches in that block. They went to double countouts or draw. Like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on, let's just see how it plans out. And then they had those 4 matches in the beginning of that show in Shinjuku Face, and they were all amazing. Like, oh, let's see how it plays out. This is something that people are kind of complaining about because you got less than 3 minutes in a match we've been waiting years to see. Hold on one second, folks. Let's just see how it plays out. My guess, it's going to be part of the playoff. As far as this match, Rob, goes, I may as well go through all the highlights. Natsupoi with a German suplex off the handshake. She hits a super kick, misses the Ferial Gift. Azumi hits 2 suplexes, and then Natsupoi comes back. She goes for the Fairy Magic, which people bid on. And then Azumi stacks the Fairy Magic with the Azumi Sushi, which the people bid on. Again, very much like the Starlight Kid match, biting on early on in this match. Azumi hits a head kick. Natsupoi comes back with the super kick. Azumi counters the Pharaoh ring with the C4 bomb. I love that move. The C4 German suplex. She goes for the Canadian Destroyer. Natsupoi escapes the Canadian Destroyer. She tries for the Fairy Magic yet again. Azumi's like, no, I'm not worn down enough. Rolls through the Fairy Magic with the Azumi Sushi. Very much the same thing that they tried to do a minute earlier that they bid on, but this time it winds up happening. 3 count. I agree. 2.5 stars. I would love to see this go 20 minutes. I think we're going to see it in the playoff. Regardless, what they did with that 2.5 minutes, able to tell a story and get some really cool things done. I still gave it 4 stars because the crowd was so invested in it. And nobody poo-pooed the finish. They were all like, yeah, because they bid on everything. So you got to give these two credit. They went out there 2.5 minutes, told a story, a good story, got some really cool stuff in, and had the crowd engaged. And again, Rob, my guess, you're going to see this in the playoffs. So calm down. And if I'm wrong, you can tweet at me. That's fine. Just be nice about it.
The way the brackets play out, I'm sure that the earliest these two can face off again is the semi-finals in Outer Ward. Because obviously second from this block faces third from the other block. And then I think, I could be wrong. I'd need to have a look at the bracket again, but I am sure that the earliest these two can meet again is the semi-finals, but I could be wrong. Moving on then, we move on to the semi-main event. Tomoka Inaba and Rina, again, another fantastic match to add to the catalogue of these two wrestlers. Tomoka Inaba really testing Rina with those leg submissions, really going after those leg submissions. And Rina, despite being a heel, sold them really well.
I don't care how badass you are, buddy, or how much you want to spit in Daichi's face. When you get poor Daichi and poor Waka, that should be the next tag team. When you get those leg submissions put on, the way that Tomoka builds them, especially using the strikes to set up submissions, you're going to sell. You're going to sell. This was great considering the fact that their combined age is like 30. So, all right, no, 4 will be 40. Sorry, 22 and 18. So, math. This was great. And the fact they got 13 minutes to tell their story was enough time. And the fact that I think they have a better match in them is absolutely crazy. This was terrific. It was great back and forth stuff. Tomoka really laying on the strikes. Hina really showing, even as a heel, some fighting spirit, able to fight through a lot of damage that Tomoka did, is able to come back with that second rope and third rope knee bomb. Again, I mentioned before how we're seeing different levels to Tomoka's striking and her submissions in this tournament, considering the fact that she's basically adding on different levels than we've seen to her already impressive arsenal of the submissions and striking. Even Rina, we've been seeing her using the knee bombs before for years, but now she's using a second rope into a third rope one as well. So I like that she uses the second rope to keep her opponent down to hit the top one for a near fight on, and sometimes she does get wins with that. I thought that was great. We do see that Rina hits she's starting to get beat up a little bit. Ref gets distracted. The whip comes in. She uses a jackknife pinning combination, which a lot of people thought was the finish, and they were kind of booing on it because this match was so good. And then Rina uses a little bit of cheating to go to that jackknife, the same thing that she used to defeat Tora with. People are like, oh, she's going to cheat to beat Tomoka, and Tomoka kicks out. They get the big pop. Tomoka comes back. She starts firing in her offense. Eventually, though, Rina locks in. That hits the hydrangea into the hydrangea bomb. That opens up the door for the Pink Devil for the 3 count. Great match between two great wrestlers that are going to be the cornerstone of Joshi Puro Wrestle for a long time, buddy. And that is a great thing with these two. Tomoka, even though eating another L, is still one of the MVPs of this tournament. And Rina, 4 wins in a row, Rob Goodwin, coming in at 8 points, 4.25 stars for me, good sir.
One more win, and she is through to the playoffs, by the way. But Tomoka Inaba, I mentioned it in a match with Natsupoi. Yes, she might not quite be getting the results, aside from that really important one on the opening night. They are still building her as a legitimate threat. And they're doing a very good job of doing that. You know, the way that she attacked Rina's legs here and was doing it so mercilessly, you are building her as a legitimate threat. The match could have easily gone either way. And it was only really when Rina hit the Pink Devil out of nowhere that it was finally over. You did think that Tomoka Inaba was going to keep getting back into the match until obviously that final Pink Devil. Moving on then to the main event, Hanan and B. Priestley. We'll talk about the match in a moment. B. Priestley cutting just a lovely promo at the end of this match. Hanan obviously getting the victory. B. Priestley putting over Hanan beautifully with her words. Had to be translated by Momo Kohgo, which added so much to the moment because B would deliver a handful of sentences in English and would wait as Momo Kohgo then went over to translate it to Hanan, and then B. Priestley would carry on. So effectively what was happening was that this was a 3-person conversation between B, Google Translate, or Momo Kohgo, and Hanan.
Momo Translate.
Momo Translate. It was a really sweet moment, and it was really nice to hear B. Priestley talk about how the future of Stardom was safe in the hands of Hanan, because I think it's what all of us who watch Stardom are thinking. We know that Hanan is the future of this company. You know, she is the heir apparent to Mayu Iwatani. And to hear it from somebody else, to hear it from the top gaijin, I think was a huge moment, especially in Hanan's hometown as well.
Yeah, this was a really great match. You had some really good. This was a main event style match. You're absolutely right.
It was
in Hanan's hometown. You get the big lockup, the chain wrestling to start. We're really plotting. Hanan gets the early advantage, hits the big running dive, and then Brie Priestley just uses her advantage, uses her experience. She just the way that I was looking at this, she gets rolled in the ring after Hanan gets the early advantage. I was like, oh, wait a minute, Hanan's back is all taped up, and goes to work on Hanan's back. And then we're starting to build sympathy up for Hanan because 1, it's her hometown, and 2, now she's got the tape on her back. It's a bullseye. B is using that to her advantage. She's not cheating. It's just I'm within the rules. So they're not booing B, but they're giving more support behind Hana, and it's perfect because it's her hometown and in the main event. And we just saw her sister lose in the main event on the day show. So I like that. We're really building up some sympathy for Hanan. Great back and forth between the two. Some really hard hitting action, like just the forearms. And again, I mentioned the show before how B's forearms, it's like they're the stardom level. They're what you want. I want to see B versus Shuri. I want to see B versus Momo Watanabe. I want to see B versus Konami because her striking is at that stardom level, very much where it was before she left, in 2021 and 2019 when she was champion, and in 2021. But some really great stuff there. B hits 2 German suplexes again. B, phenomenal German suplex for a 2 count. She goes for a third one. Hanan trips her up with the 17 roll-up, which again, Rob, we're conditioned on these roll-ups. Everybody bid out, including me. Great stuff there. Hanan again hits that front headlock DDT, which I don't know a name for. If there's a name or if anybody can come up with a fancy name, please let me know. That scores her a 2 count. And then she uses that for the locomotion back-to-back backdrop holds for the 3 count, 4 1/4 stars. Just another great match in the catalog. That is Hanan, that is B. Priestley, and that is this fantastic 5-star Grand Prix, brother.
Yeah, this is certainly B's best outing in Stardom since her return. I think it's a really good entry into Hanan's 5-star Grand Prix, as well as she continues a really, really excellent tournament, capped off with that Mei Seira match, and then obviously with the main event of Korakuen Hall, which we're going to talk about as well. And we might as well get straight into that, Matt, in a moment when we hear the standings.
There you go, buddy. 6 wins, 6 correct guesses for me, 6 correct guesses for my bride. We're doing really good on predictions until this Korakuen Hall. Then we properly marigolded, if you know what I mean.
I do.
Me 43, Amber 42. So again, we're doing really good on these predictions until, well, we'll get into it, my man. We will get into it. The final show of this podcast, good sir.
Can I guess the matches that you got wrong?
On the Asuna Mayu?
Yeah. So for the Red Stars block, let me have a guess and see if I can get the ones you got wrong.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I got to go all the way. Okay, so Red Stars, go ahead. What? So there was 8 matches. I got 2 wrong. What do you think those 2 were?
Lady C and Azusa.
Ding, ding.
I think you got Tomoka and Rena wrong as well.
Yes. Yeah, we both got those wrong. Yep. Because I told you, for some reason, even though 12 matches, 16 matches, we all predicted the same thing. However, Korakuen Hall was completely different. As we're going into the fight this night, it was 43-42, and we had there's a lot of matches, and we had a few of them different. So we knew there was going to be a clear front runner going up into this weekend, Rob Guin. So hold on, folks. If you're not here for the fantastic input we put on professional wrestling, at least stay here for the predictions between me and my wife, who barely watches Stardom.
Absolutely, and takes Matt to the limit every single time. Just want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still with us and we are 3 hours and 10 minutes into this podcast, well done. Like, honestly, we appreciate you massively. Anyway, we move to the final show, finally, that we are going to be covering today, and that is the 5-star Grand Prix show, night 6 from Korakuen Hall, live on the 6th of August. And for the first time, a mid-tournament card with English commentary provided for the majority of the show by Walker Stewart on his own, who again did a wonderful job of commentating. He will be there at Korakuen Hall for the 20th. That will be live. However, it has been announced that the 23rd show, which will be the final and the semi-final, because that is a pay-per-view, it is only going to have Japanese commentary, and then Walker is going to do video on demand English commentary for the finals. So that has been announced. It will be Japanese commentary if you're watching the pay-per-view live. But again, Matt, tremendous stuff from Walker. Not only does he get it must be very difficult for someone who, yes, watches Stardom, but isn't there for every single show, as well as his New Japan duties. It's quite a busy time for Walker, what with the G1 carrying on at the same time, but to immediately get the passion and the stories that he did, to be able to articulate that to the English-speaking audience, I think takes a very special commentator, and Walker is a very special commentator.
And 2 thumbs up to Rocky Romero. I think it was like the last 2 or 3 matches he jumped on that added to it as well. So really great stuff from Rocky.
Yep, absolutely. Obviously, we are at the midway point of the tournament now, and that means that there are some people that could be eliminated. There were some scenarios going into this show. So, of course, Waka Tsukiyama, bless her, could be the first person mathematically eliminated from the tournament without actually wrestling on this card. Basically, if Hanan or Mei Seira pick up victories in their matches with Saya Kamitani and B. Priestley, respectively, then Waka would be out. If Hanan had defeated Saya Kamitani in the main event, the loser of Yuna Mizumori and Azusa Inaba would also be eliminated, although a draw would see them both survive. Sayaka Kurora faces elimination from the tournament if she loses to Natsuko Tora, and Azumi defeated Rina, and an Azumi victory over Rina would also eliminate Rian from the tournament. So lots to go for in terms of Red Stars anyway, because don't forget, Red Stars are a show ahead of Blue Stars at the moment. In terms of the attendance, then, the announced attendance inside Korakuen Hall was 1,074, making this the 13th Korakuen Hall show in a row to surpass the 1,000 mark and the 17th of the last 18. Now, despite that number, it is still a 2.45 decrease from the previous Korakuen Hall show, which, if you remember, was the 24th of July, and they drew 1,101. It's also a 26.44% decrease from the Korakuen Hall show last year during the 5-Star Grand Prix, which drew 1,460 people. It's actually the lowest Korakuen show Stardom have brought in 2025, going some way to indicate just how hot this year has been in terms of attendances. We went so many shows without Stardom reaching 1,000 people, and now 1,074 is the lowest Korakuen Hall show that they've run in 2025, which is madness. It really, really is madness, and again speaks to just how hot the product is at the moment. In terms of the results, then, all of these are 5-star Grand Prix matches. Blue Stars B match, Momo Watanabe continues her unbeaten start to the tournament, moving to 8 points, defeating Ronnie Agami, who stays on 2 with a crossface chicken wing in 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Red Stars A, Mei Seira moves to 7 points, defeating B. Priestley, who remains on 6 points with the shooting star in 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Red Stars A, Azusa Inaba moves to 4 points, defeating Yuna Mizumori, who stays on 2 with a pinfall reversal in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Blue Stars A match, Ruaka moves to 3 points, defeating Amisori, who remains on 6 with a straight jacket suplex after 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Red Stars B match, and a lot of people with a lot of buzz over this match, and rightly so. Natsuko Tora moving to 8 points, defeating Sayaka Kurora, who stays on 2 points. Tora pinning her with the Swanton Bomb in 9 minutes and 46 seconds. Blue Stars B match, Suzuki and Hanako ended in a double countout, a contentious double countout, to say the least, in 11 minutes and 59 seconds, both women moving to 5 points. Blue Stars B, Hina getting her first ever 5-star Grand Prix victory, becoming the latest person to defeat Konami, both women on 2 points now, with the Ghetto Clutch in 7 minutes and 35 seconds. Top 3 matches on the card. Blue Stars A match, fantastic match this. Bozilla and Soriano ending in a time limit draw in 15 minutes. Bozilla moving to 6 points, Soriano to 5. Red Stars B action in your semi-main event. Azumi moving to 7 points, defeating Rina, who remains on 8, giving Rina her first tournament loss this year. Azumi winning with the Azumi Sushi in 11 minutes and 50 seconds. And then the 5-star Grand Prix Red Stars A main event, Saya Kamitani moving to 10 points and 5-0, defeating Hanan, who remains on 5 points, with the Star Crusher in 11 minutes and 54 seconds. But boy, howdy, Matt Turner, that is not going to be the last time we see those two in a ring together. Let's start then with Momo Watanabe and Rana Yagami, Matt. It's great to see Momo Watanabe picking up these victories, not only because I've got her as the overall tournament winner, though my belief in that is becoming less and less with every single show. However, it is good to see her having a strong tournament after the disappointment of 2024.
Yeah, again, these two have really great styles with the hard hitting, the submissions. And again, Momo picking up these wins, as you said, buddy, really not much cheating, not much of bending and breaking the
Not at
rules.
all.
And again, getting the crossface chicken wing over more than she already has. Again, she kind of just used that move to defeat like the rookies back in Stardom back in 2020, 2021, or using the crossface chicken wing to set up for the Tequila Sunrise. But again, getting another win against a game Rana Yagami. Great match to start off this show. And this was the first few matches were put on free on YouTube, which again was smart because you have a hard-hitting match between one of your main eventers and one of your future main eventers. Excellent stuff. I thought 7 minutes and change was the perfect time. I wish it would have went a minute or two longer. Regardless, really good stuff. Great fighting spirit from Rana Yagami, but just too much Momo. Especially towards the end to set up for that crossface chicken wing. 3 3/4 stars for me, good sir.
We move on then to Red Stars. Bea Priestley eating her second loss in a row. Mei Seira giving her best match, in my mind, anyway, of the tournament so far. I thought this was great. Unfortunately, Mei Seira's victory does eliminate Waka Tsukiyama from the tournament. So anyone assuming that there will be a late Waka push, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Obviously, unfortunately, she can only get to 6 points, and that's if she wins every match. And she's already dropped the tiebreaker to Bea anyway. But Matt, I thought this was a really, really, really good match. And interesting to see Bea work something of a different style as well.
Yeah, we made mention before how Bea looks so happy to be in Stardom. She walked into Korakuen Hall and she was grinning ear to ear.
Yeah.
She was so happy and good on her. And yeah, you're kind of wondering how this match was going to go because Bea working that hard hitting style. Obviously, that's she works that main event style. Again, former World of Stardom champion. But this was like high speed Bea. And I don't think we've ever seen that before, even in 2018, 2019. I don't think she ever worked like when she was working Azumi or Starlight Kid or anything. I don't think they ever went to that high speed style. And it was like high speed Bea. And it was almost like, yeah, I've done this before. She hangs with Mei Seira, and the two of them have a really great match. And eventually Bea kind of is able to slow Mei down with the forearms, with the B triggers, starts really pouring on and grinding away at Mei Seira. Ultimately, Bea hits a great Falcon Arrow for a 2 count. She goes for the plan B. Mei's able to escape it, and she does that insane thing. I still don't get how she does it, how she pushes her opponent in the back, and by the time her opponent ricochets off the ropes, she's already rolled up. It's already too late. Yeah. I love that. I love how she gets into it. I love how she works it. I love it how it's like the opponent doesn't see it a mile coming away. By the time they figure it out, it's happened. It's already over. Great match. 3 3/4 stars for me. Really a great 1-2 punch to start off this Korakuen show, buddy.
Yuna Mizumori and Azusa Inaba then, with possible wider consequences in terms of block survival. This was, again, 2 minutes. There's not a great deal to say about this. However, should Yuna Mizumori take the high-speed title off Mei Seira, we do potentially have a first challenger set up in Azusa Inaba, and I would be very excited to see what these can do in that 10 minutes, Matt.
Yeah, this one starts out hot and heavy. I'm like, oh man, here we go. Again, Azusa and Yuna, we know that they're not going to be getting a lot of points in this tournament, but they're taking advantage of every second that they have in, and I guess out of the ring, because this match goes to the floor, and they're just like, hey, guess what? If you bought a front row ticket for Korakuen Hall, you're going to get your money's worth, because we're going to kick and chop each other as hard as humanly possible. We're like a minute and change in, and I'm like, wow, this might steal the entire undercard. And then they get in the ring, and then Yuna goes for the Hawaiian Smasher, and then Azusa rolls her up, and they kind of go back and forth on the roll up, and then Azusa just happens to catch her. It's the law of averages with that damn roll up, Rob. You never know when it's going to happen. Azusa gets the win, 3.5 stars. You're absolutely right. This goes 7, 8, 9 minutes. This can be something that can absolutely steal a show on any Stardom, big time show. Really good outing. They did the most they could with about 132 seconds. 3.5 stars for me, good sir.
About 132 seconds. Yeah, it does guarantee Azusa Inaba's survival, at least for another show, whereas Yuna Mizumori was relying on Saya Kamitani to defeat Hanan to survive in the tournament. And obviously that did happen, but it does mean that Yuna Mizumori cannot drop another point. Moving on then to a match that really did surprise me in terms of the quality, and that's, again, no disrespect at all to either woman, Amisori and Ruaka. I thoroughly enjoyed this because up until the end, where Ruaka obviously did utilize some hate cheating, and I don't mind that because it's not all the time and it's not been in every match. She does utilize it with the hate crate and then obviously hits that really impressive straight jacket suplex. Like, that's such a good move. Like, she does it so well. And to get someone like Ami up into that move as well, who is noticeably taller than Ruaka, is really, really impressive. But these two had a really good match. I don't care the fact that the cheating led to the finish. It worked into the story of the match. Ami was overpowering Ruaka, so Ruaka resorted to cheating. It's heel tactics 101. And actually, these two had a match that far surpassed my expectations for it.
Yeah, what does the cheating do? It puts more sympathy on Amisori, who was undefeated going into this. So again, you're putting more of a positive light and babyface light on Amisori, who again is going to come out of this tournament as a main eventer. I mean, she has proved in every single match. She drops this match here, overachieves, has a great match, loses by cheating, or loses because her opponent cheated and used the numbers game. So even though she lost, you have more sympathetic towards her, more babyface heat on her, which is exactly what you wanted as far as coming out of this match. As far as this match goes, I love how you're right. I love how Ruaka, using the straight jacket German suplex. I thought that was the perfect finish for this because what was the last thing you saw at the last Cork and Hall show? Ruaka using that same hold to defeat Hanan to win the Goddess of Stardom tournament. So you're putting over that move. You're getting over that move in the process, as well as the cheating, as well as the rule breaking, and as well as more sympathy and babyface heat on Amisori. So you told a lot of stories here, Rob, in 10 minutes. And I like how Ami gets the advantage early on in the match. We get the hate involved. We go to the floor, and then they have a tackle off on the floor. And you can see Ruaka's getting pissed because she's just like, I'm running at Amisori as hard as I can, and I can't budge her. So let me have the tackle off in the ring, which then Amisori gets the advantage. We get a little bit of heat onto Ami because of the cheating. Ami looks like she's starting to build up her offense. Looks like she's getting ready to put away with Ruaka. Again, we're cheating, but not doing it in front of the referee. We get the hate crate thrown right in the face of poor Amisori, and then that straight jacket German suplex, which we are now establishing as Ruaka's big finisher. And it works because it defeated Hanan. It defeats Amisori here. Great stuff. 3 3/4 stars for me.
Moving on then to Natsuko Tora and Sayaka Kurora. This rightly got a lot of buzz on social media. This was brilliant. It was exactly the match I wanted it to be. Now, obviously, Natsuko Tora has dropped a fall to Sayaka Kurora in the past and would understandably be seeking revenge, let's say. Sayaka Kurora as the tournament's underdog, let's say, the tournament's lovable underdog, was always going to have the Korakuen Hall support. And both women were therefore able to channel a really, really good match, a really good back and forth that really did emphasize the moments of belief in Sayaka Kurora. That spear that she hit was tremendous. The near fall was fantastic. And again, Tora is having a really underrated tournament. Great match against Sayaka Kurora. Great match against Rina. Even a match with Rian had its real pluses, even if it was, a little bit of a glorified squash. Overall, I knew this match was going to be good. Because again, we saw that these two had really good chemistry when it was the Sayaka Kurora versus Hate in the midst of Tam Nakano's retirement. I do think they are eventually going to push Sayaka Kurora into that Tam Nakano mold. And we are slowly but surely doing that by building babyface sympathy for her. And this was the perfect match to do this. A really, really, really enjoyable match. Really underrated match that, again, under the glut of matches that we're going to get in this tournament that are going to be great, this is possibly one that's going to get forgotten about.
Sure.
This is a real hidden gem. It really is. And one I hope that we are still talking about at the end of the tournament.
Great point on the whole Tam thing. And it looked like they're giving her the slow burn, right? Because it's just like
Sure.
the main event scene now with Starlight Kid and Azumi when Shiri comes back and when Micah comes back. And now looks like Ami Soria should be slotted there. And depending on what goes on with Sari, it's the time where it's give her a year, year and a half, 2 years to keep building. Because everybody loves her. She's a lovable babyface that is really good at taking a butt kicking. But when she fires up, boy howdy, look out. And it was boy howdy, look out to Natsuko Tora. This was the perfect match to do in the perfect setting in the perfect building, because they got Sayaka Kurora over it late last year in that match with Saya Kamitani. It was Cosmic Angels versus Hate when she rolled up Saya Kamitani in the middle of the ring on Saya Kamitani's way to eventually win the World of Stardom Championship against Tam. But if you remember that when she rolled her up coming off the Star Crusher, the place went nuts. The place went nuts, and they were chanting for her before that and then after. And the fact that Sakura almost beat Kamitani in the same building for the red belt. And again, going into that match, Rob, we reviewed it. We're like, yeah, no way they're putting the belt on Sakura and taking it off Saya Kamitani. The time's just not right. But there were a couple near falls that a lot of people bid on in Korakuen Hall because of the believability. They love themselves in Korakuen Hall and underneath babyface. They love to boo the dominant heel. This is Tora, the dominant heel, the former World of Stardom champion, Sayaka Kurora, her mentor, Tam Nakano, forcing to retire because of what happened in the match with Saya Kamitani. They were into everything that happened. And when Sayaka Kurora makes her big comeback toward the end, a lot of people thought that she was going to get the win. And on the primer, I even said they put this match in Korakuen Hall for a reason. Tora's going to have a lot of points going in. Sayaka Kurora is going to defeat her and get an upset win. And that's what I thought was going to happen. I was so on the edge of my seat for it. She hits that big spear. And with Tora kicking out, I was like, oh, kind of almost took the air out of the building. I might have even, called, obviously the points mean everything. They have to book everything a certain way. If this was just a normal match, I would have called an audible. I would have been like, have her hit the spear again and call it and have her get the 3 count to get that big pop because the people were ready for it. And the fact they took it away, they're like, oh. And then eventually Tora builds herself back up, hits the DVD bomb and the Swanton for a 3. She really had to unload the deck. Again, this is former World of Stardom champion Natsuko Tora. She really had to unload her playbook not once, but almost twice to defeat Sayaka Kurora, ultimately getting Sayaka Kurora more over as that underneath babyface. You're absolutely right, buddy. I totally see. She's like Tam Nakano in 2019 and 2020. Not there yet, but definitely on the right track. And they have the right players in place to eventually get her there when the time is right. IS is a 4-star match, buddy, but because of the crowd reaction, I have to give extra credit. 4.25 stars for me. This was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Built perfectly, timed perfectly. One of the best matches on this card without a shadow of a doubt. And Sayaka Kurora goes from strength to strength to strength. And again, Matt, even the kickouts, the kick out of the DVD and things like that really did help to get crowd even more invested in her. Moving on, Suzu Suzuki and Hanako. This was disappointing. Bear with me.
Okay.
Let me clarify. The finish was disappointing. These two beat each other up literally all the way around Korakuen Hall.
Yep.
And out of Korakuen Hall and back into Korakuen Hall. That I really like. That I really liked. The finish was not well executed.
No, Suzu got in at 19.
Suzu stood and waited and then rolled in and was in the ring when Daichi called it, to the point where Walker said that Suzu had won by countout. I wrote down that Suzu had won by countout, and then it came up that it was a draw. And I still, to this day, don't understand how it was a draw because Suzu is in the ring. I think had it been executed better, I'd be more complimentary of the match. But that finish, it sort of sucked the air out of it for me.
I see what you're saying. I had a 4-star match. I thought it was a great match. I see your point. Considering the fact, and again, Rob, we have watched a lot of wrestling in Korakuen Hall, not just in Stardom, not just in Joshi.
Sure.
just a lot of wrestling in Cork and Hall, and I can't wait for us to go to Japan at the end of this year, because then we go to Cork and Hall. We're gonna melt, because that's a building that we were. It's like, oh my god, it's Cork and Hall. We saw a different version of Cork and Hall because they went all over. I'm like, oh, I've never seen that part of Cork and Hall. I've never seen that Cork and Hall. If you're gonna do a double count out, if that's the finish and you're going 12 minutes, and we know this brawl is gonna go all over the building, when the 20 count is happening, you may as well be outside. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, if you're going that in depth and that's the psychology of the match, why tease Suzu even coming even remotely close? Just have them, by the time it's 18 or 19, they're at the building next door. You know what I mean? Because they were so close. Like, you may as well have had it.
We're at the Tokyo Dome by that point.
You're right. The Tokyo Dome is only a few blocks away. Fans of ours have sent us pictures, and thank you for that. But I was like, yeah, you may as well be closer to the Tokyo Dome. And then you could run it back at the next Cork and as a special singles match. Or you can do something where it's like Mi Vida Loca, Suzu and Bozilla versus Hanako and Waka. We know how that's going to turn out. But regardless, you can build towards it. Waka rolling up Bozilla.
Absolutely. In 40 seconds.
But you can build on this, especially if you're going to do it. I got no problem with a double count out. It's a tournament. You're going to have your drives. You're going to have a double count outs. I like double count outs when they're executed properly. And the way it was built made sense for it to go to double count out. But Suzu was under the rope. And again, I did not see this live, but I did read that it was a double count out. And then as Suzu got in the ring, I was like, oh, maybe I read that wrong. Because I was literally, if you look at my notes, I literally have Suzu 2, and then I had to cross it out. I was like, oh, it was a double count out. So it's like, yeah, somebody kind of miffed there. Again, if you're going to do a double count out and you're already all different places in Cork and Hall, may as well have them in the catering area. May as well have them by the vending machines, at this point. Because it was violent. It was great. The match started. We got a little bit of wrestling. Then it's just like, no, we're just going to hit each other as hard as possible, because that's what Suzu does best. And that's what Hanako does best. This was a great, styles make fights. This was a great fight. This was a great wrestling match. It was back and forth. It was 50-50. It wind up getting in the words of Jim Ross, bowling shoe ugly in the best way possible. Hard hitting, right up my alley. We're spilling out to the floor. These two are just whipping each other all over Cork and Hall. Great match. And then you're just like, oh, that was kind of weird. Again, 4 stars. I totally agree. The way it was executed, you should know when not to get in the ring when they're counting to 20.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. Have them still brawling on the floor. Have them, they've got to a point where the 20 count doesn't matter. They don't care about points. They just want to hurt each other. Have them suplexing each other in the Cork and Hall concourse. That aside, they seem to be positioning Hanako as very strong in this block. Sure. She's unbeaten at the moment. She's in the main event of the show in KBS Hall against Momo Watanabe. And if she gets another draw there or gets a point there, you've got to start looking at Hanako as someone that can legitimately get out of this block. Now, when you consider that she's not that far into her career, that's a huge rub for her. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, they clearly have plans for her, because how many times have they sent her over here to the United States? You know what I mean? Like, even they sent her over for wrestling for that Texas promotion. They sent her over for the New Japan LA Dojo show. Like, they clearly have plans for her. First handful of months in professional wrestling, she was in the finals of last year's Goddess tournament with Micah. So they clearly have plans for her. She's terrific. She's, as you say, buddy, she pokey evolved her look like many of these wrestlers have going into this 5-star. She's a fantastic wrestler that's only going to get better because of she's getting more worldwide exposure. She's on a lot of different tours whenever Stardom goes outside of the country of Japan, and she had a banger of a match here with Suzu. Again, when we mentioned our primer, we mentioned 3 people are getting out of the block, and sometimes it may not be the 3 people that seem like the most obvious. Hanako seems like she has a shot. Tora seems like she has a shot. And even though you have called it, buddy, it does seem like Rina does have a shot. So, I mean, I think a lot of people have expected the Momo Watanabes, the Saya Kamitanis, those type main event wrestlers that we figured would get out of the block. But it does look like there's a possibility for Hanako to get out of the block and go into the playoff, which would then put a different aura around her coming off the end of this 5-star.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, at the moment, she sits joint second in the block with 5 points, having only wrestled 3 matches and still having to wrestle Sari and Momo Watanabe. So we'll know a lot more in the next podcast, obviously. But I just thought it was an interesting one. There's always a surprise package in the tournament. It does look like Hanako is going to be one of those surprise packages. Moving on, Hina and Konami. Speaking of surprises, Konami again losing, and I think even more than Tomoka Inaba, this run for Konami is very surprising. The fact that she would beat one of the tournament favorites on night one,
choked her out.
Not
exactly. A roll-up,
just beat her.
Yeah.
Absolutely battered her, and then has gone on to lose to Ronnie, Agami, and Hina in consecutive shows. It's been an interesting tournament for Konami, certainly. And, you know, she was someone that we both thought might get out of this block, would be someone knocking on the door. It is looking highly unlikely now with just the solitary win, although she has still got Hanako and Momo Kohgo to wrestle. This was a huge rub for Hina, though.
Yeah, and the Rana thing as well. Again, Konami choking out Sari, probably getting a possible IWGP Championship match. And then in return, you have Rana beating Konami and Hina beating Konami, beating them with roll-ups. Like they're clean, pardon me, they're clean, but they're roll-ups. So again, the whole kind of slip on a banana peel. Konami really doesn't lose much. But at the same time, again, Konami positioning to defeat Sari night one, only to lose to Rana and Hina. Just gives more steam for Rana and Hina coming out of this tournament, which I think is really, really good booking. This match was great. Again, you have Konami has that shoot style background, you know, with the kicks and the submissions. Hina is, you know, she's a judoku, really great with the judo stuff and certain suplexes. So you play on that in the beginning. It's basically judo versus striking in the beginning. Konami really starts to building up her offense. Rob with those snap kicks. She hits the Arisa Hoshinki 13.99. I love it when she does that. Hina, though, you know, there's a lot of fight, and young Hina fires up in proper time too, when to fire up. Cork and Hall really gets behind Hina towards the end of this match. She hits the Hina special for a 2 count. Konami comes back with a German suplex, and then she goes to put away Hina with the triangle lancer, but Hina rolls through and then hits not the Ghetto Clutch, but basically a rolling version of it. She gets it for a 2 count, stays it on, then rolls it back to her. I don't think we've ever seen that from Hina before. Again, adding more stuff into her arsenal. Really solid stuff. 7.5 minutes, basically catching Konami on the surprise. 4 stars from me. I thoroughly enjoy this.
It's a weird one because we're seeing that more and more, aren't we? That roll through. I mean, it is the entire premise of Mei Seira's Shooting Star. We saw it with Victoria Yuzuki and the rolling arrow on Utami on night one of the Dream Star. We've seen Azumi do it with the Azumi Sushi, and now we've seen it with Hina and the Ghetto Clutch. It seems to be something that is being used more and more and more and more over the course of wrestling. Obviously, the Fairy Magic is a repeated roll up as well. So it's a surprise, and it's one that obviously, again, you mentioned it earlier, that we are building these roll-ups as devastating finishes, especially in tournament wrestling, which I'm a big fan of. And again, fantastic performance from Hina. You know, irrelevant of how you feel about Konami's run and, you know, her results, should I say, and as opposed to a run, Hina's run and Hina's performances have been fantastic, and this was another one to add to that collection.
Yeah, she's doing great.
This was brilliant. I loved this match. Soriano and Bozilla. This was great. It was everything I love about Bozilla, everything I love about Soriano. What is the best way to grind down a powerhouse? By kicking out their knee, by targeting their knee. Soriano was relentless. Great white shark-like going for that knee. Bozilla, though, don't know if you know this, Matt, she's fairly strong. Apparently size does matter, and just some of the bombs and the way that Soriano was selling this was tremendous. But we also saw a side of Bozilla that we don't see very often. It was a side that we saw when she wrestled Sari for the Marigold World Championship, that selling of the arm. It was a side that we saw with the Azumi match, and it's a side that we saw here. The selling side, the defensive side, is a really underrated part of Bozilla's game. We're used to seeing her fling opponents around the ring, you know, and seeing her fling Soriano around the ring is better than seeing her fling most people around the ring because Soriano's so good at it. But the way that that Bozilla is ground down by Soriano, over the course of this match. The way that she has to utilize the power bomb and things like that as a defensive maneuver to give herself some time to recover. And then obviously you've got the brawling and things like that. Overall, this was a really well executed match. And the timing of the finish, absolutely perfect. Power bomb, 1, 2, time limit goes. Oh, perfection.
Sometimes we see it missed here or there when they
Yeah.
go to the time limit draw. And we've seen a lot of time limit draws in the Joshi that we cover, for obvious reasons. But sometimes, like, oh, maybe it was a half a second off, or maybe they should have did this. Or you see, like in a lot of these time limit draws, she's getting ready to pick her opponent up for the violent screwdriver, and as she's picking up, the bell's ringing. It's just like, oh, if you would have just done a little sooner, I would have bit more on it. But you're absolutely right. She hits the power bomb, and just when it looks like she's getting ready to put Sorano, get the 3 count, the bell rings. She just needed a second or 2 longer, and she would have picked up 2 points instead of 1. Great stuff. Again, Bozilla and Korakuen Hall just seems like it's her jam. Not
match
just
made in heaven, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Like between her, the very first match we've ever seen her in Korakuen Hall, and that tag match at the start of Marigold, and then the Nanai matches, and then the Sari match for the Crimson Red Belt, and the Utami match. Really seems like Korakuen Hall is like Bozilla's playground. It really is. And obviously the Azumi match from the last Korakuen Hall was terrific. We always mention and we mentioned, I think, twice already on this podcast, God put Sorano on the planet to be a professional wrestler. She tries to do a test of strength with Bozilla. Not her smartest few seconds. It was just like,
no, finest moment. No,
you're usually a perfect wrestler, Sorano. What are you doing there? And then Bozilla obviously gets the advantage, clothesline Sorano over the top rope, and then they have a brutal fight all over Korakuen Hall. Once Sorano gets back in the ring, she starts taking apart Bozilla's leg, and that's great psychology. And again, we made mention when we talked about the Azumi match what a great seller Bozilla is. Like, she doesn't sell often because she shouldn't, but when she does, it means something. The psychology of her selling as a monster heel is really second to none. You would see it from time to time with Vader and Stan Hansen and Bruiser Brody from, a generation or so prior, that she understands selling. She understands how to stay strong, but how to put her opponent over at the same time. Again, with the Azumi match and this match, Bozilla selling was really second to none. And then Bozilla, she starts building back up her offense. She goes for the power bomb, but Sorano was able to sunset bomb out of it for a really great near fall. Excellent stuff there. Sorano with the German suplex. Again, Bozilla, when it's time to land on her head, boy howdy, does she really put her opponent over with the bump drop. I mean, that Sorano German suplex is a thing of beauty on its own, but to do it with somebody of Bozilla's size and stature, and for Bozilla to take the bump the way she did, I thought that was great. And then Bozilla comes back with a German suplex of her own. She goes for the Vader bomb. She misses the Vader bomb. Sorano, being the smartest wrestler on the planet, except for the first minute of that match, Rob, goes back to the knee, locking in the Gambari lock. Again, basically her version of the knee bar into the double wrist lock, which we did see her defeat Sai Ida on night 1. Goes into that. A lot of people, including me, thought that was going to be the finish. She was either going to tap Bozilla out or force her to pass out. Again, going back to the psychology and her strategy going on early on. Bozilla powers out of it. That leg be damned, fires up, knowing that 2 points are in the balance as the time is kicking down. Again, I always talk about sense of urgency as we're getting to that time limit. Bozilla understood sense of urgency, hits the Liger bomb, but doesn't have enough time to get the 3 count. 4.25 stars for me. Absolutely genius. Bozilla's best match of the tournament. And she is another one that is going to come out of this tournament as a possible main eventer. Again, great stuff, all tournament, but this with Sorano was just absolutely next level. And I mentioned before, I mentioned again, when you're a monster heel, knowing when and where to sell is really, really something difficult to do. And Bozilla seems to understand that at 21, 22 years old. It's just excellent.
Moving on then, semi-main event. We're almost there, folks. We are almost there at almost 4 hours. Jesus. Azumi versus Rina in the semi-main event. Rina inflicted with her first tournament defeat at the hands of Azumi. And again, unsurprisingly, a wonderful, wonderful match. And again, we expect it from Azumi at this point. She's a generational talent. Rina just keeps getting better and better and better. And whatever softball they are pitching her, she just continues to knock it out of the park. I mentioned MVPs of this tournament, and I'm sure it will change every single show. It changes every single match. But Rina has got to be up there because every single style of match that she has had, she's knocked it out of the park. She's absolutely excelled, and she is 18 years old. It's mad.
Put this Rina match with the category with the Starlight Kid white belt match from Path of Thunder, dun dun dun, and rock and roll. And then the match she had last year where she dropped the future belt to Miyu Aamasaki as my 3 all-time favorite Rina matches. And again, getting better. She's going to constantly get better because she's only 18 years old and she's constantly improving, not just in the ring, but the character aspect, everything that she does when it's time. And the people are starting to cheer some of the rule-breaking things that she's doing. And when it's time to flip her to a baby face, whether it's a year, 2 years, or 3 years from now, she can be one of the top baby faces in this company, Rob, because the people just love her. She's she's like that cool heel. She's like the Kamitani Momo, like cool heel. Again, when the time is right for them to flip her, she's going to be a massive baby face for this company, but I think she'll be a massive heel first. But this was great. She gets the jump on Azumi. Azumi's on the back foot. And I love it when Azumi's kind of on the back foot, but she's like, yeah, I'm the fastest wrestler on this in this company. That's not Mei Seira. And she does that thing where she ducks under somebody's clothesline. She sweeps their feet out, and then she spins them around while she's on the floor and then does the head kick. It's like, again, it's like she's so fast that you don't realize what happened until the kick is right there. She's been doing that a lot in some of these bigger matches, and it's just like it blows me away that she's able to do that with such speed and such accuracy. And then when she hits it, she turns around, and where is she? Right by the front row. What's the front row doing? And she takes time to get her thing over. She takes time to get a reaction out of the crowd because she is so good and the crowd loves her. I absolutely love that spot. Great way to start this match off. Really great back and forth, almost counter wrestling between the two. These two had a really great underrated match 3 years ago for Azumi's high speed championship. Obviously, Rina's much better. Azumi's much better. Rina starts getting the advantage here. Azumi is able to stop the top rope double knee bomb with a top rope arm drag. Rina comes back with a Northern Light suplex, locks in the hydrangea. That opens up the door for her to finally hit that second rope knee drop for a 2 count. Azumi then Rina goes for the Pink Devil. Azumi counters that with a code red. I thought that was great. And then hits a head kick and a double stomp for a 2 count. Then she goes for the Azumi Sushi. That scores her a 2 count. Azumi starts using that high speed to her advantage. Rina stops her with the big boot, very much a la Lady C. I thought that was terrific. Rina then is hitting bomb after bomb after bomb, trying to put Azumi away. And then Azumi counters another Pink Devil. And I like this, how they're building up the Pink Devil, but she can't hit it. She counters the second Pink Devil attempt with the Canadian Destroyer and the Azumi Sushi for a 3 count. Almost 12 minutes, Rob, of wrestling perfection. 4.5 stars. One of my favorite matches of this tournament. These two are absolutely terrific. Really great stuff between two next-level wrestlers. Again, Stardom, despite all the losses over the last 2 years, Rob, they are in good hands with Rina and Azumi.
Hell yeah, they are, absolutely. And again, there's so much of Rina that there's obviously parallels drawn between her and Hana Kimura. Obviously, you know, Hana Kimura was a mentor to Rina. There's the whole situation with the draft as well, where that all started, but the inheritance of the hydrangea, the spitting at the referee, which obviously was something that Hana did, but she's made it on her own. She's not getting over with the crowd on the back of the Hana things, which I think makes it even better. She's integrated them and made them her own. And yes, of course, there's that special tribute to a very special talent, but also, again, making it her own and putting her own unique twist on it, I think is so important. And again, for someone at 18 years old to have the wherewithal to do that, to be able to ingratiate all these subtle nuances into her matches, really just speak to how special a talent Rina really is.
Rob, she stands out not only at age 18, but she stands out in the group that she's in Hate with Saya Kamitani, Momo Watanabe, Konami, World of Stardom champion Natsuko Tori. I'm not saying she's better than them, but she stands out as somebody different and on her own. And to do that in that group at age 18, it's a special talent. She's a special, special talent.
In terms of aura, like, there's very few like her. Very few like her. I mean, yeah, you could argue that it's the long hair. It's not just the long hair, though. The long hair does look cool. But
Helps.
it does help in terms of aura, like she just has it in spades. She has that charisma in spades, which is just incredible. Again, at age 18. And I know she is. There is an experience that belies the fact she is only 18, but even so, incredible. Speaking of incredible, main event time. Hanan and Saya Kamitani. Now, this match was great. This match was fantastic. One of, if not my favorite match of the tournament. They have a better match in them, Matt. Which again, when you consider what I've just said, my favorite match of the tournament, again, you compare that to Mei Seira and Hanan, you compare that to Tor and Sakura, you compare that to Azumi and Starlight Kid, you compare that to Sorano and Bozilla, all these matches that I've sprayed praise all over. This is my favorite, and they have another match, another gear in them, which is quite honestly a little bit frightening. I'll be perfectly honest. This is the feud. This is the feud. We've talked about, right, okay, so you've got Saya Kamitani, the biggest star in the company. She's your heel. You need to bring a babyface up to her level before we can even consider having Kamitani drop the belt. Okay? So who is that going to be? Is it going to be Starlight Kid? Is it going to be Azumi? Is it going to be Natsupoi? Is it going to be Uriah? Dude, it's Hanan. She is the antithesis of everything Saya Kamitani is. She is the anti-Kamitani. And here, Kamitani, too strong. Fine. I'm sure you'll go into the match in a little bit more detail. But I'm so excited for the wider connotations of that. The fact that Saya Kamitani took to the microphone and actually said to Hanan, I want to do this again. This belt, I want you to come for this belt, but you ain't ready yet, is basically what she said. Paraphrasing slightly. That excites me. It really does. To the point where if we were to get Hanan and Saya Kamitani at Dream Queendom and Ryogoku, I would be all over that. I don't think Hanan wins, but I will be all over that because, again, I seem to have mentioned this Joker and Batman quote a lot lately, but we are destined to do this forever.
Rob Goodwin, the genius that is Saya Kamitani, defeating Natsupoi a handful of weeks ago. And then after she defeats Natsupoi to retain the red belt, we're like, okay, there's no way Natsupoi is winning the 5-star. And then they do the post-match thing. You're like, ooh, maybe Natsupoi does win the 5-star. Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody has Hanan winning. No, I think Andy had it. No, Andy had it as Hanan and Sari in the finals. But I don't know too many people that have Hanan winning this tournament, considering the fact we've guessed Natsupoi and Azumi and Saya Kamitani and Momo and Sari and Starlight Kid. Nobody really has Hanan. We think she's going to the playoffs and is going to have a deep run, very much like last year, but nobody has her winning. And I thought that Hanan was going to win this match to set up a future red belt match, but she loses, but there's a post-match promo that makes you think, guess what? Now we're in the middle of this tournament, and as if we didn't know who was going to win the tournament before, now we're in the middle of this tournament. Hanan coming off a loss is now a favorite to win this tournament because you made mention maybe we get one of the reasons why this match could be better. It went 12 minutes here. Give it 20, give it 24, give it 25, give it longer time to tell their story. Maybe this is the main event of Sumo Hall. And again, we don't think Kamitani's dropping this belt at Sumo Hall. Regardless, not less, it's a possibility with Momo Watanabe, and maybe they do the TAM thing again. And their story for another day. We're 4 hours in, folks. Bear with us. So if they do Hanan and Saya Kamitani at Sumo Hall, it's a possibility Kamitani retains and Hanan isn't ready just yet. And as you said, we're destined to do this forever. Who wouldn't want to see this as the next planted feud? It's a great possibility. Kamitani has set herself up for so many different challengers coming out of this tournament that it's going to make Stardom so much more money. It's going to just keep running the Kamitani train, keep building people up, and when the time is right, whether it's Micah, Sari, Tam, Rina, Waka, Fukin Death, whoever, that's when you pull the trigger. But this match was great. This is my second favorite match of this entire tournament, with Azumi and Starlight Kid being number one. 12 minutes. And again, I was like, okay, Kamitani's eventually got to drop a fall. This would be big for Hanan. And I was shocked that Kamitani won, but still, it was a great match. And again, Kamitani doing what she does best, even her going over, getting other people over to the next level. Like I mentioned, Natsupoi, now a favorite to win the tournament. Hanan, halfway through the tournament, like, damn, maybe Hanan does win the tournament because of what happened in this match. This was a great match, especially those last 4 or 5 minutes. They drug it out. And if you were to take that formula and drag it out even longer, and this was an important match, don't get me wrong, Rob. 2 points are up, main event in Cork and Hall, but you know what to make it bigger? Red belt match in front of 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, or 4,000 people. You make it bigger. They gave you, I wouldn't say a little bit of a taste. They gave you quite a bit of the apple, but now I want the whole damn apple tree because you know it's going to be fantastic. This was really great stuff, you know, just going through kind of great back and forth stuff between the two. Hanan blocks the Star Crusher with a 17 roll-up, which I thought that was going to be the finish. Again, these darn roll-ups, and everybody in Cork and Hall bit that as well. Hanan goes, she hits that front lock, headlock DDT for a 2 count. She goes for the backdrop, and I mentioned this about 2 hours ago. I'm going to mention again, Saya Kamitani escaping that, hitting the schoolboy suplex, which was a staple when she was white belt champion, is starting to bring it back a little bit more now, and I absolutely love that move. I thought that was great. Hanan eventually hits the backdrop hold with back-to-back backdrop holds for a 2 count. She goes for a third. Kamitani rolls through with that double stomp. I thought that was great. And then she hits that tornado kick, the 360 kick, and the Star Crusher for a 3 count. This is must-see professional wrestling. One of the best Cork and Hall main events you will see from any wrestling company this calendar year. 4 3/4 stars, and you're absolutely right. The fact that it went 12 minutes, imagine this going 20, 22, 23, 24 minutes, and they're drawing out that big match, Saya Kamitani, that big match, Hanan. Hanan, again, just adding to her impressive resume. And speaking of resumes, this just adds in to my theory that Saya Kamitani is 7 months into this year, Rob, crazy to say. We're 7 months in this year. She is the wrestler of the year. I will take her a little bit over Io. I'll take her a little bit over Will Ospreay. I think right now she is the wrestler of the year, and this just adds to it.
The importance of Stardom building someone up to the level of Tam to face Saya Kamitani can't be understated. Wouldn't surprise me, if Hanan doesn't win the tournament and they hold off on this to All-Star Grand Queendom next year. Ooh. Because you need a big main event, especially if it's something that they're going to run consistently. And if they're going to try and fill the Yokohama Arena again, I mean, they did an incalculably good number last year. Well, this year, sorry. So you're going to have to try and build someone to Tam's level. And I think Hanan could be that person. I really do. Excellent match, excellent main event. That 1-2-3 punch of Bozilla and Soriano, Azumi and Rina, and Hanan and Saya Kamitani was fantastic. Really good Korakuen Hall show. Real show of the tournament, in fact, in my eyes, just a shade above that Sendai Pit show, which was also phenomenal, which we talked about 4.5 years ago. Just in terms of the block standings, before I throw to Matt so he can tell us how badly he did against Amber, couple of things. Waka Tsukiyama, obviously, now out of the tournament. Azumi's win over Rina eliminated Rian and Sayaka Kurora, because Sayaka Kurora lost to Natsuko Tora. And as a result of defeating Hanan, Saya Kamitani is the first person officially into the playoffs, though we don't know whether she is going to be a top seed or second or third yet. Yuna Mizumori does remain in with an outside chance of making the playoffs, although, of course, now cannot afford to drop another point. Matt Turner, before I go into the points, tell us your points.
The most important points, buddy. Again, this was considering the fact we've been doing really good in this tournament. I only got 4 right. However, my bride got 6. Now we have flipped the standings. I am at 47 and Amber at 48 as we are ramping up for this weekend, my friend. So she takes her first lead of this tournament. Last year, she was beating me throughout the entire tournament until we got to those final few nights. And because of whoever we pick in playoffs, they add up for more points. However, she does have Sayaka Kurora and Tomoka Inaba in the playoffs. So there's a possibility she may be dropping points there. So I might be making up some ground. Regardless, my bride has taken the lead, who has the only full Stardom shows she have seen, Rob Goodwin, this year, are the ones that she was at live with me and you.
There you go. There you go. In terms of the current standings then, Red Stars A, Saya Kamitani on the top of the block with 10 points, Mei Seira on 7, B Priestley 6, Hanan 5, Lady C and Azusa Inaba both on 4, Yuna on 2, and then eliminated from the tournament on 0, Waka Tsukiyama. Red Stars B, Rina still sits on top of the block with 8 points. Another win puts her into the playoffs. Natsuko Tora also on 8 points, but is second by way of the tiebreaker. Azumi sits third on 7, Starlight Kid on 5, Natspoi on 4, Tomoka Inaba on 2, and then Sayaka Kurora on 2, and Rian on 0, both eliminated from the tournament. Blue Stars are a show behind. Red Stars, of course, they are in KBS Hall tomorrow as we record. Top of the block at the moment in terms of Blue Stars Ace, Amisori and Bozilla. They meet on the final night. They both on 6 points. Serioriano on 5. Ruaka on 3. And then Saida, Miyu Aamasaki, and Aya Sakura all on 2. Uriah Hime propping up the block on 0. And then finally, Blue Stars B, a little bit more interesting. Momo Watanabe needs just one more victory to get into the playoffs. She currently wins the block on 8. Hanako and Suzuki both on 5. Sari on 4. Hina, Konami, and Ronnie Agami on 2 points. And poor Momo Kohgo propping up Blue Stars B on 0. In terms of what is coming up, we have got 3 5-star Grand Prix shows on the horizon, the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th. KBS Hall is tomorrow as we record August 9th. I'm not going to go through every single match because we are already 4 hours into this podcast. What I will say, the top 3 matches from that show: Suzuki versus Sari, Saida versus Miyu Aamasaki, and then confirmed to be your main event, Momo Watanabe versus Hanako. Couple of scenarios then, Matt, because we are into the business end of the tournament and people can get eliminated as of tomorrow. Momo Kohgo faces elimination from the tournament if she fails to pick up a point against Konami, and Suzu and Hanako both win. Ronnie Agami faces elimination if she fails to pick up a point against Hina, and Suzu and Hanako both win. Uriah Hime faces elimination if she loses to Amisori. Bozilla wins against Aya, and Sioriano wins against Ruaka, which does seem to be the most likely outcome from that night. We then go to Okayama on the 10th of August, which is Sunday as we record. The top 3 matches: Sayaka Kurora versus Tomoka Inaba, Natspoi versus Rina, and Starlight Kid against Natsuko Tora. Currently penciled in to be your main event is Starlight Kid and Natsuko Tora. Just for those keeping up, Waka Tsukiyama has got Yuna Mizumori. Can she surpass the 40-second mark? And then on the 11th, Monday the 11th, which is our final show before the Yokohama Budokan on the 16th of August, which goes to show just how quickly this tournament's going. Which is where we are going to Kobe, Monday, the 11th of August. Top 3 matches. We have got Hanako versus Sari, Suzuki versus Konami, and then Aya Sakura, the hometown girl, against Sayori Ano.
Saida versus Bozilla, by the way, buddy.
And Saida versus Bozilla is 4th from the top. That's going to be very, very exciting. That match, it wouldn't surprise me if that goes 1 minute. It wouldn't surprise me if that goes the full 15. Like, genuinely, could be anything. I don't even know at that point.
Yeah, it's like one of those big MMA fights. You're just like, I don't know if it's going to go the full 5 rounds or somebody's going to get dropped in 30 seconds, but I'm not going to blink. I'm going to be like this. Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, that does wrap up our reviews of the 5 5-star Grand Prix shows, which, again, thank you for sticking with us for over 4 hours of podcast. Not quite done yet. We've still got here one Kairi watch, but I just wanted to say thank you for sticking with us. We have only got 3 shows to do next week. Those 3 shows I've just spoken about. I won't be here. I'm on holiday, but Matt will be taking up the reins, possibly with the unofficial 3rd member of the Stardom Cast in Andy Hedder, possibly solo. We don't know as of yet. Matt Turner, after almost 4 hours, it's been a journey, it's been a voyage. It's time for EO and Kairi Watch.
Io and Kairi watch. We go to SummerSlam in New Jersey. SummerSlam night 2 is Io and another 3-way at the big show, but she is challenging for the WWE Raw Women's Championship as obviously Naomi cashed in back at Evolution. So you have Naomi versus Rhea Ripley versus Io. It's a little bit different than the Bianca match because Naomi's playing the straight up heel. She bails out. We get a mini match with Io and Rhea. Obviously, these two have next level chemistry. And then Naomi comes in. She picks her spots when she needs to. Really great stuff. She has some great sequences. By she, I mean Naomi has some great sequences with Rhea. Great stuff with Io. I would love to see an Io versus Naomi singles match, which I will talk about in Uno El Secondo. Eventually, though, we do see Io and Rhea kind of team up and take out Naomi because, again, they're kind of friends. They take her out, and then we get back to a mini match with Io and Rhea. Some excellent stuff. There's a spot where they're on the floor where Rhea drops Naomi, and then Io does a sunset powerbomb off the apron onto the floor on top of Naomi. I thought that was gross and awesome at the best point possible. Again, more mini stuff with Io and Rhea where it's just establishing that might be the big match maybe for WrestleMania next year, Rob. I don't know. Rhea gets the better on Io, hits the riptide, but Naomi comes over and rolls up Rhea Ripley, retaining her championship and walking out of MetLife Stadium as the Raw Women's Champion. Then we go to Monday Night Raw, where basically we just have a backstage segment with Asuka and Kairi basically saying, hey, Io, if you want that belt back, we're here to help you. Io says, no, I don't need your help. I can do it on my own. Rhea then comes into the scene. That has Asuka and Kairi leaving. Something's afoot there. However, Io and Rhea kind of have back and forth where Rhea says, Io, I had you pinned. And Io says, oh, yeah, I'm not the one that ate the pinfall last night at SummerSlam. So, ooh, right there, Rob. We do set up on Monday Night Raw coming up next Monday, Io versus Naomi for the Raw Women's Championship. I have a feeling there's going to be a smudge, maybe Rhea coming in, maybe Kairi and Asuka coming in. Looks like they're planting the seeds for an Asuka heel turn. Where does that leave Kairi? I don't know. Maybe we will finally see that big Kairi versus Io singles match on the main roster. Regardless, some really interesting thing happening with our Genius of the Sky and our Pirate Princess, pardon me, folks, as that ends our Io and Kairi watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, after this gargantuan episode, of course, that goes without saying, man. Gargantuan yet fun episode. We are finally done. Over 4 hours. I think this might be the longest episode ever. So again, thank you for sticking with us. If you've managed to stay the course, we do appreciate every single one of you. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the podcast. We are literally everywhere. Leave us a comment and a 5-star review. It's a completely free way of supporting the podcast and really helps us out as well. Patreon.com/the where you can get all of these episodes early and ad free, as well as all of the news, reviews, and show previews as well regarding Stardom and Marigold, which again are completely free, will always be free, and you don't even have to sign up to Patreon to view them. So yeah, go and check those out. If you haven't already, you can find us on social media at the Stardom Cast, apart from if it is on Instagram, Threads, or indeed Blue Sky, where we are Talk Joshi. You can find me on Twitter at Real Rob Goodwin, and Matt Turner. Please, for the love of God, sign us off, good sir.
Folks, questions, comments, suggestions, anything you need from me, Matt Turner OF on the Instagram and the Twitter is the easiest, fastest, and best way to get a hold of me. However, you want to shoot me an email, that's perfectly fine. Rob Goodwin, even though we're 4 hours in, need a little bit more energy, buddy. Tell our good listeners where we can find us at the Stardom Cast 22 at gmail.com. Folks, that's going to wrap it up for a 5-star episode of the Stardom Cast. We greatly appreciate your support. Can't do without you. It's like I always say, it's just not my podcast. It's our podcast. Because we're all together. Everybody's different. Everybody's special.